Alrighty, hello everybody, it is me, your bear bud Dae Ursa, and welcome to today's stream. Oh my gosh, I am ready. I am so excited after all that time we spent with Kobe. It was great, it was lovely, but now it's Derek's time. It's Derek's time to shine, as you can see in the title. So yes, for those that do not know, last time that we played, we did that fucking 11-hour stream. I really thought, thought, which honestly I probably shouldn't, because every time I do think, it does not end well. But I really thought finishing up step 3, and then step 4, the epilogue, and then the wedding DLC, and what I'll be like, oh, maybe like 6 hours. No, 11. That shit a ton amount of time. I don't think we'll attempt an 11-hour stream again, but I don't know. I mean, if it works out like that, it does. I kind of explained, I think, during that stream that I was like, oh, Our Life, I can play that for hours and hours, and then I, like, was getting ready. I was saying, like, my goodbye to you guys, and I was like, oh my god, my brain has turned off. I can no longer think of what I wanted to say, because I wanted to say something, you know, big and dramatic, and I couldn't remember what it was. I remember what it was now, but I'm going to save that for later. When we finally, like, finish the game. It was just, you know, me gushing about the game and how much I love it and all that shit and whatnot. But yeah, so now we're on to Derek's route. Derek's route is going to be much shorter because we just have step 2 to do, and then Derek doesn't appear in step 3, but we'll see if any differences come up with that. And then there's, I believe he appears back in during the epilogue, so step 4 is what they call it, I believe. So it shouldn't be as long as fucking Ko's was, because goddamn. But we'll see. We'll see what it is. We're not going to attempt the whole thing today. We're going to just do step 2 today, and then step 4, and we'll see next time, and then we'll see how long that takes. And I believe Baxter's probably around the same amount of time, pretty much. Cove is the title character, so it makes sense that he has a lot more content than the rest. But, you know, I'm sure the content is still great. That's something else I should say. So, at this point in our playthrough, I know nothing about Derek's route. I know nothing about Baxter's route. Like, the only I've said many times before, I've only played Cove's route multiple times, and that was it. And I remembered a lot about that, but now I'm in unknown territory. I'm going to be experiencing this along with you guys, which will be very interesting. It's all going to be so new and fantastic. I can't wait to see it, because I don't really know anything that happens in these routes. I know some vibes, but that's about it. Oh, and I should say that the way we're going to be proceeding with the route now. So, I made a poll on the Discord, which, by the way, if you haven't joined the Discord, there's the Discord. Feel free to do so, because we do polls. You guys get to decide how we proceed with playthroughs and what we stream. So, I made a poll on there because I wanted to know if you guys wanted me to play through the game in the moments that we've seen before as normal, so that we could experience what Cove's friendship route was like, or if you wanted me to skip that and we only like pay attention to like the stuff that is like the new dialogue, or just skip Cove's moments altogether and just do Derek's. So you guys just picked for us pretty much to play through the every moment, but we're going to skip the dialogue we've seen before. So we're only going to pay attention to like the new dialogue and stuff, and if there's not that much in each moment, at least then we'll know. But hi Jack, welcome. How are you doing today? I hope you're doing great. I was just explaining to everybody how we're going to be playing through this new route. So we're going to be playing through all of the moments again, but we're just going to skip the stuff that we've seen before and just see like if there's any new dialogue. I've played a friendship route for Cove in step 3 before, step 2, but not step 3 or step 4 after that. So I'm curious to see how that's different. So it will be interesting. Yeah, I forgot to ask. Oh my gosh. How selfish of me. I forgot to ask everybody. How is everybody doing today? I'm doing pretty good. I had such a good day yesterday. I got so much done. Let's see, what did I do yesterday? I got so much done. What was that now? And pretty much the biggest thing I did yesterday was I built a DTOLF so I could store more of my anime figures in there. So I built that with my dad, and then I worked on some hypotheticals. Wink wink, nudge nudge. I did that today too, before stream started. And I played Minecraft, and that was pretty good. It was a good day, and today's been a good day. I pretty much did the same thing minus the building today in the Minecraft. Just working on hypotheticals and such. So it's been a pretty good few days. Am I? Okay, I was so scared. For some reason, I thought in my head, you're not you're muted. You've been explaining shit all this time. And nobody's heard a damn word you've said, but no, I'm unmuted. That did scare me though. Oh wait, I should have checked. My settings on? Okay, it is on too. Okay. I should have checked this before stream. I apologize. You know me. Scuff all around. But alright, let's not waste any more time. Let me go ahead and get in. Let's get into the game. Let's go see Derek. Okay, so we're not going to continue. We're going to load. I need to find the save that starts into step 2. Let's see. Okay, so it's not going to be in there. No. Wait! Okay. It's like, oh, there he is! Okay, I think I have to do this one. Okay, and so what I meant by, like, skipping dialogue, if I just hit skip, yep, see right there, since we've seen that text before, it's just gonna zoom us right on through until, like, the new stuff, or a choice happens. It won't it won't override any choices or anything like that. So now we're back here, we're back again. We're gonna make ourselves in our step 2 forms. I don't remember what it was, but you know what, that's fine. If it's different or it's the same, it's okay. This is a new reality. It's the multiverse of our life, beginnings and always. This is just a different version of that universe where we have a crush on Derek instead of Cove. Give myself like a mullet. I used to have a mullet. Alright, let's do that. Yeah, okay. Next. Give me earrings. Okay. Oh, I did have scars, but... Nah, no scars this time around. Let's just say medium. We're losing that little baby chub. So each playthrough, we're playing through, like, step 2 and onwards. We're not playing step 1 anymore because only Cove appears there, and we already did, like, a friendship version with him there. So there's no reason to replay step 1 again. It's a good step. It's a good intro. But it's just, you know, time has passed. Okay. Necklace. Bracelets. Wait. Hold on. Where's my face scar? There we go. Yeah, I like that one. Since there's no nose scar. How dare they? It's not diverse enough. This game may be full of diversity for anybody to play, but there's no nose scar for me. How could they? No, I'm just kidding. Okay, so done. My feelings for Cove are fond. We're pretty relaxed about it still. It's like, yeah, we're friends. We're best friends. We're best buds. And that part is true. And then... yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's gonna stay the same in step 3 too, so yeah. I wonder how truly randomized Cove's appearance is. Like, I know it says based on, like, the choices we've made, but I wonder if since we're friends now, instead of having a crush on each other, I wonder if that's gonna change anything. So, still neither. This is how you feel towards Derek for this step. It can be the same or different, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so we're not nervous. We're pretty relaxed. Crush. Why am I frowning? Oh, never mind. Oh, it's because I don't know. For some reason I was frowning and I didn't like that. So we're doing crush now because last time we did already fondness, so it's like, it's Derek's time to shine, so okay, we're good. I'm gonna go ahead and save, though, since this is new, in case, I don't know, if anything happens. Alright, I'm gonna do it right here. Oh, our wedding. I remember. Should we call Clifford Dad? Hell no. Mr. Holden never gets a break. Alright. We're ready. Ready. Yes! Alright, so skip. This is different, or are we just switching scenes here? Whenever he could, Ko struck you like he didn't even mind that much what you depended on him as long as it was together. Okay. That's the same. Oh, he seemed very confident that it was an effective... Oh. Oh, wait. Mr. Holden tried to get Ko to like Sunset more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Ko. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Yeah. Ko never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents, withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Ko stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed. Still, you worried about him. You could tell he wasn't completely happy. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. We picked... I didn't pick it different, did I? I don't think I did. I picked friends. Did I? I don't know, it just seems weird now. Never mind. We'll see. If he starts acting weird, like we're not friends, then I'm gonna go back and make sure again. Alright. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Okay. This is talking about, you know, going to school. Tallest. In class, people knew him more than just being tall. He also stood up because how well he did on tests and other academic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more, too. You saw him talking amicably with the other kids and neighbors from time to time. Oh, okay. So that was pretty much... I don't know how much of that was actually new, and more so the scene was changing. I mean, some of that was new. Well, alright. Snuggling up in bed. Spending the day sleeping in. Yeah, we're just gonna pretty much rush through this. I pretend to be asleep. Mom told me to tell you that your friend's at the door. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. So come down already. No, okay, fine. Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You roll out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You set yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. Okay, this is our height. For average height. Ko was really tall, Derek was kind of short, and you were pretty much the exact height that someone would expect for a 13-year-old. It's fine. Suited you well, in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's words piqued your curiosity. You plan on going over to see what Ko was up to. Okay, so we are friends, alright. I feel like if we weren't friends, then we wouldn't have been like, oh, we're gonna go over there later. After all. Imagine, we're not friends, but I just like going to his house. I want to go to see Clifford. Mr. Holden. Alright. So prayer, your reflection grin back at you. Okay. Left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs.
Oh.
Wow. Alright, let her rub her head. Oh, I think it stops before you make a choice too, so it knows that choice is coming. You better know the context. Let's see, she's like commenting on like how late we slept in. Life isn't a race. I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. I mean, she may have a point. Mayhaps. Ko was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Oh, he's still hunched over like that. He leaned uncomfortably to the side in your doorway as his bushy hair covered part of his face. His features were pinched in embarrassment and he shifted from one foot to another. He was holding what must have been the much talked about gift. At first glance you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers, and you gave it a real look. No, instead it was a carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Ko's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for their presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. You see, no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Ko would always be roped into participating. Ko smiled at the sight of you. The sting of his goofy errand, he was clearly embarrassed to be uneased. Hey, Jay. You smiled back. It was second nature to you. Ko had always been such a close friend, ever since the two of you were kids. Hey, it's nice to see you. You too. Your grin widened even more. Every time he came, your mood was brightened. That's my best friend. Go best friend, that's my best friend. It's gonna be so weird. I'm not used to playing a non-romantic route with Cove. It's like, we're not gonna get married later on. He's just a friend. It's okay. Derek will steal our heart. I take a drink, gotta get ready for the speaking. It was already shaping up to be another long summer with plenty of time for the two of you to have fun together. His awkwardness over the test started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Alright, let's see. Thank you. Could you tell your dad we loved the gift? Yeah. Mr. Holden's behavior was really different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years, you were used to his antics, and you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. What is our opinion? In this alternate universe, well, we are not interested in Cove. What is our opinion on Mr. Holden? I think last time I said... Did I say he was weird? Or he was funny? I think I said weird. Oh, he was great and kind of handsome to boot. Oh my god. Stop that. Alright, he was... I'm gonna pick this one. It was sort of funny. Sometimes that could be a good thing, and other times it was a bad thing. I mean, that's valid. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! There he is! You shared a confused look with Cove. As one, both of you stepped through the open door and onto the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. I just realized his dad wasn't kind enough to, like, drive him up to the door. He just, like, gets to the opening of the neighborhood. Alright, get out. Run. Just leaves him there. Damn. Poor Derek. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Hey, guy and pal. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Dae's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was what he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. Okay, he's like...
Nice.
Talking about the fruit bouquet. I haven't even tried any of it yet. You can't have any yet. Derek pouted at your words, not hiding his disappointment. Aw. Then he nodded his head, as if to clear it.
Sure.
Alright.
I guess.
Well, we really jumped ahead in this one. Okay, so we're meeting back up with Jeremy. Back when he was a twerp. A fucking brat, if you will. We hate to see it. God, it's kind of hard to... It's a little hard to get into the groove. Like, this skipping dialogue portion. I mean, if we want to change it, we can change it up. But we'll see. We'll see. Alright. Well, I think I said last time who's eating your cereal this morning, so maybe we could pick... We just said hello. You don't have to keep complaining at us. Like, dude, it's not that deep. Wow, why did you decide to talk to me, huh? Did I ask for that? No. Did I want you to come over and start flapping your gums at me about dumb stuff? No. Now you're just gonna whine that this isn't what you wanted? Too bad. It's not my job to care. Alright then. You turn to Cove, lowering your voice. Dude, you aren't similar at all. Okay, then he talks about his eyebrows. How can you say that when you've got a bowl cut? Yep, it's embarrassing and awful, but my parents made me. I won't have to have it when I'm older. I don't know what he's gonna do with those things, except maybe shave them off. He probably should. I bet he'd look less dumb with no eyebrows. Damn. Alright, and last time we lunged towards Jeremy. This time... Pat Cove on the shoulder. It's alright, bud. Your eyebrows are very cool and distinguished. You're unique. And quirky. In a good way. Not quirky like this kid's bowl cut. Cove gave you a watery look in exchange for the silent support. Trying to talk to the rude boy clearly wasn't going to go anywhere. Wow, what is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in a nasally voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
Wah. Alright.
Sucks.
Okay, we got rid of Jeremy. Now we're going to eat the fruit bouquet. Derek perked up immediately at your words. He reached out for a skewer, hesitating slightly once he was inches away.
Are you sure?
I mean, we're already here. Might as well. Just take a little bite of fruit. It's like a reward for going through the trauma that is child Jeremy. You nodded. With an eager grin, he plucked out a prime row of fruits. Cove grabbed one for himself after him. Only you were without a skewer of your own. Still... No, you know, let's take a strawberry. No, a grape. Grape. I picked pineapple last time, but I also like grape. Give me a grape. There were 4 juicy grapes on a single skewer. It was the obvious first choice. Derek ate a pineapple skewer enthusiastically, finishing it within moments. Mmm, this is amazing. The flavors are melting on my tongue. I apologize. It's like a disease. It's just like these references just like pop out of me. Alright, let's keep going. He's talking about the Land Before Time movie where they eat like tree stars. The leaves. Eating leaves looks good. Should I worry about you? He snickered. No, I'm not gonna do it for real. But I did pretend I was a long neck when I ate broccoli one time. Broccoli. Listen, I'm gonna be upfront with you all. When I was a wee cub, I ate a lot of things I shouldn't know. Some of you may know so what some of those were. But I probably ate a leaf or two in my time. For funsies, you know, just tee-hee-xies. I might have been influenced by The Land Before Time. So I did watch it a lot back then, but I don't know. I mean, I did eat a bee before, and that was just like impulsive thought. So maybe it was like the same thing. Think, a leaf. What if I ate it? I mean, it wouldn't be too bad. I mean, it's nature. It's healthy. It's green, depending on the season. Okay. We've eaten the rest of the bouquet of fruit. Hey, we weren't supposed to eat all of it.
Oops.
Oopsie daisies. Really? We weren't supposed to? You gave it to us. Oh, I forgot to comment. I think Cove is pretty much looking the same as last time. But you know, that's fine. At least now we know that how our feelings toward him doesn't change his appearance. Alright, skip. That was pretty cool what you said back at that guy. What, me dissing at his bowl cut? Oh, thanks. I was just saying what I thought. Derek chimed in while in high spirits. You totally owned him. I don't know what his parents say, but it's a good at least somebody is around to tell him what's what. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. Feels like there's a lot to plan for. Yeah, because Derek's in all of these sports. Alright, continuing.
What?
Okay. Maybe I'll explain every time like we skip and we jump for those that are new here. Okay, so I forgot my own sister's name for a second. Elizabeth approaches us because she was wondering where like the gift for the family was, and she sees that we have no more gift for her, and so now she's gonna come and bitch at us about it. She glanced at Cove, who sat beside you, and continued mockingly. Even if you did have an in with the delivery boy, this was up to Mr. Holden. Ooh. Okay, that's different from last time. I don't remember. I think it was because even if you're like the delivery boy's favorite person or something like that, it's like even though you have a connection with the delivery boy, this ain't up to him. Cove gave you a bent smile of support, which didn't help disprove her accusation. Well, the morning's been kind of a... What did I say last time? Oh, I said a seagull. He came and got it. Get over it. I'm gonna be that mean. Oh, well, let's change the subject. Well, the morning's been kind of a disaster, actually. Elizabeth narrowed her eyes, not at all placated. She did not care. She's just like, I don't give a shit how rough your morning was. I wanted that damn fruit. Wanna get out of here. We run away. Without a word, you two got to your feet and bolted down the beach. Unimpressed, Elizabeth rolled her eyes.
So immature.
That's right, that's me. Alright, we've run away, and Derek's like, hell yeah, we did it, we escaped. And I'm like, well yeah, for now, I'll live with her. I still have to face Elizabeth when I go back home.
Hello.
Oh, okay. Now, we've met his family. Don't worry about that. You're welcome here. His very pretty parents, for no goddamn reason. All the adults in this game were so pretty. Yeah, goddamn. Who blessed you?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. Goodbye, everybody. Sorcerer was on your way home. Okay. Skip. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Oh, we're waiting for Lee to call. Our cousin. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited. Your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Yeah, go on. Oh, and this is like, is she your only friend that's a girl, or do you have lots of girlfriends? I have lot girlfriend. Thank you very much. You'll settle out on. We're friends with everybody. That's the goal here. I'm friends with as many buds as I can be friends with. If not, can I really truly call myself a bear bud? Goddamn. Alright. Who is it? Your worst nightmare. Of course you knew right away who it was. You laughed. Hi, Lee. Dropping the joke, she laughed too. I would skip this conversation. You didn't like it, but it had to be that way, commenting on not being able to have a cell phone at age 13. Even though kids these oh my god, I sound so old. Kids these days in kindergarten got their own iPhones and stuff like that. I don't think I got my first phone until I was like entering high school, I think. Which I don't think I really disliked, but I don't know. I can't remember how I felt. I think I just went with the flow. It's like, all right, I don't have a phone. It is what it is what it is, you know. You were the only person here. If anyone could take the phone anywhere at any time, it'd be an even bigger hassle. You could easily... Oh no, we're talking about how the phone has to be on the receiver if not, unless a call is in progress. That's what we were bitching about. Okay. Which that's, you know, fine. I would have picked a different one. Oh well. You could easily imagine the receiver having a new forever home in Elizabeth's locked room. Alright, skip. But would I still be using a home phone? Okay, now we're talking about the actual cell phones. Okay, now we're talking about how we do in school. Studying didn't come easily to you, though you tried hard. You worked about as hard as most people and got pretty average results as well. You never tried much, but you still didn't do too that bad. I think that's pretty much how it was for me. Alright. You have to do just well this year, but it wouldn't be a big deal if they dropped some. You felt a lot of pressure to get. No, there's no pressure. We're fine.
What's up?
Make a petition for more vacation time. Just zooming right on through. No new things. Blah. That's it. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken. Yeah. Now she's asking what we want to do during vacation. What we're gonna do during vacation. I want to spend time with people. People, I hope that means me too. Well, I think that is different because before I think she would have been, oh, who? Like Cove? It's like, maybe. You lean back in your bed, settling in as you continue chatting with your friend, even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her. You've been seeing her soon. You found plenty to talk about. Now we're talking about Jeremy. Mean. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. Wait, go back. What's the context for that? That's a different... Oh, we're telling her that she's popular with the boys. That's right. And she's like, you two best friends are guys. What are you talking about? You fucking hypocrite. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they started to annoy her. Who are you to talk? Cove and Derek are always around. They're both boys, you know. If that's not the same, listen. They're a special case. I'm not the one who invites them. They show up on their own. Yeah. They just show up on my doorstep like, let me in. Take this fruit bouquet and let me eat it. Lee laughed at your response, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. Oh, and there's Elizabeth. She wants the phone. Last time we kind of like got into a little bit of a sibling argument. We were like, I'm still using it. And she's like, I don't fucking care. I was just be like, alright, I gotta go. I'll see you soon, okay, Lee?
Hi.
Okay, see you. Tell Elizabeth and your mom said hi too. then she just snaps the phone. Okay, now we have proceeded into the night. There's a knock at the window. What the fuck's that noise? It's Cove. What's up, Romeo? Ha. I know that it's late, but I didn't know what else to do. If I rang the doorbell, your mom's yet. You didn't comment on the eavesdropping. He's listening to his dad on the phone with his mom. I'm sorry, Cove. You know I'm here for you. Tense slide of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks. That makes me feel a little better. Like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. Skip.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. You knew some things were still good. Cove grinned reassuringly. I think last time we were like, don't worry about me. And he was like, I will worry. We're friends. But it's different. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. He had come here, conflicted and upset, only to end up worrying about you. He really was a great friend. Our best friend. He doesn't want to talk anymore. Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. He held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. Okay. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. That initial friendship that had deepened so much over these past years, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. A hug. Even though we don't have a crush on them, we still hug. If you don't hug your homies, what are you doing? Are you even homies? What, next you're gonna tell me you don't kiss your homies goodnight? God damn. If you can't kiss and hug your homies, then you're not really homies. How dare. Hug your homies. You moved closer and wrapped your arms around him. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was stilted and broken, often by silence at first, and both of you were able to get into your usual candor. Okay, spending the night with Cove. And it turns out we weren't actually supposed to do that, and he did not go home. Last time we kind of yelled at him to wake up, but let's just jump out of bed. Your feet hit the floor faster than the speed of light, though Cove remained asleep. He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. Oh my god, the neck pain that he's gonna have when he wakes up. It was lucky your lead hadn't caused him to fall over, but he certainly couldn't stay like that. You knew you had to wake him up before your parents or Elizabeth waltzed into your room. With that in mind, you also had to get him out of there quietly. Smother him! That's not gonna wake him up, that's just gonna put him into a different kind of sleep. Alright, wake up, bitch. Shake his shoulder. After giving him a firm shake on the shoulder, Cove's eyes flew open and he woke with a start. You scrambled out of the way as he abruptly jumped to his feet before almost losing his balance and falling back down. He recovered just as quickly and faced you indignantly. What was that for? Bitch, you're asleep in my room! Shh! What? The situation dawned on him before he even finished the word. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind. I fell asleep! You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove's hands flew to his face, letting out a sigh of relief when he found his glasses right where they were supposed to be. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. Listen, settle the fuck down. Just calm down. Oh, don't have a panic about it. We're still safe. You whispered to Cove harshly, trying to keep your voice down. You won't get caught as long as you're quiet. So stop yelling. Cove nodded, his shoulders tense as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as he spoke. I'll see you later. You were confused by how all this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right. Bye, Cove. I thought you were suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Hug your homies goodbye. Thanks, again. You're my best friend, Dae. And you're my best bud, too. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. But you were let go before you had a chance to respond, or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and skip this part. Okay, no choice. Good luck! Be careful! He threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. Okay. Now that that's out of the way, we're just gonna go ahead and leave our room and pretend everything else is okay. Alright, skip. Elizabeth can already tell she senses the vibe. She's like, why are you acting weird? What's going on? Nothing. Listen, last time I think I shrugged it off. I'll just say, oh, wouldn't you like to know? I would. That's actually why I asked. You shrugged non-committally, determined not to tell her a thing. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. Whatever indeed. Goodbye. I eat the breakfast that Mom's prepared for me because I have no dietary restrictions. Even though I probably should, but you know, I gotta eat what I want to eat, you know? Alright, skip. We meet Cove's mom, Kira. I think that last time we said it made sense that she was Cove's mom, but she also felt so different to Cove. In the little time you'd been around her, she'd given off a totally different impression than Cove did. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face, and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrists. I'm Kira Priest. You can call me Kira. Shake her hand. Alright, skip. Alright, we asked, what Cove say about me? Because she let loose that Cove's been talking shit about us at her house in Nevada. It wasn't shit. He was very nice about it, but no. We won't say that. We'll just say, nice to meet you too. Wait, what was that top? What are you doing? What are you doing here? To see my son? She doesn't even go here. Alright, skip. Happy that they let you go eat lunch with Kira and Cove. They don't know where to eat, so we list a couple favorites. So make Cove pick. It's okay, Cove. Tell us which one you want more. He mumbled sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for, too. With 2 votes in favor, 1 was right, it seemed it was settled. We can go there. You're welcome. Will you show us the way? I will show you the way. I want juice. Which flavor? I want apple this time. I think last time we picked lemonade, but I want apple. Some nice apple juice. Delicious. I don't have apple juice. I need to go to the store and get me some juice. I was actually at the store the other day and I just completely forgot. I have tea and I have water and that's about it. But juice is always good too. Okay, by continuing. Here, place the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself and it didn't go long before they were brought to the table and set in front of you. Alright, skip. Alright, she's asking us what we like to do. Spend time on art. Create digitally. And drawing. And games are fun to play. I like to play video games. And card games. Go to the beach each. Let's go get away. Look for seashells. Swim. Walk along the shore. Hang out with people. In the cove. Kira let out a sudden laugh and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Dae! What? I'm into my homies. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kira only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Kira smiled at Cove, who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. And I think that's it. I like music. I listen to a lot of it. I have an MP3 player at home though. My mom helped me put some music on. And I've seen some concerts. Oh, that's not true. I have never seen a concert. I don't think I really want to. I feel like it'd be hot. Like, how everything is, I feel like it'd be too hot. There's too many bodies pressed together. You know what I mean? I drank all my drink. Awesome. And that's it.
Thanks.
Oh, let's go back. Was that different? Ah, shit.
Thanks.
I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. So what exactly did Cove say about me? Kira laughed, holding a hand in front of her mouth. I can't tell you that. I didn't come all this way to embarrass my son. Too much. Kids are delicate at this age. She laughed again, and you glanced at Cove to see his reaction. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Alright, skip. Ask what she does. She likes to spend time with a boy and traveling. She lives in Nevada. We can't bring ourselves to ask the other questions. Why did you get divorced? We'll learn about that later. Okay, next. And Cove is busy sulking. We're going to... Let's make a silly... We flicked straw paper last time. That's what I would do in real life, but let's make a silly face this time. I'll try to, like, pick some different answers so we can actually get some different reactions. Along with, like, the new, like, route-specific dialogue, too. Gotta switch it up, you know? You stared at Cove until he glanced at you in annoyance. Then you lifted your nose with a finger and poked out your tongue. Blech. It took a couple of moments, but finally he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. You two seem really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Mom, why would you say that? We are cute. The cutest of homies, thank you very much. Very. Your meals were delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious, even Cove enjoyed his food. And delicioso skip. And I think Cove revealed to her that he didn't know she was arriving, so that's why he was kind of frazzled. She smoothed out her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. Goodbye. That's it. Okay, finally. I think we're going to go ahead and just do DEREKS DLC right first. Get that going, and then we'll quickly go through like the rest of the moments afterward. Sorry, I keep burping. Alright. So let me read this again. So to unlock... Oh my gosh. He also has a special epilogue in step 4. To unlock it, you need to fulfill these conditions. Play all 5 of DEREKS DLC moments. Completing story with Cove or by going alone is alright, so long as you finish the moment. Oh, I got confused last time they explained this, because I don't know, I guess I was confused because I said, if you go with Cove or going alone, that's fine. I was like, what? But so not with Derek? But no, it means like, just play Soiree. The Soiree moment. And that's it. There's nothing else to it, really. You just gotta finish the moment itself. Whoever you go with doesn't matter. But the rest we have to play to unlock it. And you gotta choose to remain in touch with Derek during step 3, of course. I shall play Derek's epilogue during step 4. You can only have one epilogue per playthrough, so yeah, we're not gonna play Cove's epilogue again. We don't have to worry about that. You can make another save on the... Oh, it lets you choose which epilogue to play. That's convenient, yeah. I swear, I read this the first time I saw it, but this is reminding me. DEREKS DLC can be a friendship or romance. Well, we're doing romance here. We're looking for love. Alright, so let's see. Did I already save? Yeah, okay. Yeah. So we do responsible, lemonade, soiree, siblings, or boardwalk. Alright. Y'all know the drill. Feel free to pick one if there's a specific one you want to see first. If not, I can bring up the number picker. I'll go ahead and bring that up just in case. So there's responsible, lemonade, soiree, siblings, and boardwalk. Siblings probably involves, you know, his siblings, obviously. Wow, Dae, what else would it involve? I don't know. But they all seem fun. Soiree is probably like the only one that we're gonna be the most familiar with, obviously, because we played Soiree moment with Cove. But this won't just be different because it's gonna be about Derek. I wonder if Derek will try to escape the country club and just run out into the golf course like Cove did. Interesting. Anything could happen. Alright, I'm gonna generate a random number. I'm not looking. Alright, it's 4. So we're gonna do siblings. Boop. Alright. You stretched your arms high as you stepped into the spot on your wooden floor where the last rays of sunshine landed, like a cat. The remaining warmth of the day was still enough to tickle your skin. You felt pleasantly full from dinner, and the only thing that was left on your plate was waiting for a knock. Derek closed your door as he came in behind you. You'd gotten to spend the afternoon together, and you knew his mom would arrive to pick him up any minute. Thanks for having me over, Dae. I mean, what were we supposed to do? Just kick you out of the house? Get back onto the street. Of course. But I hope you're not bummed that my mom's made Elizabeth do the dishes after you offered to. Sorry, you didn't have to do any work. Derek pressed his palms together, flipping each hand over and under in a loop. It could almost be viewed as a mock washing gesture, but he was probably being awkward. I just thought it'd be fair. I didn't help with the cooking. You're so sweet. You're so funny. You're too much. You're welcome to do my Well, Derek, if it bothers you that much, next time I have to do dishes, you can do them. Oh, no, you're sweet.
Aw.
Aw, thanks. Oh, Derek. Mr. Manners. But before you could settle in enough to even take a seat, a pounding set of thuds cracked the laid-back mood. Derek scrunched his limbs totally inward from the shock. Thank you, Pepsi, for the sippy and for the stretch break for 5 minutes. Alright, we have to take a pause. We just got into Derek's route, but that's okay. A stretch break is good. I have been sitting here all day, so I'm gonna go ahead and get a timer up. I'm gonna count me getting a drink as part of the stretch. I mean, it is stretching the legs, you know, walking around the house. So let me go ahead. Let me find my timer. Wherever it is. On my phone. There we go. Timer. 5 minutes starting now. Okay, we're good. Alright, if you, dear buds watching, if you've been sitting around or laying around all day, I encourage you to get up and get some stretch as well. It's good to move around the body at least a little bit. Get rid of those aches and pains. Alright, if I cut in and out, it's because the microwave hates my headset. It always, like, cuts it out. I'm gonna squat while I'm stretching, yeah. There we go. Thank you once again, Pepsi, for the sippy sippy. You better be sippy sippying too. A reminder for everybody to get their hydration. Okay, now we can actually do some like proper stretching instead of just walking. I mean, I needed a stretch break yesterday when I was building that detail cabinet. Because I remember I was like hunched over like a little gremlin on the ground trying to like screw things in. And then I like stood up and I could like really feel it in my back. So I like stretched my back backwards. Wow, backward. Stretch my back backwards. Wow. And it was like the first time I think I ever really like truly cracked my back. It felt pretty good. I felt a lot better. Oh my gosh, I'm out of breath now. I guess talking, you know, maybe it's just like talking and walking up the stairs is like a bad mix. Because every time I do it, I just get so out of breath afterward. That's why I need to do more stretch breaks, so I'm not out of breath when I'm just walking up the stairs. Gotta stretch and move around my hips. But I guess we can already guess at who these loud knocks are going to be. I wonder, I wonder. I mean, this moment is called siblings after all, but you never know. It could be something different. Okay, we got halfway through. I really need to figure out, like, proper stretches to, like, stretch my upper back, because I feel like that's where I get, like, the most pain. Because I guess that's just how I sit in my chair all day. Especially when, like, on my days off, like, the last 2 days. Just been, like, leading, like, slouching, like, so hard in my chair. While scrolling on the computer and doing all that work and stuff. Playing Minecraft. I'm so excited, though. I found this pretty good building tutorial for Minecraft, and I've been following along it. Like, it's a good build. I really like it. That's why I picked it. But oh my god. The guy is using creative mode to build it. And it's like, sir, I cannot use creative mode. This isn't my server. So while he's flying around doing the roof, I'm like trying to like stack like cobblestone and dirt. Trying to build it myself and follow along. It's just a mess. And he hasn't put in any stairs or any ladders or anything, so I have to put them in myself. It's like, just tell me. Just show me the inside, please. I can't get up there. But nah, it's okay. I chose the tutorial, so I'm going to stick with it. It's very nice. I keep saying I'm going to do Minecraft streams, but I never do. I don't know. I feel like I won't talk as much if I do Minecraft, but also Minecraft's kind of like... I guess it's kind of like if I did my art stream... When I do my art streams. Just like vibing around, just chatting with you guys. So, I mean, that wouldn't be bad. That'd be pretty good, actually. I don't know. But also, I'm not the one that can turn on the server. It's Shaggy or Jack, and I hate bothering them, but Shaggy's been yelling at me. I don't care, just tell me and I'll turn it on. So, I don't know, maybe I'll bug him one of these days to let me do a Minecraft stream, but we shall see. We shall see indeed. Maybe I'll show it to you guys after I finished it. Alright, got about 25 seconds. The last of our stretching. So if you've been doing it with me and you've been getting sick of it and just want to lay back down, don't worry. You're almost done. And if you're being a bunch of fakers and not stretching with me, how dare you? Everybody's got to get a good stretch in. Alright. All done. Alright, thank you once again, Pepsi, for the stretch break. Alright, let me move this over here. Okay. Back to this. You'd been keeping an ear out for that exact sound, but it was completely unnecessary. Tourists halfway across town would have missed that blare. The record was followed by the door Derek had so carefully closed moments ago roughly swinging open. Obviously the person on the other side wasn't Mrs. Suarez. It was your older sister. With a huff and an eye roll, she delivered a brief message as fast as she could spit it out.
Come on.
Derek's mom is here, and our mom made me come get you about it. Okay, we're coming. Why did you knock if you weren't going to give us a chance to answer? We got the message. Go do the... Okay, Elizabeth, we get it. Now go back to your previous task, thank you. Thanks for telling us. What a great messenger gal. What a great messenger gal. Thank you, Elizabeth. She gave you the stink eye, but didn't waste a single extra word on you. She giving us the side eye. The bombastic side eye. In one motion, she curled her fingers over the edge of the door, twisted around, and yanked the door shut. The books and boxes on your desk shelf shook. Derek's teeth clattered, too. He whispered to the grimace. He's like, shit. Why is she always that bitchy? I'm sorry for that. She's so rude. Want to trade Nicholas or George for her? I'll take both if you would. No, I don't know. From what we saw of them before, I'll take... Which one's... I'll take George. Yeah, give me George. George is the calm one, isn't he? I'll take that one. You go to frustration. Are your eardrums alright? You look like an embarrassment over your family. Yeah, I'm sorry for that. No worries, it's not your fault. She gets extra grouchy sometimes. Right now, for example. Derek's shoulders slowly eased down into their resting position, but his expression was pinched. He began to whisper while glancing the way your sister went. His voice was hushed, secretive. Secret? I want to hear. Almost afraid Elizabeth might slap the door open again and find out he was talking. You talking shit about me? Do you think it's about the dishes? Or... I don't know. You could only give a half-hearted answer. You struggle to understand why Elizabeth acted out the way she did a lot of the time. Listen, kid. It is what it is. Sometimes people just got to have bitchy days. It'd be like that. We've all had them. But your mom is waiting. We gotta go so you can get home. Right. Dae? Derek's mouth opened and closed without saying anything else. He lifted a hand to try gesturing, but dropped that without it going anywhere. It made you raise your eyebrow. Yeah? His bright green eyes squinted hard into the narrow slits, but you could still see the way they darted around. His gaze was trained on the ground, scanning across the floorboards, though everything that really mattered was probably inside his actual head.
Well,
I was wondering... He paused again. Derek's hands balled into tight fists. He let out a breath and finally asked a question. Spit it out, man. Are you busy tomorrow? You blinked. That was all? the anticlimactic? No. The simple answer still made Derek flinch. It might not be all.
Really?
No. Listen, I'm lazy. Really. Then he spread his fingers and arms out in a not quite a shrug. Would you want to come over to my house for the day? The tone of voice and pose he took was casual in a scripted way. He definitely wanted you to feel like it was totally optional and no problem if you turned him down. You couldn't tell if that was the end or just another point in the process, but you were going along for the ride. I can probably do that. I'd have to ask my mom's. Derek leaning closer, slowly opening his eyes wider. Some kind of suspense was growing. Alright. Why are you being so dramatic? He dipped his head in a tiny repetitive nods. The look on his face went distant again, the way it did when he was thinking deeply. And finally, he flung his hands up to complete the shrug, and spoke the question he'd been stalling on. Oh, the real question. Would you want to come over tonight instead and sleep over? We could, like, camp out in my living room. It'd be fun. Our own little party. Oh, that's now that's a big question there. I mean, it's a little last minute. Do that thing that parents say where, like, you ask in front of the other person. It's like, can we sleep over? It's like, Now the nervousness made sense to you. Now you were the one feeling nervous. You were completely stunned. Your confusion was compounded. You almost laughed. It absolutely tickled you. Okay, let's see. How are we feeling? Derek, who we have a crush on in this universe, has asked us to sleep over. Honestly, in real life, if somebody just spontaneously asked me to sleep over, I would kind of like panic a little bit. I'd be like, you need to give me like 3 to 5 business days to process that question, and then I'll get back to you. And it most likely might be no. But, you know, in this reality where I don't have that confliction, you know, it makes sense why he was nervous now. Now the nervousness made sense to you. I know it's pretty out of nowhere. If you can't make it or don't wanna or anything, I'm totally cool with it. I want to. Hopefully my moms will let me. Let's do it. Yeah, but why? Why you want to sleep over? 'Cause we're friends? You not happily in agreement? Would your parents be able to manage that? I don't know, maybe. No, we want to. Hopefully they'll let us.
Awesome.
Awesome. Come on, we'll ask right now. Yeah, definitely. My mom was waiting for us. Asking them both in front of each other. Oh my gosh. They're like, shit, now we can't say no. It's a perfect plan. The two of you left your bedroom and bounded down the stairs one after the other. Your warm greeting came as you hit the landing point on the first floor. Hello, Derek and Dae. Your two moms and Derek's one mom were gathered in the entryway of the living room. Derek reached a hand out towards her and waved it. Hey, Mom. Hi, it's nice to see you, Mrs. Suarez. After smiling at him and at you, Derek's mom turned her head over her shoulder to speak to your parents. Thank you again for taking care of him. Mother... Derek uncharacteristically broke polite decorum by interrupting his mom. Got her attention and she let him speak. Oh my god. Derek, your manners. They're slipping. I had something I wanted to ask you. You and Mrs. Ursa. Oh? What is it, sweetie? Oh, well, what is it? He had the attention and encouragement of all three mothers. On this stage, Derek didn't beat around the bush the way he did before.
Please?
I was wondering if Dae could come with us and spend the night at my house. Please? He knew your moms well enough to foresee potential concerned reactions, and so Derek sped through his extra terms to make sure they heard that part before answering. We'd set up in the living room instead of my room, and my parents and brothers would still be around. People could keep an eye on us. Oh, look at them. Look at everybody's faces. They're like, I don't know. As expected, Mom and Ma weren't instantly thrilled. They were shocked by the possibility. And while he was successful in avoiding the first obvious pitfall, your mom still had a completely different apprehension to fret about.
I don't know.
That's pretty last minute. You're about to walk out the door. Yeah, that's kind of like... That's like the biggest thing. You're literally leaving and going to get in the car. We couldn't have Dae impose. Derek's mom stayed strangely silent after he popped the question. She fixed a stare at her son, crossed her arms against her chest, and shook her head at him. But the shake didn't mean no. It had another meaning that maybe only a Saurus could get. Still, she smiled. Oh, thank you, Jack, for the sippy. Delicious. We can find a place for date tonight, if there's no family conflict with that, and they would like to come over, of course. Oh, she's chill about it. She's like, alright. Honestly, with having 3 kids and one of them being that rambunctious scout, Nicholas, she's probably like used to like unexpected things occurring. So she's just going with the flow. She's like, alright, let's go then. You want to sleep over? We'll sleep over. Hold on, I have to say I'm first in Jack's stream. And I'm lurking. There we go. Jack's frozen. I'm sure it's fine. Okay, back here. Both of your moms turned their faces right towards one another on instinct. They were astounded that Derek's mom didn't mind. Huh. Mom scratched her head over it. Derek had made a huge request with no advance warning, and Mrs. Suarez had 3 children to care for already. It seemed unreasonable to her. For your ma, however, a light began to sparkle in her eyes, and when she noticed you looking, she held your gaze. Dae, do you want to go? I do. Ma wrapped both her arms around one of her wife's.
In that case,
I see. I think that would be alright. Just this time. Really? My mom's like, huh? Are you sure about that? Your mom sputtered. She clearly hadn't gotten to that page of the script. Mom got an encouraging pat on the head, on the top of her hand, for her trouble. I thought it was on her head. It's like, there, my dear wife, it's okay. She remained absolutely perplexed, mouth wide open, eyes wide. Mom could only process enough to realize that she'd become the odd mom out. She probably didn't know exactly why she was doing it, but Mom turned to look at you. Pack it up, Dae. Get the fuck out of here. You wouldn't want to keep them waiting. You snapped your gaze to Derek. He'd done the same. The two of you shared a matching look of astoundment. It was almost identical to the gesture your moms had made when Mrs. Suarez first accepted Derek's proposition.
thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. and Mrs. Ursa. Yes! The deal was finalized with a crisp clap from Mrs. Suarez. Pamela is right. You should get what you'll need for the night. You're coming along for the ride. I'll help. Neither of you gave them time to change their minds. You ran back to your room and began to pack in a whirlwind. As you shoved clothes into a backpack, Derek hovered in the center of the room. He fissured with his energy that was going unused. Can you give me a spare toothbrush? There's extra for traveling in the hall closet.
I'm on it.
Gotcha. He was gone in a flash. You took only the very basics. You made sure to get the basics and something you personally couldn't go without. Yes. Oh. Games. Maybe. Pencils and paper. A favorite stuffed animal. A book. A bag of... Oh, I don't do makeup. A ball. Your camera. Okay, I'd probably pick either the gaming console or the stuffed animal. Can we only pick one? Well, if I have to choose between the gaming console and the stuffed animal, I'd pick the stuffed animal. Hands down. I love stuffed animals. You made a note in your head to ask your mom to tell Cove where you'd be, since there wasn't time to explain it in person. Oh my gosh, Cove's gonna like crawl up to our window, knock on the door, and like no one's home. Then you remembered a conversation you had with him that morning. He had plans the next day and wouldn't be around for a lot of it anyway. Derek's invite had come at a convenient time. I wonder if... You know, I feel like Derek's probably the kind of person that would already, like, try to figure out that kind of information. You know? Like, this is like a calculated move. But like in the most, like, pure way. If you know what I mean? Like, maybe he, like, talked to Ko about it. He's like, oh, what are your plans for the weekend? He's like, oh, not much, but on this day, I'm going to be kind of busy, so I won't be in the neighborhood much. He's like, oh, okay. And then he's like, I'm going to ask Dae to sleep over the day before. Or something like that. I feel like he would do that. Just to make sure, like, there's no, like, inconvenience as much as possible. So, like, scoping it out, being a little sussy, but in, like, a wholesome way. If that makes sense. Of course, this could also just be a coincidence, but you know, it is what it is. Derek returned in a sprint, a toothbrush held over his head in triumph. With a grin, you threw it into the overnight bag. That was enough to get you by for a short trip. You zipped it up, hooked it around your shoulder, and went out the door. You checked off the final requirements to leave. For the second time in a matter of minutes, you rushed down your stairs in a flurry of steps with Derek close enough that you almost stumbled into him. At the bottom, you came to stand in front of the mom group. We're ready!
Good night.
Perfect. Good luck, kiddos. Have a great time. Gently, rhythmically, Ma ran her hand over your hair. All her precious hopes for your safety and happiness ebbed from her fingertips into you. The special Ma powers.
Take care.
Good night, Dae. Take care. I will, and thanks. Mrs. Suarez and Derek gave their own goodbyes, and afterwards they returned to the minivan that had brought them here. And then, almost unbelievably, you slid into the vehicle with them to go on the impromptu sleepover. The chill of the squeaky leather against your hands and the persistent smell of animal cracker crumbs kept you grounded in reality. Animal crackers. I like animal crackers. I actually haven't had an animal cracker in such a long time. Where's my tablet pen? Sorry, that was kind of like random. Oh, here it is. I have a little spot where I keep it, but it wasn't there. There we go. But yeah, I haven't had animal crackers in such a long time. I should get some next time I go to the store. Where I get my apple juice too. Wow, animal crackers and apple juice. We love to see it. A perfect combination. Derek bounded against the seat back like a kid on a roller coaster and clicked his belt into place for the ride back to his condo. You strapped into. You never could have imagined the evening taking you down this literal and metaphorical road, but you were eager to find out what happened next. The sun continued to sink as Derek's Swan drove down the highway. When you arrived at your destination, so had night. The condo complex was nicely lit and well maintained. The three of you easily made your way up to Derek's house and went right in. Slipping her set of jangling keys onto a nearby wall hook, Mrs. Suarez called out into the hall from the empty living room. "We're home!" Oh wait, the other three aren't gonna know we're here. They're gonna come out and look at us and be like, "What are you doing here? When did we get an extra child?" Your unfortunate ears were slammed by the second sibling caused commotion of that evening. Oh my god, he yelling. The little car shirt. Nicholas tore out of his bedroom and thundered across the floor until he had his arms gripped around his big brother's legs. Even with all the force of 6-year-old Nicholas could muster, it was hardly a bump against Derek. He absorbed the impact calmly, giving his little sibling a pat on the head for his troubles. Yeah, we're back. The two remaining boys of the family came from the same room at a snail's pace in comparison to the first, but soon enough Mr. Suarez and George were with you too.
Welcome back.
Welcome home. George rubbed a growing sleepiness from one eye. He took in the scene with undisguised confusion. Why? Why is Dae here? Hi, I've come to visit. I'm sleeping over. You looked down and waited for someone to explain. What do you mean? What are you talking about? I live here. No, you don't, Mom. She answered matter-of-factly. Dae is staying over with us tonight. George clamped his mouth shut. He might have had something to say about the spur-of-the-moment plans, but was obedient enough to not argue with his mother. Mr. Suarez, however, had a childlike glee in his expression. Very good. Oh my god, they're just going with the flow. They're like, oh, potential fun. Here we go. Derek cut into his dad's excitement with a reply a little too soon. He had completely normal words to say, but it had been put on fast forward. Yeah, it's great. Thanks, Dad. Anyway, we're going to camp out in the living room. Can we borrow the tent? Derek's hands were balled into fists and held up near his collarbone, overzealously, kind of protectively. His father looked down at him with a familiar, serene expression. You knew that exactly where you'd seen it before when Mr. Suarez placed his hand on top of Derek's head. He took care of Derek the same way Derek cared for Nicholas. Aw, that's where he learned it from his dad. That's sweet. We'd love to see it. Healthy family habits. Of course. And the gesture worked the exact same charm on Derek. His shoulders relaxed. His expression softened shyly. The pounding nerves that had been building faded. Camping? Nicholas shouted without warning. The entire exchange had held no interest with the youngest one until that moment. That's right, Nico. Derek reached down and carefully placed his hands on Nicholas's shoulders to nudge him off. Nicholas went willingly, giddily repeating the same word, this time in amazed confirmation rather than as a question. Camping! With a thumbs up, Derek stood tall. The plan was in motion. Dae, you can put your bag down and sit if you want to. I'll go grab some other stuff. When moving past you, Derek took a second to lean in and whisper a lighthearted reassurance.
It's okay.
The little bros will go to bed before we do, and Mom is going to be watching them tomorrow. You're not here to babysit the whole time. Okay, cool. Say good. Imagine he invites us to sleep over. It's like, okay, now you babysit them. He's like, you gonna make me babysit? For free? I don't think so. The whole group broke off into 3 sets. Derek ran into his room with Nicholas right on his heels, while Mr. and Mrs. Suarez left the space to the kids, returning to their own bedroom. You and George stayed where you were. George shuffled over to the kitchen counter to sit on a bar stool. He wasn't helping, but he wasn't getting in the way. Then you took your own seat on the couch and got to unpacking. The first thing you pulled out of the bag was your stuffed animal. You placed that on the coffee table for safekeeping. Uh-oh. I don't know if you should put that out right in front of Nicholas. I feel like Nicholas could kind of get a little greedy and try to take it. I'd keep that safely in the backpack until they went to bed. In my opinion. You kept busy sorting through it all until Derek returned with the goods. 2 pillows were under each of his arms. He had a few brightly patterned blankets draped over his shoulders, and the rope loop of a big nylon pack was hooked around his wrist. Nicholas supported the effort by carrying one long pillow. He clutched tight to his chest as best he could, considering the pillow was about as long as his whole torso. Derek piled up the supplies on the opposite side of the couch from where you were. Nicholas opened his arms wide to let his pillow drop to the floor in a soft puff. It made Derek chuckle proudly.
Okay.
I'm gonna put together the tent. Nicholas, George, do you want to help?
I'll help.
I'm gonna...
put together the tent.
Okay, I was like, oh. Sometimes they'll just say like the first few words, but the rare occasion they'll actually say the whole sentence, so that caught me off guard. He looked so evil when he said that, what the fuck? Nicholas bounced around Derek in absolute eagerness. In the distance, George pushed away from the counter.
Yeah.
Why does he look so shocked? His expression was flat and wide-eyed, but there was a hopeful rise in his voice as he got up from the bar stool. I'm helping too. Let's do it. The declaration made you, Derek, Nicholas, and George get to work making heads and tails of the tent. Derek yanked open the cinched-in top of the pack while he walked to the furthest spot in the living room. Everyone followed his lead. He pushed the semicircle basket chair up against the edge of the counter wall so the tent could go there instead. Derek dumped the contents of the bag onto the cream rug. He leaned over on one foot while kicking the other in the air to reach over and grab the instructions that fell out with the rest of the materials. He scanned over the steps briefly, but it was only a refresher. Derek was able to get right into the process. Nicholas was assigned pole control. He kept watching the pile, not letting any roll away, and would pass the tent legs over when they were needed. Stretching the fabric out took the rest of you. You, George, and Derek each grabbed a side and tugged. Derek had to squeeze himself against the tall potted plant in the corner. He snickered at the way the leaves curled around his face. Despite that, you got the tent laid out across the ground. The first time Nicholas got to pass a pole, it slapped against the wall in the tiny space you were working in. George covered his ears and ducked. Derek snatched the end out of the air before it could do more damage. The little boy promised to be more careful. He got to keep his job and took it seriously. He wasn't fired quite yet. Piece by piece, the project slowly took shape until it was finally complete. The small, light gray tent sat in its full form nestled into the nook of the living room.
Good job, team.
Alright, good job, everybody. As if he'd yelled into a cave, an echo of his words followed after. Good job. Nicholas threw his hands in the air with joy. George simply smiled, satisfied. Thanks for the help, everyone. It's a beauty. You applauded the success. I'm impressed we didn't break it. Honestly, me too. Derek stuck his fist into his hips and gave the team an encouraging grin. Now we can actually do the indoor camping part of this living room camp out. Derek strolled up to the cabinet in the corner. He pulled open the translucent doors to fiddle around with something inside. A poppy tune blared out. He turned on a CD player. Ooh, we got some jams on now. Nicholas leapt onto the couch and swung his arms into the air to dance. George swayed his shoulders to the bubblegum notes. Their big brother wasn't done yet. He made a beeline for the kitchen cupboard next. This time, the mood setter Derek retrieved was a pillow-sized bag of puffy marshmallows. Catch! That was the only warning before he sent the marshmallows sailing across the room in a perfect arc. George managed to snatch it from the air without a problem. The top of the bag was twisted around and sealed with a blue clip. The upward side was stretched from the process of twisting and untwisting repeatedly, and had been well appreciated so far. George undid the clip and set it aside on the coffee table. His tongue pressed against the corner of his lips as he dug his hand deep into the bag for just the right one. Nicholas tilted over from the cushion and into the bag to fill his tiny fist with 2 marshmallows. He crushed them between his fingers, the fluffy confection squeezing through the cracks. It really was a party. Oh my gosh, Derek breaking out the marshmallows is a true party now. It's gonna get crazy. Derek put his hand on the cupboard handle and shouted to you over the music. Do you like marshmallows? Well, okay, so for my answer, me, personally, I do like marshmallows. I don't like just plain marshmallows, though. I like it when it's like a... what is it? When they're, like, warm and, like, s'mores. Or I like the marshmallow fluff. But, like, just marshmallows as is. I don't... Well, they're not bad. Oh, that's, like, literally the first option there, too. They're not bad. But it's not, like... my favorite, if that makes sense. I don't think I've ever reached for a bag of marshmallows and just took a marshmallow out and ate it. You know what I mean? But yeah, they're not bad. Yeah, you poke one out of the bag and ate as your answer. No, but thank you. Ew, you shook your head apologetically as your answer. They're not bad. I'd like one, but I don't need any. I'm gonna eat a bunch. Yeah, I'd like one. We have one for nibbling. It wasn't something you wanted to eat most days, but this night was the right time for marshmallows. Yeah. That's a good. That's what I would probably do. Yeah. The cupboard doors swung closed, and nothing was there to obstruct your view of the bright grin on his face anymore. He finally joined the rest at base camp, which was the couch at the moment. George, give me one of those too. Without even one warning, George simply flicked a marshmallow at his brother, and same as before, Derek grabbed it in midair. He bit one piece out of the top edge, chewing it thoughtfully. There's no TV while camping, so having a sleepover movie wouldn't make sense. With a swallow of a marshmallow and a snap of his fingers, Derek empathetically declared a grand idea. We'll play an ad-lib game, I'll make up a story, and the three of you can fill in some blanks to make it complete. Ooh! George rolled a shoulder passively. He had finished his first treat and was poking around for another perfect selection. Okay. Nicholas smiled a big white smile, but it wasn't just pearly teeth. His entire mouth was full of marshmallow mush. Ew. Ugh. He took that reaction as a yes. The little ones were on board. I'm up for that. Alright, let me think. We need a noun, a thing you can drive or ride on, a shape, a color, a food, and a drink. I don't remember what he said. That was a long list. Nicholas gulped painfully, forcing down way too much marshmallow goop all at once, but he wouldn't let anyone beat him to the punch. A truck! A truck! Nicholas's eyes were wide. He was practically vibrating from the sugar high mixed with the chance to add a truck to the story. Derek rubbed his back placatingly. That's the ride. George? The little child plucked at the frayed plastic edge of the marshmallow bag. It might have taken him longer to come up with something than the youngest, but he did contribute an idea. Blue. Cool, we've got a color. Day. Ooh. The noun for the food, the drink, the shape. Don't worry about me letting them choose. No, this is my game to play. Chloe shook her hand to signal Derek to move past you. No, I'm playing the game. Let's pick the food. You type in a food. There's so many foods I could pick from. I ate mac and cheese today, so I'll put down mac and cheese. Mac and cheese. I can't say it. Mac and cheese. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I know how to spell. Gotcha. He shifted his focus back to the boys. Derek's expression and the entire way he carried himself was different when speaking to them. It reminded you of a teacher interacting with his students. George, Nicholas, give me some more words. Hexagon.
Nice.
Ooh, good one. That's a shape. Apple juice.
Cool.
Perfect. There's a drink. Derek continued to warmly watch over his little siblings, but the words he spoke were for you. Dae, you're giving us the last one. A noun. Yeah, the noun should be... Okay. What should the noun be? A person... A noun is a person, place, or thing, right? Listen, it's been a while since I've been in school. A word, other than a pronoun, you said it right. Any class of people, places, or things. Or to name a particular one of these. Okay. So, can I say bear, or is that... Does that count as a thing? It does count as a thing. Okay, yeah. I'm just gonna say bear. Who cares? Who cares if it ain't right? Bear. Bear. The expression somehow softened even more. Also, when his eyes softened as a mention of a bear, Derek pulled his chest back and folded his arms. He smirked, brows angled, and eyes squinted.
Alright.
I can now tell you the story of Baby Castle. What the fuck? Nicholas stamped his feet rapidly into the couch. He was absolutely squealing from the premise alone. Baby Castle? Yes, that's right. In a big open field, there was the stone fortress that was Baby Castle. Everyone who lived there was a little baby, but they didn't need any adults. Their greatest treasure was a giant golden bear as the center of the courtyard. Hell yeah. I want to live there. They were always vigilant to protect it from the greedy hands of grown-ups. George snorted. His mouth and cheeks began to pull upwards. Then one day, someone came to the gates of the castle in their truck. It was a man, not a baby or even a kid. He had a hexagon-shaped head, ew, and a fancy top hat. He was knocking on the door, demanding to be let in. They were just babies, and they needed supervision. It was a blue alert, and the guards were rushing to their stations. The first line of defense was their mac and cheese catapult. No, don't waste the mac and cheese. Mac and cheese is for eating, not for fighting. It was loaded up and then fired. Bullseye. The mac and cheese knocked the top hat off of his head, but the hexagon-faced man wasn't deterred. He used his giant grown-up legs to climb over the wall. There was panic in the castle. He had to be after their golden bear. Derek shifted his weight from foot to foot with precision. His hands had gone up in front of him with his palms facing forward. He looked like the goalie of a soccer game. But the babies weren't beaten yet. The squirt gun battalion lined up, and as soon as the adult stepped foot on the other side, he was pelted with apple juice. He stumbled back, and the gatekeepers opened the door while he was blinded. He got pushed right out and back onto his truck. The guards gave one more shove, and the man with his truck, and without his hat, slid down the hill and far away. The castle was saved. The babies and their bear were still free. Hooray! The end. How did he come up with that whole premise and the words that he would need for the story, for the game, in that short amount of time? I would be stuck on that for like days. It's like, oh my god, how do I not only the story premise, but how do I put in the blanks so that other people can fill? Oh my gosh, Derek's so creative like that. Go for you, Derek. A matching pair of cheers filled the air. Nicholas and George were thrilled by the yarn Derek had spun for them. You applauded the grand conclusion of the tale of Baby Castle 2. It was a pretty dumb story, but very cute how Derek could interchange brothers. You snickered into your hand just as amused as George and Nicholas. Also impressed you how well Derek could improvise. Yeah, that is impressive. He was a guy of many talents. He's not just a sport jock, he's also a storyteller as well. The living room campsite blowout kept rolling from there. Derek turned the music up louder, making sure to skip any track that didn't fit the mood. George and Nicholas swung across the floor to dance. They threw marshmallows in the air and tried catching them with their mouths, and when they got old, they tried to see who could fit the most in their mouth at one time. Derek grew to the beat and tapped his toes around as he collected the treats they missed, picked up the pillows they knocked to the floor, and patted back from their stuffed faces made them cough. But he wasn't only Mr. Responsible. Derek took his own shot at the marshmallow mouthful competition and blew his little brothers out of the water. You danced along with the boys, you were a new challenger in the marshmallow game, you threw your own marshmallows into the air, you took a turn telling your own ad-lib. No, I'm too stupid for that. We gotta dance, we're gonna do some dancing. Just dance. You took it to the left, and shimmy to the right. To the left! To back now, yo. Just put on the cha-cha slide. If this is gonna be a true dance party, you gotta put on the cha-cha slide. Or the Cupid shuffle. Nicholas took hold of your hand and wiggled your arms together. The chain was extended, and when Derek took George's hand and nudged him to take yours, you made a massive wave that ebbed through the whole group. As the night continued, Derek moved on from the party hotspot to chill out inside the tent. He was on his side, propped up by his elbow. It took a few minutes for Nicholas to notice his brother's disappearance from his sightlines. You knew the moment it happened. He'd been bounding from cushion to cushion on the couch but came to a firm stop, sticking his feet deep in place. A helpless pout flickered on Nicholas's face before it almost instantly curved into a sly grin. Nicholas knew where he could find his favorite person. He leapt from the arm of the couch to land at the entrance of the tent. From there, he sprung forward like a shot straight into Derek, shoving him over onto his back with an oof. Derek didn't get up. He flopped his arms out and laid motionless. 3, 2, 1. Derek was down for the count. Nicholas was the winner. Nah, damn. Got caught by the ambush. Claiming his victory, Nicholas curled up on Derek's flattened chest. He tuckered himself out. He's asleep now. He's tired. You sat stretched out on a blanket inside the tent. You sat and balled up on the blanket inside the tent. You lay down on the blanket inside the tent. You sat stretched out on the floor near the tent. No, we're inside the tent. I'm laying down. I'm sleepy. George wandered over to sit down cross-legged. He had one shoulder in the tent and the rest of him was out. Derek's eyes drooped closed and he heaved a satisfied sigh.
Sheesh.
I'm too old to keep up with you bros. You can party way harder than me. Derek's gonna have to look into a retirement home. He's getting too old for this. He could still muster enough energy to move a hand over his brother's fluffy, marshmallow-speckled hair. The little boy snuggled his cheek into Derek's jersey even more. Still cross-legged, George took hold of his ankles and rocked himself gently back and forward. The childlike position conflicted how contemplative his next words were.
I wonder what things will be like when we really are older.
Oh. The brother with the most days behind him smiled softly while his eyes remained shut. With the most days behind him. Oh my god, we're gonna sound like he's ancient. That's easy. 10 years from now, I'm gonna be a famous athlete. Nicholas will obviously be the cheer captain in all my games. Derek earned a squealing giggle from Nicholas. He even kicked a leg out like a puppy who got a tummy scratch. George, you'll be my career manager. George stopped his movement, sitting a little taller. A smile pooled at the edges of his mouth.
Obviously.
Dae will be there too. I was about to say, what if George was like, I don't want to be your career manager. You seemed happy, and I'll be there too. That perked your own interest. Yeah, I'll be on the same sports team. Whatever it is. I'll be Derek. Trophy spouse, damn. I would? What would I be doing? Oh yeah, I'll be on the competing team, whatever it is. I'll take care of the merchandising. You wait for him to keep. Ooh, what? Okay, I'm leaning towards either the trophy spouse or asking him. Oh yeah, what am I gonna do then? What do you guys think we should ask? Trophy spouse or what would I be doing? I'm gonna get a coin flipper up in case no one wants to pick. Let's see, coin flip. Okay, how about we make trophy spouse heads and we'll make like the question tails. I almost forgot. Alright, flip. It's tails, okay. What would I be doing? You'd be achieving your dreams. Wow, so vague. Then his voice drifted off quietly. And the four of us would all be neighbors. Aw, he wants to be our neighbor. Your heart skipped a beat. He wanted to live next to you. He wanted you to be a part of his future. Derek, George, and Nicholas. You glanced at each of their faces and felt glad you got to be here. You went to different schools, lived in different towns, had different families, but sometimes you were able to share your worlds with each other. Oh, listen. I forgot about that. That makes it even more sweet. Maybe someday Derek's story would come true, and you'd be even closer. But that time wasn't now, and all too soon, the Sora's parents reappeared to take their younger children off for bed in their own room. Despite nearly being asleep already, Nicholas grasped Derek's shirt when his dad reached in to pick him up. Derek kept his one hand on Nicholas's head and pressed the other against the floor, slowly shifting into a sitting position. Nicholas's vice-like grip made it easy to do without either of them falling over. When he was upright, Derek collected his little brother in his arms fully and shuffled out of the tent. This is pretty cool, huh, Nico? Usually I'm all the way in my room, but tomorrow all you'll have to do is open the door, look down the hall, and I'll be there. Derek whispered soothingly on the path to the back bedroom, putting to bed not just the oh my god, let me start over. I don't know why, I'm getting like all out of breath as I'm narrating. Let me take a nice deep breath. Derek whispered soothingly on the path to the back bedroom, putting to bed not just the delicate bundle he carried, but also the likely resistance the boy would have put up. George trailed behind his other brothers. He didn't need the extra help, but Derek stood in place. He didn't move until the middle one could come up by his side. Altogether, the three Sora's sons went through the door. He waited in the living room quietly. Maybe a minute or two passed before Derek switched off with his parents. He came out empty-handed, and they went in. He took wide tiptoeing steps over to the campsite. His sleepiness from before was wiped away by a second wind of excitement. Derek made it back to the tent and put a hand to his mouth, watching the hall like a hawk for any sign of his family.
It's all good.
We've got to change into our pajamas, but we don't have to go to sleep for real. You got to your feet, his eagerness rubbing off on you. The both of you quietly bustled between the bathroom and living room, finishing all last-minute prep. Derek's parents lingered at the edge of the hallway until both of you and Derek were completely set. PJs on, teeth brushed, the works. Good night, Derek and Dae. Sleep well. Enjoy the great outdoors of the living room. Night, Mom. Night, Dad. And, oh, I have to say it. Good night. Don't let the bed bugs bite. Imagine they're like, you think we have bed bugs? Mr. Suarez hit the light. The condo blinked into darkness. There were footsteps, silence, and the click of a door opening and shutting. Excuse me. Ugh, stop it. Oh, this place looks so pretty. I'd like to live here. Is that a toaster oven? I want that. His parents had returned to their own bedroom, this time to turn in for the rest of the night. With the opening and intermission over, part 2 of the Derek and Dae at-home adventure out could begin. Derek went from sitting up perfectly straight, ready for some non-existent interview, to dropping forward onto his stomach. He squirmed around using his elbows. The effort fluttered the tent and blankets, making a soft crinkling sound. When he had positioned himself facing you, Derek rested his head against the top of one fist. He grinned keenly. The rest of his family might have been right across the condo, but this was still the first chance to talk just between yourselves since the sleepover started. He'd been waiting for it. Hey, Dae. His cheeks lifted high enough to push up the bottom of his eyes as he whispered with a childlike sense of secret sharing.
So...
I was wondering, if we were being completely serious, what would you want to be doing in the future? Do you have, I don't know, a goal? Or a dream? Let's see, do we have a dream? Yeah, I do. No, not really. You nodded without a word. You shook your head at the question. My dream is exactly what you were saying before. I am serious about that. Ooh. It's very intense, but when he was talking about, he said, "You be achieving your dreams and we be neighbors." And, yeah, I'm gonna be doing that. Yeah, but what's the dream you're achieving though? And I do. I want to learn a lot. I will be famous. I like to help people. I want to make a lot of money. Hopefully, I'll be able to create things. Ooh, But it's a secret. It's a secret. You'll never know. I really want to actually feel like I'm a responsible adult. It would be amazing. Ooh, it would be amazing to fall in love. As an adult, I don't want to travel. I want to be very skilled. This is pretty close. I want to be able to create things. I bet it'd be amazing. Oh, I can pick multiple things. I want to make a lot of money, too. I can get that. He's like, money. I want to be very skilled. Same. And I want to fall in love. Yeah. Oh. I think I've hit something there. Yeah, that sort of thing. Cool. Thanks for telling me. No problem. Derek contemplatively rolled over on his back. The arm that held his chin up was now tucked under his head for support there instead. His eyes never broke away from yours, despite flipping upside down. He could move as freely as he wanted and was taking full advantage of that. When his siblings were around, he had to work with 8 limbs and 2 heads thanks to Nicholas's literal attachment to him. And that got your train of thought fully on the track of siblings. You opened your mouth and said, "I wish I had a little sibling, God no. I'm so glad I'm the youngest of my family. I wonder what it'd be like to be an only child. I wish my older sibling was as nice as you are. I wish I had a second big sibling. Siblings are complicated." It's complicated. That's true. Derek made a valiant attempt to nod along from his lopsided position. Agreed. Do you ever wish you had a big sibling? How does it feel to be the oldest? Would you want more or fewer siblings? Ooh, that's kind of... Do you wish you had less siblings? Which one would you want to get rid of? George and Nicholas. I think we all know who it is. How does it feel to be the oldest? Busy, I guess. Derek chuckled. It's kind of like a part-time job. I've got to look out for them. My parents aren't always making me do that, but I feel like I've always got to do it. That makes sense. Sorry. Don't be, it's all good. The air in the near-complete darkness had felt more uncomfortable, but the atmosphere began to change. It was too subtle to say exactly why, but enough for you to notice. Dae. Derek reversed his position again, getting on his stomach. His arms were crossed over the floor in front of him, and he rested his cheek down against them. Derek's eyes were on the ground, too.
Was it annoying?
Would it be weird to ask if you're having fun? No, it wouldn't. Too late, you've already made... It's already weird, man. It's too late for that now. I'm having fun. Are you having fun? Why are you asking? You looked at me incredulously. I am having fun. Yeah, that's great. He clicked his heels together in a rhythm, soft taps and rustling of the blanket. 1, then 2, and 3, 4 in quick succession, and it repeated again. Derek mumbled into his forearm. I was just really hoping this would be a nice time. The pensive look on his face, the tension in his tone, and your heart pounding harder. Everything felt very serious. It's nothing. The squeezing pain in your chest eased, though somehow it was more of a disappointment than a relief. But Derek sprung up on his palms, bringing his head up to your level and beaming directly at you. Have you watched anything cool recently? George and I have been showing Nicholas a lot of great stuff he couldn't see before because he was too little when they came out. He kicked the ball in a new direction and had too high of a defense for you to maneuver it back, but that was alright. You could talk to Derek about anything. You and Derek continued to bounce from topic to topic. You quietly spoke your thoughts out into the air while hidden away from the rest of the world in your camp. They went on through the night until, before you realized that your eyes were opening to the morning sunlight. Good morning! But there was no peace in There was no peace in the morning in Derek's household. It's morning! After giving his war cry, Nicholas barreled from his room and catapulted himself into the tent. Derek wrestled with Nicholas on the blankets in a tickle fight. It was a memorable way to begin the day. For breakfast, there was a cupboard full of different cereals and instant oatmeal packets to choose from, plus fruits, berries, and nuts to top it with if you wanted. Each bowl was prepared to its own specifications, either by themselves or by Mrs. Suarez for those too little to reach everything. You got... Oh, what do I want? Fruity cereal, chocolate cereal. You got Rice Krispies in here? Cereal with marshmallows, plain cereal, plain oatmeal, strawberries and cream oatmeal, maple oatmeal, cinnamon oatmeal, peach oatmeal, apple oatmeal. I don't think I really like oatmeal. I've only tried it once, and I didn't like it, but that could also be amounted to me not making it correctly, you know? So, I don't know. I tried it. Didn't work out. Cereal's always safe, though. Let's see. We could do fruity chocolate or cereal with marshmallows. I eat Rice Krispies, so that's kind of just like plain boring cereal. Oh, wait. That's plain cereal right there. I'll just do plain cereal. And, ooh. I don't add any fruit to my... Or add peanut butter to cereal? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, the fruits, yeah, I can see it. The chunks, yeah, but peanut butter? I don't know, that doesn't sound good to me. That's all I want. That's all I want. Plain cereal. Derek chuckled, blowing on the steam of his freshly cooked oatmeal. Glad someone's using that. You checked, and he was right. Every Soares had chosen oatmeal that morning. Stirring her own hot bowl of oats, Mrs. Soares joined the conversation. Dad eats it, and... Derek's mom leaned over the edge of the marble counter so she could whisper to you. So does Nico, as a snack when Derek isn't home. Oh. You glanced on the hallway, expecting Derek's dad to come join the family soon, but Mrs. Soares let you know how Mr. Soares very sneakily went past you a couple hours ago when you were sleeping. Derek swallowed a spoonful of peach oatmeal with blueberries to note how his dad had to commute. Derek's mom nodded before moving the conversation forward. I'll take you home in the evening. The younger ones can stay with Mr. Soares then. You'll have a peaceful ride. Your moms know it'll be a little late. We worked it out yesterday while you were packing. I'll be out running errands until then. I will be bringing you the kids. You two can enjoy your time however you choose. Ooh.
Is that fun?
That is fun. Man, these parents really have no restrictions at all. They're not really that strict. And yet the kids are very kind as well. I mean, Nicholas is Nicholas, but the other two are pretty well behaved and mannered. So yeah. Their parenting style is very different from how our moms parent us. I mean, they're both loving, of course, so that's all that really matters. Love your kids. Show you love your kids. Derek stuck a spoon towards the ceiling and gave you a thumbs up from his bar stool. Yeah, that sounds good. Derek put his other fist on the counter. Double thumbs up. Soon you learned another new thing about Derek's family. His dad commuted very early, and all hands were tasked with cleaning up, whether they were guests or not. Ooh. The five of you made quick work of breakfast. Then Mrs. Soares, with some more assistance from Derek, corralled George and Nicholas into the minivan to act as helpers during her daily tasks. George could properly fulfill that role, while Nicholas was more of an honorary helper who still needed more support than he gave. The title was still exciting enough for him to release Derek for 1 minute so he could be strapped into his car seat for the drive. From one job to another, you and Derek were left alone to put the living room back into its proper order. First, your belongings were collected and put aside to make sure nothing got mixed in with the other supplies. The blankets were stuffed back into Derek's room in the spare closet, and any loose marshmallows that were discovered had to have escaped being devoured and ended up on the floor were thrown in the trash. Your campsite became a hollow shell of what it once was. That ended so quickly, but a short adventure in the great outdoors of the Soares living room was better than none. It was still a minor miracle that you got to come. You didn't forget that. Lastly, the two of you worked as a team to break down the tent itself. You slipped out each of the poles, retracted them to their smaller size, and began to get them packed away into the sturdy bag they came from the night before. While folding up one of the legs, Derek lightheartedly chatted with you.
Oh man.
So excited. The whole day. We could do anything before you gotta go. Walk to the park, watch a movie, get food somewhere. If you were being entirely honest with yourself, the things he was suggesting and the way he said it almost made you think it was a date. Ooh. I swear he's planning it. He planned this. He's like, I'm gonna invite him over to sleep over, and then next day we're gonna go on a date. But Derek certainly didn't claim it was. He hummed along with a bounce in his pose. He was having plenty of fun, just doing regular chores with you. The good mood was infectious. It's great. I was just thinking about how I was surprised my mom's let me come today. Out of nowhere, Derek twitched like he was hit by a bolt. His hands flipped over protectively, and the pole fumbled out of his grasp. It clattered against the wooden floor. The sharp sound made Derek wince. He gave a meek apology while the leg rolled back against his sneaker just as pitifully. Sorry. Derek bent his knees and gripped at his shirt's edge on the way down, before you reached out to pick up what he dropped. What were you saying? That was pretty off. You didn't miss the blaring sign, complete with warning sounds that something was up. But he obviously wasn't comfortable, so you tried to let it go. I was just talking about my moms. Usually they're really strict about sleepovers. I can't do it out of nowhere. It's a planned thing. Having it be a camp out in the living room must have helped a lot. You gave a bit of a shrug and scanned around for another piece to put away. We got lucky. Oh yeah, that makes sense. They are like that. Derek fiddled uselessly with the dark gray rubber foot at the end of the pole. He was pretending to keep busy. You would if you remembered what the two of you were supposed to be busy with. What's wrong, Derek? Something's going on with Derek. Does he not like that? It was like a lucky thing? Like it was a miracle that we managed to do this sleepover or what? What's bothering you? Be honest about your feelings. It wasn't going away, whether you ignored it or not. Did you think they didn't like you or that I meant something else? No, forget it. It's dumb. It doesn't matter. It does matter. Tell me. He threw the words at you. It was final and way harsher than you expected from Derek. The sharp edge of it wasn't for you. That part was directed towards himself. You never slept over at his house before. That had been your guess for why it might have been a little awkward. There was clearly more to it. He frowned. It's not dumb. I'm sure of it. His brows angled at the same time a tight bend formed in the tent leg. The way he twisted it between his hands was too much for the thin piece of pole. He didn't say a word. Are you gonna break it in half? Damn. You can always talk to me about things, you know. He spoke comfortably. Derek, this isn't funny. Tell me what's happening, you said firmly. Gave an encouraging smile. You stared impatiently, tapping your foot to express further frustration. Let's be comforting about it. I have more to say, just in case you don't like what the reaction is. Oh gosh, we're running out of pages. There's only 20. I'm gonna have to start cutting into the... What do you call it? The first step, saves. You can always talk to me. He sealed his eyes tight and dropped the leg, on purpose this time. Despite all the effort it took him to ask you to come in the first place, that paled in comparison to this. Suddenly, it seemed like he wished you were anywhere but here, right there. I can't tell you. Derek's voice was an impotent whisper. You'll think I'm the most annoying guy in the world. I am the most annoying guy in the world. What? Derek, that's not you at all. It was such a bad idea. It was sneaky and judgy. I shouldn't have bugged you, but I already did. So it's too late. And Derek's posture pulled closer and closer together as he spoke. His fist tapped against the front of his chest and his knees bent inward. The pressure building inside was exerting a real force on him. What if you don't want to be friends anymore? What is this dramatic going on here? The last part almost disappeared before you had a chance to hear it. He looked small and lost. I'll always be your friend. That's never gonna happen. Derek, please, I don't want you to feel bad. I just don't understand. What's wrong? Alright, seriously, now spit it out. Your reassurance flipped to annoyance. Listen, I'll always be your friend. No, that's never gonna happen, Derek. The tension kept compounding, causing cracks where more words could slip through. I had a reason why I invited you when I did. Why it needed to be now. Oh, I told you he was being sneaky. Yeah? Even though his eyes creaked open, Derek wasn't looking at you, but finally he sucked in a breath and took the plunge. Today is Father's Day. Is it? Your jaw dropped. You completely forgot that was today. You knew what day it was, but couldn't have guessed that was Derek's moment. Well, actually, we only have 2 moms in this universe, so there was never really a need for us to celebrate the day, so I'm gonna say we forgot that it was even a thing. You could put it together immediately, and though you were still stunned, you could put it into words. You thought I was gonna be sad because it's Father's Day and I don't have a dad? Wait, that was it? And Derek lowered his head and pressed his shoulders up to his ears, trying to hide from the sound of it. Well, I wasn't thinking for sure that you'd be sad. I didn't know how you were gonna feel about any of it, and that's what was chewing at me. Derek poured out words one after another, trying to explain himself and the conflicting feelings he had bottled up the entire time. The floodgates had been opened. It's not like I was around last year when this happened. I couldn't help wondering if it was a normal thing or a good time or a low point or whatever. But I don't live in Sunset Bird. I can't walk on over like it's nothing to check. I had to come up with some other dumb way to be around. Derek's speaking pace slowed, but his blinks picked up speed. His rapid flow of words went from explanation to admonishment. It was enough for him to choke on. But that's stupid because if you actually wanted me to be anywhere near you today, you could have asked yourself. Your moms are great. Better than most dads. You've got Elizabeth too.
Sorry.
I shouldn't have made a whole big thing out of it because I made stuff up in my head. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. But then it went bone dry into silence. Derek dropped his arms to his sides in defeat. He could only look at you out of the corner of his eyes. Okay, so before I get into these choices, I'm not looking at him yet. So today's Father's Day in the game, and he thought that he wasn't sure how he'd react to Father's Day as a holiday in general, I guess. But so he wanted to see what it was, but he can't just like come over and do that. So that's why he planned to have a sleepover. So I guess to see the reaction that we'd have. And to be honest, I have a dad and a mom, so I don't know what it's like for people that have like parents that are the same gender. But But I feel like if you were adopted as a baby and you grew up with like those two people, like the same sex parents, I feel like you wouldn't really care about Father's Day or Mother's Day if you didn't have a father or a mother, but you had like two of the others. You know what I mean? Like I feel like it wouldn't really be that big of a deal because you don't really know what it's like to celebrate that day, to be sad about. But like I said, I have like parents of opposite gender, so I don't know. My opinion doesn't really matter, but I guess in my head, I feel like it might be like a mixed reaction kind of thing. I think maybe some people don't really care about the day, but others kind of do. I don't know. But it's such an odd reasoning. It's like today's Father's Day. I know you're like 13 years old and you've only had two moms, so you never really had a dad. And you never really had a reason to celebrate Father's Day, but I want to see your reaction to it. It just seems very... I don't know, he's putting in a lot of work for something like that. He could have just asked. He's like, hey, how do you feel about Father's Day? Like, I don't care. Alright, let's see these closest. He was such a sweet guy. Poor kid, his seriousness about something like that was hilarious. Derek had been trying to look out for you. The realization made you grateful. You shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. It wasn't something you asked for. It was infuriating that he butted into your family. Knowing Derek viewed things that way was strange. You weren't sure how to feel. I mean, yeah, at the end of it, he is just like trying to look out for us, even though it wasn't really necessary. But I'm glad that he cares. You know, that's a sweet thing. Like, he cares. He just wanted to make sure it was all good. You laughed, you cheered up, you covered your face with your hands, you hugged him, you gave his arm a friendly punch, you affectionately pinched his cheek. You couldn't help yourself. You squished his face between your fingers and gave him a pull. Derek's caution turned to confusion. Dae? It sounded silly with his lips stretched out. After a squeeze, you let him go. Oh, how does it sound like? Dae? Dae, what are you doing to me? You're really cute, Derek. That's not dumb. Thank you. I'm lucky to have someone like you. I never hate you for worrying about me. You smile at him with all the warmth you can muster. Yeah, I never hate you for worrying. Really? Yeah, I feel like... Do you hear that right now? You're not gonna tell me to call your moms to come get you and walk you out the door and never talk to me again? That's what you thought was gonna happen?
Maybe?
I figured you'd at least say I'm a pain. Well, I'm not going to do that. I mean, I can kinda get, like, his reactions, though. Now. It's an anxiety thing. But no, it's okay, Derek. I know it's hard to believe, but it's all fine. Like, it's just a day for us. Well, focus on celebrating with your own dad. Your own dad seems pretty cool. Well, I'm not going to do that. Derek crumbled over, gripping his hands against his legs and releasing a massive sigh like he'd finished a marathon. Wow. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry still. I should have just asked you instead of creepily making you come to my house so I could watch and see if maybe I could figure it out without having a normal conversation. Yeah, that's also a good option. Requires less work too, you know? The emotional exhaustion from carrying that stress on his back really had taken its toll. Derek crouched completely and plopped onto the floor. You eased down to sit next to him. He tucked his legs up against his chest and tapped the top of his knee shyly. He was the last kid waiting to be picked for a team on the playground, and you were the captain who could include him. Would you want to talk now? I think that'd be good. A gust of a smile appeared on Derek's face. It didn't compare to the ear-to-ear grin you were used to, but it was enough to make everything feel a little more normal. A little more right. My cheek hurts from me pinching it now. I should have known that, especially with these bear paws. I think I did myself more harm than good. Honestly, Derek, I forgot it was even Father's Day. We don't celebrate, and it doesn't matter to me at all.
What?
You did? Derek smacked his head against his legs, humiliated. You could hear a few tiny chuckles, and you could see the way the laughter made his shoulders shake. I really dropped the ball, huh? I was driving myself crazy for nothing. I mean, that's not true. It's nice that you cared. I know I have someone who really worries about me, and that's pretty special. Derek's face tilted over to the side, just enough for you to see the redness tinting at his cheeks. Thanks, Dae. Derek waited there on the floor silently, still curled up in a ball. If there was more you needed to tell him, he wasn't going to miss it. What is it like having a dad? Is it different to how it's like with your mom? I hope doing this didn't ruin your own Father's Day celebration. I'm glad I've got two moms. Honestly, I feel a little bit like I do have a dad because of Mr. Holden. Oh, if Jack were here, Jack would be like, no, don't pick that one. I wish I had a dad like yours, but you only sat there not saying anything else. I'm pretty satisfied with my mom's. I hope it didn't ruin your own Father's Day celebration, Derek.
No way.
No way. No way. He slapped a palm against the hardwood floor that made the outburst even more startling. Derek stared at you with complete seriousness. All he'd want is getting a card sometime, and my bros might get him a little kid kinds of gifts. A flower from the park, or a Lego guy or something. You being here too is for sure not gonna ruin it. Don't worry about that. Dad only wants to party all day on birthdays, but you could still come to those anyway. That's good. Nothing would have made you feel worse than having Derek throw away his family's celebration trying to give you one. But it was easy to believe what he said. He wasn't placating you. Derek wasn't a liar, even if sometimes he didn't tell you every thought and feeling in his head. Oh, I guess the last questions. I guess we can be curious. Say these both too. Let's ask this first. So, let's see how Derek explains it. What's it like having a dad? Is it different from having a mom? Oh, his parents weren't here, but his gaze automatically went to the hall that led to Mr. and Mrs. Suarez's room. He had no idea what was on his mind, so you needed to wait for him to say it. Derek ultimately shrugged one shoulder and tilted his head back to you. It is kind of different. My mom is really a mom, and my dad's a dad. Okay. Huh? Okay, yeah, now it all makes sense. Can you elaborate on that one? You blinked at him incredulously. Okay. Thanks. Please elaborate. Sorry. He scratched at his ear. Derek heard the way his own words sounded just as well as you did. I think what I mean is like, Mom is nice because she loves me and I love her and it's great. We can just be together and it's like I don't have to grow up so fast. It's okay the way it is. That's not exactly how it is with Dad, because I want to be like my dad, and I'm not. I want to get mature and responsible and do more. I don't feel like I'm good enough when I've got to compare myself to him. Derek blinked. He caught himself losing track of the topic. It was going where it wasn't supposed to be, and Derek put a stop to it. He's opening another can of worms when we still got this can to deal with. But it's not bad. It isn't like he's trying to make me feel that way. He pushed a couple inches off the ground using his heels and tipped backward a bit, then fell into place again. Derek looked cute. A tiny rocking horse. A slight grin cracked open between his lips as he swayed. And I bet a lot of kids don't have that kind of thing about their dad. They want to be like their mom, or both their moms. Okay, I can see that. So that's how he feels about his parents, but that's not the same for the others. Like, I don't share that views, but... So, like, you know, it's different from person to person. So, I think for us, it kind of explains it, but not exactly. It's kind of like you have to have it to actually know. That's interesting. I don't get it. Thanks for trying to explain it to me. I think you're already good. Good luck with your goals. No, you're already good, Derek. Thanks, Dae. I want to be like me. I think that's perfect. It's hard to make yourself be like someone else when you yourself are fine the way you are. So just be like yourself, guys. Don't worry about trying to be like anybody else. Just be your best selves. And if that's like taking inspiration from other people, I mean, I think that's fine. But you know, at the end of the day, you're you, and you're not them. Derek's words then slowed and stumbled. He squinted his eyes as if looking at you was blinding. It was the way he spoke when he forced himself to confess something he wasn't planning on admitting. Also, Dae, since we're talking about Mom and Dad, I want to tell you, they do kind of know why I wanted you to come over. I didn't tell them exactly, but yesterday they somehow figured out I was worrying, and before I could do something to stop it, they put it all together. I feel, you know what, that makes sense. I felt like they knew, like part of his little plan. Oh, that's why Ko was going to be busy today, because he's celebrating Father's Day with his dad, and we didn't even know. Goddamn. Such good friends. I don't know how parents do that. They wanted to help me help you if you needed it, but they didn't have any idea that I was just being nosy and didn't give me any real reason to worry. I understand. It's hard to pretend something is nothing when it's not, and it was really important to you. It was, for sure. Thanks. And I'm glad I've got two moms. I love them.
I get it.
Definitely. I get that. They're really good. That was an understatement. Your moms were some of the best people in the world. Mentioning them took you right back to the fun times you'd had with your family. Your moms were happy sharing Mother's Day with each other for the parent-based holiday. Though one time Mom joked about how they could switch off. One could have the actual Mother's Day to herself, and the other could make Father's Day be the other Mother's Day. Despite Derek's lingering awkwardness, Mom's joke still pulled some snickers from him. She would have been thrilled to know that. That's a compromise. Mom is so funny. Really, what a missed opportunity to not actually do it. Now, she's so funny. Totally. But that's why we've never done anything for today. And I think that's it. I think we're pretty satisfied with our parents. Your thoughts drifted away from Derek and even from you. They floated across the condo, out the window, and off into the vast summer sky. No more thoughts. Head empty. As the silence settled between you, Derek plucked at his shoelaces and chewed on the inside of his cheek uncomfortably. When you felt the need to fix everything or make it all better, it was a major hitch when it was not your problem to solve. The air conditioner whirred into the background. Through your fuzzy-feeling mind's eye, you could picture your moms and your big sister. Then your brain and your body suddenly snapped together in full focus. Wait, what about Elizabeth? The mention of her name got the same instant reaction from Derek that you just experienced. His eyebrows lifted and his mouth opened soundlessly in a small, oh, damn, Derek, you cared about us so much you didn't care about Elizabeth. She don't got a dad, too. She acts like she's over everything, but I think I remember, back when we were little kids, she would get mad on Father's Day. Ooh, more lore. Tell us. Maybe that's why she was so aggressive yesterday. She didn't have friends who were coming over or anything, and Mom's had work. And now I'm gone, too. Derek looked hard at the front door. Was he expecting her to walk through it, or was he planning on running over to Sunset Bird to check? He had no idea.
Shoot.
I thought there might have been a chance of that. Who were you? She was totally alone. You were so upset you were stuck out here. That was a horrible realization. You'd abandoned your sister. You tried to consider the possibilities as best you could with what you knew. You shrugged it off. It was her problem, if there even was a problem. Yeah, that's not really, like, we don't know that that's why she was upset. I mean, Elizabeth, in this step altogether, has been pretty moody and aggressive, so I don't know, just consider the possibilities. Hey, we could call her. I'll do it if you feel worried about it. Oh, that was him saying that. I thought it was me. We both have D's in our name, so I see the D and it's like, ah, yeah, that's me, but no, it's Derek. Yeah, I guess I'll call her. Cool. Just check on her. Derek unfurled himself, got off the floor, and trotted into the hallway with purpose. Mounted right where the living room narrowed into a hallway set against the front wall was an off-white telephone. The phone phone was wireless. Derek set an elastic looped line that kept the receiver from going more than a couple feet away from its base. Visions of Nicholas launching a cordless phone into the air purely for his own entertainment made their way across your mind. The option the Suarezes went with was one of the most practical for their family. Your sibling, however, would throw a fit if she couldn't chat with her gal pals in private. Elizabeth. I wonder what she was thinking about right now. Just call and be like, Elizabeth on the other line's like, hello. And they're like, hey, it's Dae. Penny for your thoughts? Like, she hangs up immediately. But you wouldn't have to imagine for longer. Derek didn't waste any time taking the receiver off the hook and offering it to you. There have been many times in the past Derek used that very device to call your house so the two of you could chat about your lives and make plans or whatever else. You literally ended up on the other side of things, poised to give the Ursa line a ring from the Sora's condo. Took him from Derek and punched in the number. Oh, 1 second. Alright, sorry about that. I heard this noise and at first I thought it was the dog scratching herself, but no, it was it was someone else. It's all good now though. Alright, you took it from Derek and punched in the number. You couldn't remember the number offhand, but had it written down in your bag, but you froze. You couldn't remember that number and had nobody to check. Derek, I don't remember it. My house number. I mean, I feel like we would remember it. When you press the cool speaker, if we were any younger, I'd be like, no, I don't know what it is. But nah, I think we remember what it is. I mean, I remember mine. When you press the cool speaker against the side of your face, you heard the high-pitched dial tone playing on repeat. It rang and rang, waiting for one specific person miles away to answer its call. Finally, she did. Hello? Your sister's unmistakable voice filtered through the phone. The impatient note in her voice was just as recognizable. She didn't even know who it was and already sounded uninterested. Hi, Elizabeth. It's Dae. Apparently her apathetic approach was being generous because once she did find out who it was, she cranked the attitude up to outright annoyance.
What?
Dae, what do you want? You're facing the wall, but in your peripheral view, you could make out Derek glancing with wide eyes. The conversation had actually started. That was all the insight he had on the situation. Okay, now we have to just casually have a conversation with her, and she's like, what the fuck you want? I don't need anything. Oh, you know, just calling a chat. Well, do you need anything? How are you today, Elizabeth? She's like, what? She's gonna be like, what the fuck? Why are you calling? How are you? I'm just great. What do you think? What on earth is wrong with you? Is it seriously that big of a problem for your own sibling to call you? Yeah, that should be obvious. Listen, Dae, unless the police, firefighters, and ambulance or our moms are involved in whatever it is that you're doing, don't tell me when you get back. You sputtered to get out something, anything that might reach her, but it was in vain. The line clicked dead without a goodbye. You kept staring at the phone pointlessly. You couldn't move to look at Derek, but your hand holding the receiver lifelessly dropped to your side. Dae, what happened? She hung up. Despite the near single-digit amount of seconds your conversation lasted, where Elizabeth's frustrated tone had come through loud and clear. A crease began to form in your forehead. Your sister wasn't happy, and you couldn't shake the horrible feeling that it wasn't just her usual bad attitude. The hall felt cramped, and you were suddenly uncomfortable for being surrounded by these walls. Derek watched you helplessly, his fingers tense, clenching and splaying again. A moment passed, and he let out a heavy breath. He wasn't powerless anymore.
Got a plan.
Oh, what's your plan? It's the man with a plan. You do? You raised your eyebrow. The promise of a possibility gave you enough of a push to move your hand as well and place the receiver back onto the base. Derek sprinted through the living area and into his bedroom. The clatter of drawers opening and papers flying came through to his open door. You slowly stepped to the edge of the hall to try to glimpse what was happening on the other side of the condo. You soon came bounding out again, clearly successful at something. Derek tossed a stack of colorful folded pamphlets across the surface of the coffee table. You jogged over to meet him there. You couldn't tell what they were from... Sorry, let me try that again. You couldn't tell what they were from a distance. Let's bring the party to Elizabeth. These are bus schedules and stuff. I've only got to look at what the times are, and we can leave. Oh, damn. How did you think of that so fast? That's amazing. Why do you have those? He chuckled mischievously. It's good to be prepared. And I did wonder about this kind of thing before. I can't drive, but what if there was an accident or other emergency or whatever, and I needed to be someplace right away? I already knew a lot of public transportation stuff because of that. Derek began to shuffle the papers around, and he flashed you a bright grin. I didn't think I'd be pulling this out so that I could go see Elizabeth of all people. Derek laughed lightheartedly over the joke. The words didn't feel very breezy to you. That was because, if he was honest, it wasn't about your sister. He'd spent time studying ways to get to Sunsetburg for his friends, for Cove, and for you. Aw. That's what I thought at first. It's like, you got the bus schedule so you could come see us? With you and him living away from each other and not going to the same school, sometimes it seemed like maybe you stopped being a piece of his life once you left your town. This proved you definitely didn't disappear for Derek. He cared about you even when you weren't there, and you could count on him even more than you had known. While you were stuck inside your own head, Derek had his nose in the brochures. He pressed his palms on the table. Fervent... What? Yeah, scanned the timetables and rambled more about his scheme. There isn't a direct line to Sunsetburg. It's kind of a small place. We can take a bus to a real station and get on a smaller shuttle for tourists. Derek's hands lifted from and then hit the smooth surface under him, making a solid smack noise. He was done searching. His gaze flicked up to your face. Is that okay? Yeah, are we seriously going to do this? Thanks, Derek. That's good enough. You balled your hands into fists and nodded. You blinked to sleep. Yeah, thanks, Derek. Alright. We can leave a note for Mom about what happened, or... Derek packed up the pamphlets, sticking them in the crook of his arm. He twisted his head behind him, but whispered to you covertly over his shoulder. That makes you feel better. We might be able to get back before she even knows. Ooh! Sneaky! Sneaky, sneaky. What do you want to do, Derek? They're your parents. We should... I don't know. I feel like we should tell her. Or should we be... Oh, okay. Sneaky or we tell. Let me save. There we go. Yes. Say overwrite? There wasn't anything there, though. Okay, what do you guys think? Should we be sneaky? Or should we tell his mom? Leave a note for his mom. Or should we flip a coin? I do have the coin flip stuff up. I still have the number picker up, too. Either way. I am curious. I'll go ahead and flip. Okay, we'll make heads. Tell his mom. Tails. We be sneaky. Oh, it's tails. I guess we're being sneaky. Alright, let's go.
I gotcha.
Gotcha. One sec. Derek dashed to the back room with all the bus schedules in his arms. He shoved them into something, then ran out to rejoin you at the front of the condo with a bag swung over his shoulder.
Let's go.
Well, what do you have the bag for? Right. You scooped up your own backpack and the two of you locked the now empty apartment behind you. At a brisk pace, Derek led the way out of the condo complex and down the city sidewalks. You had to weave through crowds of people making their own way across town. Most of them were much older and taller than you were. Between the mass of strangers and the immense skyscrapers bearing down on you from all sides, you felt like a very small part of a far bigger world. Aw. No, Derek does it. Derek offered his hand to you. You strode fast enough to stay close to Derek. You took it. He wrapped his own fingers around yours and held tight. It gave you the reassurance you hoped it would. You were in this together. You pushed forward until you reached the nearest bus stop. A group had already gathered in the same spot for the same purpose. Derek didn't fight to reach the front of the pack. He just kept to the fringes. You waited for anywhere from 5 minutes to 50 minutes. It was pretty impossible to track time accurately when you felt every single sluggish second hit you like a brick. No matter how long it actually was, it was enough time to think. A part of you had felt as though you couldn't possibly seriously get on a bus and go back to Sunsetburg without any of your parents. That just wouldn't happen. That was probably why you went along with Derek's impulse as quickly as the idea had struck him, but reality hit you like a bus when an actual bus turned a corner and came your way. You gave Derek's hand another squeeze. He responded by tugging you a little bit closer to him. The massive vehicle hit its brakes and slowed down to a halt. The doors opened to let out those who'd arrived at the destination and accept new riders. The crowd jostled together and filtered through and from the door. You and Derek went in at the tail end of the group. You had enough change in your pocket to pay for the fare. Derek flashed a bus pass for his entry. The city bus was as overflowing with people as the streets were. You had to shuffle while turned to your side to get through the aisle without knocking into the arms or legs of other passengers. There was barely enough space to breathe. Humid, summer days had never been more miserable. You couldn't even find seats that were side by side. Instead, you had to settle for 2 aisle seats that were across the way and 1 row diagonal from each other. That meant you had to let go of Derek, which was the worst of it all. Oh my gosh, we lost our homie's hand. The automatic door quickly swung closed. You rocked as the wheels began to turn. You relaxed as best you could. You wanted it to move faster. You began to feel nauseous from everything. Despite what was going on, it was exciting to be there. You were scared. Well, we're sitting down now, so let's try to relax. Or, I mean, we're here. Yeah, you'd already committed to going along for the ride. I mean, that's pretty much it. Derek didn't attempt to start a conversation. Not that he really could in the hectic space with the distance between you. He'd become completely focused on watching for your stop. He had a destination he needed to get you to, and he was going to do it no matter what. More stops passed by until, eventually, Derek leaned his chest over the open space to send a quick message. His tone was breathy like a whisper, but way too loud to really be whispering. This is it. He shifted upright immediately and tugged the bell, marking this as a stop for the driver. Soon the bus came to a cautious halt along the edge of the curb. Once at a full stop, the doors popped open, and you repeated the awkward shimmy through the aisle so you could exit. When your feet landed on the— Ooh, this is a new background! Oh my god, look at this. What's that? Looks like food. I'm hungry. And there's a vending machine. Bank. Get money. Oh, that's nice. This looks very good. Whoever did the backgrounds in this game is very talented. I wish... I say talented, but I mean, like, they have very good skills. I wish someday I could make as beautiful backgrounds as this person could. This person did. My words, my grammar. It sucks right now. Sorry. Ah, just spilled tea on me. My white shirt! Damn it. When your feet landed on the cracked ground, you exhaled in satisfaction. You'd made it. This is really good. On Derek's first step into the station, he pulled one of the brochures out of his pocket and flipped it open. He must have kept that single pamphlet with the necessary details when packing the rest of the collection away. Derek was prepared, as always. He held it up to his face, mapping out the station and using the guide like a treasure hunter. You wandered around the wide-open floor plan, searching up and down for the section where shuttles would load passengers. You were the first to spot the one vehicle headed towards a tiny tourist town. It made you stop in place. Derek. Yeah? The sound of his name, he lifted his face up above the station map and saw what you saw. Oh! The shuttle was barely 1 foot the size of the bus. It was a glorified van. You only recognized it for what it was thanks to the unusual pale orange paint job, and also the word shuttle painted in blue across the doors. He tucked the bus schedule pamphlet into his back pocket and gave you a thumbs up. Imagine it's a shuttle for somewhere else. It takes us away from Sunsetburg. Derek bought tickets at a nearby customer service Oh my god, he's buying stuff? He's buying a ticket to go home? Damn. There was no humoring the possibility of you buying your own ticket or paying for both. That wasn't a hill to die on today. Then you were ready for another ride. You poked your head inside the cabin. Only a handful of other travelers were nestled between the 4 rows of seats. From the seat cushions to the smell, the shuttle was immensely more agreeable than the bus. You were even able to get spots side by side this time. Derek, though, wasn't in any more of a mood to talk. The physical atmosphere might have improved, but the discomfort he felt on the inside was still eating at him. You could only sit in silence. For all the gnawing tension, you did make it. The shuttle inevitably came to its stop in a Sunset Bird parking lot. The car was switched off, and the driver gave permission for guests to leave. While the other riders leisurely shuffled around bags set by their feet and readjusted their hats, you and Derek hopped right off into freedom. Derek took... this driver didn't notice that there were 2 unsupervised children getting on the van, and he just said nothing. He was like, oh yeah, these are definitely tourists, that's fine. 2 13-year-olds, yeah. It's like, okay. He didn't, like, call anybody or anything. He didn't turn around and be like, hey, are you supposed to be here? You got your parents' permission? Alright then, you know what? Well, whatever. He's just, you know what? He's just trying to get his paycheck. That's none of his business. Derek took a couple stumbling steps after his sleep in the car, and then he stood in place. He watched for your next move, counting on your guidance to finish the journey. It was time to switch roles. Sunset Bird was your turf, not his. You spun in a single circle, scanning the area for clues as to which of the multiple big, flat, mostly empty parking lots you landed in. When you swung back around, you caught a glimpse behind the shuttle and spotted the corner of the grocery store. You couldn't have been closer to home. My neighborhood isn't that far from here. This way. You stuck your arm out with a finger pointed directly towards the main street that you were positive was through the distant row of bushes.
Nice.
Awesome. Nice work, Dae. He made a break for it and launched across the blacktop. You ran with him. There was no time to lose. You had a ticking clock on your at your heels. If you weren't fast enough, Mrs. Suarez would beat you back to Derek's house. You flew out of the parking lot and dashed down the sidewalk you'd seen a million times before. From there, it was a turn into the residential area. Before you knew it, you'd arrived at the top of the hill on your street. You were so close. The decline of the road propelled your steps even faster. Derek almost crashed into you when you both dove towards the entryway of your house. You caught yourself by raising your hands against the front door. It took a second for you to separate your stinging palms from the wood so you could get your key out. But you got it in the lock, turned the key, and pulled. Finally, huffing and puffing, you stumbled inside. You were home. After everything, you almost didn't know what to expect when you laid your eyes on the scene. But it was your living room, exactly as it was every day of your life. Not a thing was out of place. The low hum of the fridge was the only sound. Elizabeth clearly hadn't torn the house apart in an emotional rampage, although you didn't know what her own room looked like. Dae? You snapped your head to the sound, and there she was, standing on the first step of the stairs. Elizabeth. Her mouth remained open despite not saying anything else. An eyebrow was arched high on her forehead. Hi. Hi? Wait, is that why you were calling? To tell me you were coming back way early? Well, you explained everything directly. You joked about the whole debacle. You awkwardly admitted what was going on. You casually broke down the situation. Just so casual about it. Well, you see... Listen, Elizabeth, you don't know how many hoops we had to jump through to get here. Let's see. Casual... It's either casual or... No, directly or casual. Shit. Let's just be casual about it. You caught your breath and settled down, and simply let her know your thought process. Derek and I have been talking earlier, and we decided to come see how you were doing. It is Father's Day. She let out a single, derisive bark of laughter, and more was threatening to spill out. It wasn't the worst reaction you could have gotten, all things considered. How did that even come up? The tip of Derek's foot scuffed on the wooden floor Ma kept sparkling clean. He meekly confesses part of the debacle.
Well...
I wanted Dae to spend the night at my place so I could make sure they weren't sad or something. That's what I was hoping for anyway, but it wasn't a great plan. He couldn't help sneaking a shy glance at you. The mocking humor that colored her face was wiped away. In an absolutely deadpan way, she said 2 words.
Oh.
That's adorable. That was enough to end the conversation. Derek had no comeback and your sister simply stared blankly. Was this a mistake? Should we not have come? Does that mean you're okay? Come on, how are you really doing, Elizabeth? Was this a mistake? A seriously uncomfortable 3-way staring contest commenced. You kept your focus locked on your sister. She did the same to you. Derek flip-flopped between Elizabeth and you. Then Elizabeth caved. She pinched the bridge of her nose and groaned dramatically. Fine. You kids win. Today was annoying. Oh, not only because I care that I only get to have 2 moms and can't celebrate Daddy Day, it's because every year everybody else is busy and I'm stuck doing nothing. That's... Listen, I had a feeling about that because there was a line earlier when we were talking to Derek about it, how it was kind of a line that said everybody else is celebrating Father's Day and she's not. I kind of interpreted that as she can't do anything with anybody else because she's stuck at home. And that's why she was annoyed, not because she couldn't celebrate Father's Day with no father, you know? I thought that might have been something. And so no, I wasn't in a sunshine and rainbows kind of mood. It didn't help that you ended up getting off that boat either. And then you called me. She whipped an accusatory finger right at your chin. You called me to check on me? To see what my well-being state was in? How dare you? You going off to have a party with your friend out of nowhere and decided while doing that to give me a ring while I was stuck in the house like a loser? Rude. That's why I hung up. Her smirk returned, much more earnest than before. I didn't think you were going to race across the city to come keep me company. That kind of affectionate teasing from your only older sister warmed your heart. It was special and all the discomfort was worth it. You could already tell today would be something to laugh about for years to come. Derek remained serious. He blinked in a rapid succession and mustered up the will to continue with his regretful appeal. Elizabeth, I'm really sorry for not thinking about this more. Elizabeth cut that right off. She squished her hand in front of her face, trying to physically bat away Derek's sentiment.
No.
Don't be, please. Save your energy. She settled the tips of her fingers against the center of her forehead, her other hand resting on her hip that she jutted out to the side. It's not your job to babysit me. You're not my big brother, and I'm not the one you like. Elizabeth was as sassy as ever, and Derek's overly self-reflective maturity seemed childish when cast in that light. A dark red blush grew across Derek's cheeks, but he smiled. It was a good reminder that he demanded a lot more from himself than others did. As if for the first time your sister appraised you and Derek, huddled together sweaty and frumpy from the journey. Oh dear, where are my manners? I've got guests and haven't even offered them a drink. She shrugged one arm while sashaying over to the kitchen and opening the fridge. Now very politely, Elizabeth shouted out while sticking her head into the chilled shelves. What do you want?
Thanks.
Just water, please. Thanks. I want apple juice. What else do you got in here, actually? Soy milk, root beer, lemon lime soda, cola, tropical juice mix, orange juice, apple juice, water for me. I want apple juice. A water and apple juice. She set a bottle of water and container of apple juice promptly on the counter. When her hands were free, she reached back into the fridge to snag the carton of tropical juice as well as 2 glasses. Elizabeth poured a glass of juice for herself and filled a glass of apple juice for you two. Oh, how kind. For serving us. One more time, Elizabeth, a demure hostess as she was, shouted at you from the kitchen. Come and get it! She punctuated the statement by bumping the fridge door shut with her hip, and she walked back to the living room, taking a sip of her juice. Derek took it upon himself to pick up both of your drinks. He went straight to the kitchen, grabbed the drinks, and then returned to offer you yours. You accepted it from him. Thanks. You made your sister snicker over the rim of her glass. Her gaze stayed on you while she lowered herself slowly down to sit on the floor. You shared a quick look with Derek, but ultimately joined your sister on the ground. The 3 of you arranged yourselves in a small circle shape, each with your little drink in hand. It almost felt like being a kid in kindergarten again. Elizabeth lifted her cup out over the center of the group.
Come on.
To this auspicious occasion, cheers to us. Cheers! As sarcastic as her tone was, the fun she was having was genuine. Cheers to us. Happy Father's Day. Bad Father's Day. Happy other Mother's Day. You lifted your drink. Happy Father's Day. Cheers. He thrusted his own drink out in celebration before bringing it back towards his chest. He twisted off the cap of the water bottle and gulped down about half of it in one go. Derek idly wiped at his mouth when Elizabeth asked a flat question. How did you actually get here? Is Mrs. Suarez idling in her minivan out there? Derek's reply was perfectly cheery. After the long way there, his spark was finally coming back.
Nope.
No, we took a bus. A bus? We had a shuttle. None of the buses go right into Sunset Bird, but we made it. Well, obviously, you can see that.
Okay.
Another question. Are you going to be completely grounded for this? Everybody else is out of the house. We're kind of hoping to get back before they even notice. Huh. You're welcome. We're on a mission. You felt incredibly bashful. It's worth it no matter what happens. You slowly shrugged. You're welcome. Elizabeth rested her eyes shut and took another long sip of juice. I won't tell our moms. Oh, why did that sound country? I won't tell our moms. I won't tell our mothers. Thanks. That's cool of you. We should go now. Would you want to hang out for a little while? Let's make Father's Day cards. Let's make Father's Day cards. What? We can still celebrate the holiday. I want to make our moms a card. That's a great idea, Dae.
Yeah.
I'll do it. The 3 of you ran around the house gathering supplies and dumping them on the living room floor. Stickers, markers, and stacks of construction paper were littered all around you. You added decorations and a message for your special Father's Day card. Elizabeth wrote on it in cursive and Derek added a smiley face. You really felt like a kid again. It was a nice time, and it resulted in a lovely homemade card. When you were really finished, Elizabeth spoke up. Alright, you've gotta go. She stretched her legs and arms, spreading out wide. Being bored all day is going to be the least of our worries if Mom's come in and you magically appeared in the living room. Yeah, it's time to leave. Thanks. She snatched up the card for your moms and waved it in her hand. I'll make sure they get this after you come home for real. They'll never know you were here. Her eyes narrowed, looking between you and Derek. Enjoy what's left of your little sleepover. Derek's mouth dropped open fruitlessly. Then he closed it again. He didn't know what to say to that. Finally, he waved and chirped out a generic farewell. Bye, Elizabeth. Bye. Wink. Elizabeth folded her arms and rolled her eyes in a staged annoyance. She couldn't take the smile off of her face. Oh, that was cute. Bye. She sounded so happy for once. With your mission accomplished, the two of you returned to the wide open world. Returning to the parking lot was a far more leisurely trip than your arrival had been. There was time before it'd take off again. You drifted ahead like the lazy white clouds above you. The fluffiness of them made you think of marshmallows. A pale orange 12-seater came into sight, parked at the far edge of the lot. You and Derek got your tickets to ride and hopped on. A few scattered tourists in their sun hats and floor-patterned shorts were seated throughout the cabin. A small number of people in the space still felt crammed because of limited room in the car. You could smell their sunscreen in the air. In a slow, curving motion, the shuttle pulled out. Derek sat rigidly, silently tapping his pointer fingers against the top of his knees for the entire trip. No words were exchanged by anyone, except a few rules and updates mumbled out by the driver. People were tired from their own long adventures out in the world. You could only imagine what the strangers were sharing the shuttle had been through, while barely audible acoustic guitar tracks played on the radio. Eventually the shuttle arrived. Each person went their separate ways, except for you and Derek, who stayed by one another's side as a pair. He navigated the station with the maps he had kept tucked in his back pocket as a guide. And finally... Hi, Noah! Welcome! How are you today? We're playing through Derek's route in our life today. This is... Okay. We're back on the bus. We're heading home. I'm glad you're doing okay. Okay. And finally, you sat down in the deep blue, well-worn fabric of a city bus seat for the last ride. When the bus pulled out this time, Derek wiped his brow with his wristband. You made it back to Derek City. No mortifying calls would have to be made from an overpriced bus stop to payphone to beg one of your parents to come get you. I'm doing pretty good today. I've had my day off. Ooh, let me start that over. My rest day yesterday was pretty good. I got lots of sleep. I did a lot of stuff, and then I got more sleep today. And now we're playing one of my favorite games. I am thriving right now. Thank you for asking. That's much appreciated. Derek slipped lower in his seat and stretched his legs out in the aisle. The bus wasn't even half full, so making a little extra room for himself wasn't getting in anyone's way this time. On the outside, the sun was still dipping under the horizon, giving the air relief from its sweltering heat. It all came together to make the metal tube of public transportation less suffocating, totally incomparable to the experience you had at the height of the afternoon. Now it was safe to relax.
Phew.
Good job, us. He chirped with a mixture of relief and fulfillment, like he just had an 8-hour shift at a serious adult company. It was an honest day's work. Thank you for helping me, Derek. I really appreciate all this, you know. It means a lot to me that you were here. I think this was the best Father's Day I've ever had. Thanks. Best Father's Day ever. Derek made a big show, swatting his hand nonchalantly, which pretty much completely precluded it from being a casual gesture. The grin on his face couldn't even pretend to be unaffected. He was thrilled.
Try.
No worries, Dae. Siblings look out for siblings. And he looked directly at you. Friends look out for friends. Aww. We're a good team. Like I was rallying, thanks for holding my hand before. You smiled at him. You bashfully stared at your hand. And thanks for holding my hand. Ah, you're welcome. Anytime. You rest your head against Derek. You put your arm around Derek's shoulder. Derek leaned against your shoulder. You relaxed in the back seat. I rest my head against Derek. Gently, you shifted over to let the side of your face nestle against your seat neighbor. Derek's eyes fluttered closed with a sweet sigh. You were snuggled in for the final leg of the journey, and all you had to do was wait. There was a soft vibration in the back of the bus. It slowly went up your spine and all the way down to the... Whoa, oh my goodness. That kind of jump scared me. Panic Ninja, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you, thank you. How was your stream? What were you all up to? Welcome in, everybody. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to Panic Ninja. Before I forget. Did that work? There we go. Ooh. That was so short. Moi, played some interesting games. Nice, nice. Sounds like y'all had a fun time. For those of you that are new here, my name is Dae Ursa. I am a bear PNG tuber. I stream typically Monday through Friday. I do a little bit of art. Oh, and thank you so much for the follow, Panic Ninja. Much appreciated. Thank you, thank you. And I mostly scream at video games. And today we're screaming at our life. Beginnings and always. We're playing through DEREKS route today. I believe in that. I'm going to play our life after a break. Ooh, nice, nice. The last time, we streamed our life a week ago, last Friday, and it was an 11-hour stream. Because we were playing through the last bit of Cove's route. And it went on a lot longer than I thought it would. But we got it done. So we're playing through DEREKS now. And so far, it's pretty good. So we both have good taste, Panic Ninja. But yes, thank you so much for the raid and for the follow. I appreciate that. So if any of you raiders need to go take a break, get a snack, get a drink, go rest, you gotta raid and dash, that's all good. You guys gotta look out for yourself. I thank you all for stopping by.
I think people are in ads.
I mean, it'd be like that. Well, the sentiment is still there. It does say I have an ad in progress, but I never know if that's the same for everybody, because sometimes it'll be like that, but people are still here. But yeah, I appreciate you guys being here and stopping by. I hope you all have a good time here, or you guys have a good rest of your day if you got a dip. Thank you, thank you. And alrighty, let's go ahead and continue through DEREKS route. Let's see, I'll just read the whole thing again. There was a soft vibration in the back of the bus. It slowly went up your spine and all the way down to the tips of your toes. During the ride before, the sensation had frayed at your nerves. Now it was soothing. With every stop that passed, your eyelids grew heavier. If yours wasn't just the fourth one down the line, you might have fallen asleep. You and Derek were the only ones who got off at that point. The two of you hopped from the front door of the bus onto the sidewalk. Derek leisurely retraced the familiar path you had gone on with him, matching step for step. My anxiety gets the best of me. It does to me as well. I also have bouts of anxiety from time to time. I used to struggle with it a lot when I was younger. But over time, I found ways to cope with it. It's still there, but it's easier to manage now. Or at least I found ways to easily manage it. Derek leisurely traced the family path you had gone with him, matching step for step. It was peaceful, and with how close you had been to dozing off, it almost felt like walking through a dream. Finally, you arrived at the Sora's condo after a long, eventful afternoon away. You may not have lived there, but seeing that door made you feel welcomed and safe. Derek clicked his key into the slot and pulled the handle forward. It just turns out everybody's home. They caught us. All traces of sleepiness that had lingered in your eyes were instantly wiped away. Derek unavoidably tripped the wire on a mini explosion. Oh no, they knew. They know. The condo wasn't nearly as empty as it was when you left. The whole rest of the family had arrived before you. They were gathered together on the couch in bar stools, except for Nicholas, who had jumped to his feet to launch himself at his brother. His short arms circled around Derek's legs. Derek's back. I bite my nails and I have a plushie, so it distracts me from my nails. I've never bitten my nails, but I do kind of like play with my hands a lot. So that's kind of similar. But yeah, I too shout Derek's back every time I see him. It was an interaction that had happened dozens, maybe even hundreds of times before. That was the hallmark of their own unique sibling relationship. Derek fulfilled his part of the tradition and stroked Nicholas's hair. At the same time, he offered the rest of his family a laid-back greeting. Hey.
Good evening.
Good evening to you both. I play with things, that's why I have this plushie. Yeah. Hi.
Welcome.
Wait, are we okay? Are we not gonna be in trouble for sneaking out and running all the way to Sunset Bird, or are we good? I mean, we can lie. She's like, oh yeah, we just took a walk with our backpacks, you know, got some supplies in there, you know. There was a curious lilt to her tone and a quirk on her lips. Did you have a good afternoon? Well, Derek's eyes darted around. He didn't feel safe letting his gaze settle anywhere in particular. I'd say so, right, Dae? Yeah, we had plenty of fun. Actually, the truth is, don't spoil it. No. We everything's fine. Yeah, we had plenty of fun.
Wonderful.
Wonderful. Mrs. Soares grinned knowingly. She didn't know what she was knowing about, but it was an obvious to her that at least something had gone down. She doesn't know what she knows, but she knows, you know? Mr. Soares, on the other hand, sighed in complete contentment, simply satisfied that the two of you were in a good mood.
What a day.
What a day it has been. Ah, you're telling me. You recalled what Derek said earlier. His parents knew about his stress over your potential hurt feelings on the holiday. They were being extra understanding to not stir that pot. Conveniently for you, that made getting away with going on a secret trip home easy. Nicholas simply held tight to Derek's jeans the entire time, happy he was there and totally unaware of what the older people were talking about. George stood in between his parents with his arms pressed to his sides. He had been listening with amusement, his thin eyebrows pinched and his lips pursed.
Now what?
I guess I'm going back home. Mrs. Soares stuck her hands on her hips and leveled a gaze at you and her son.
I hate to say it.
Well, I'm sorry to say this as soon as you walk through the door, but it's time to go. We have to let Dae home before it's even later. Oh yeah. With a wink and a grin, Derek scratched the back of his head. He chuckled conspiratorially. You had a great time staying with the Soares family, but we're very much looking forward to seeing your moms and being reunited with your own sibling after a humorously short time apart. There would be plenty more amounts of fun and laughter to come when you were. Thanks to Derek, it was truly an occasion worth commemorating. And there we go. I like that. That was cute. Nice little sleepover. Sleepover and then the little mission of going back home just to check on Elizabeth when really she wasn't really doing that bad in the first place. Oh, Derek. Being a little bit dramatic. But that went on. I feel like Derek's moments was like a lot longer than Cove's moments were. I mean, there is 5 of them compared to the 10. Or is it 8? How many is it? Is it 10? If I go back. Yeah, it's 10 to the 10 moments. So it kind of makes sense that it's a little bit longer. We shall see. I'm not sure. We could skip through some of these moments to get them out of the way and then like do another one of Derek's moments. I think that would be good. Because we still got to see Cove's friendship route as well. So I think we'll do that. Okay, let's see. I'll get out a number picker. Oh, we could do family. I think this one would be a good one to go after the siblings one, since that also kind of involves Elizabeth and our familial relationship. Let's do that one. That's it. Yeah, so those that aren't familiar, we just played through all these moments during Cove's romance route. And the buds have decided to skip through the dialogue we'd seen before and only pause on the ones that we haven't seen. So that's kind of how we're like playing these moments right now. Of course, Derek's we're playing through as they are, reading each line, but these ones we're just kind of skipping through what we've seen last time, just to make the the routes go quicker. Like I said, last time we streamed this was an 11-hour stream, so it's kind of we've seen it all. Okay, we're planning out our little play with Leandra. Let's see, our singing. You also like to sing, but you were very good. You also like to sing in a talent of your own. You didn't like to sing, but you have been told you were good at it. You weren't good at singing, and that suited you fine. I wouldn't say I'm very good at singing. I have no experience with it. Listen, I'll mumble and I'll hum songs, but I never remember the words. I've streamed for 11 hours before. It's a lot. It is a lot. I didn't feel it while I was playing this, because honestly, this game is very like low energy for me. I can keep going and going. I used to like play this like as soon as I woke up till like the same time the next day for like 24 hours straight, just because I loved it that much. But after I was done with Cove's route and I was like saying goodbye to everybody, that's when it hit me. That's when I was like, oh, okay guys, thanks for showing up. Wow, 24 hours, yeah. That was before I started streaming though. That was like in my own time, like years ago. It was not a 24-hour stream. I feel like I would have tapped out if I actually streamed it though, because it's different to like sit there and just, play through it in your head. But when you're like talking to other people too, I think it adds a little bit more. Have you done Baxter's route? I have not yet. I haven't done Derek's route either, so I figured like I would do it in the order of when we're introduced to them. So we did Cove's route, and I had played Cove's route before I started streaming it, so I was familiar with that one, but I never played DEREKS and Baxter's, so I figured we'd start DEREKS now, and then when we're done with DEREKS, we'll do Baxter's afterward. I'm doing DEREKS now. I've done Cove's and Baxter's already. Ah, I see. Our lineups are going to be different. Yours is Cove, Baxter, Derek. Mine's going to be Cove, Derek, Baxter. It's still kind of the same order that they came out in too, isn't it? But I figured that's just like the easiest way to do it. For me, that at least. I was kind of excited for Derek's route as well. You know, our friend. They are all deserving of love, though. They are. They are. They all deserve their chance of love. I kind of said... I was like acting as this was like an alternate reality. Like this is the multiverse of our life. We had a reality with Cove, and now we're in the next reality with Derek. So it's like the multiverse. So we're not the same person as we were in the previous route. We're a different person now. Even though I'm still making the same decisions, you know? I'm trying to make different ones, so. Or if you're Polly, then. Well, I mean, you know, that's also... If there was an option to be Polly, then... I mean, I'd go for it. Why pick when you can just do the same, you know? Pretend it's all the same. I mean, that's true. That is a good point. That is a valid point. Why pick when you can just have all the boyfriends? I mean, it is what it is. You know, we love to see it. We love not making any decisions. Okay, now she's asking if we want to do the play. Yeah, let's do it. Funsies. Okay, I will dance. I like to dance. I don't sing. Is there anything else I want to do? I'll do some kind of stunt that goes to the music. Oh yeah, let me do a backflip and break my neck. I'll make the backdrops. I think this is the same we did last time, but that's what I feel like I would do in real life. And then that's all. Alright, skip. Okay. And now Lee's mentioning, oh, we should have Cove come see us practice. And we're like, I'm glad he didn't see. Oh, why? It's probably not something he'd like. And I don't want to hear if he thinks it's any good. I don't think he would be that mean. You didn't answer, but you never knew when it came to Cove. He could be pretty blunt at times. He just straight up watches us practice our little play. He goes, wow, this is hard garbage. Let's see what Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. What are you trying to say here, Lee? So, exactly how much do you like him? Or maybe there's someone else that I haven't heard of yet? Lee wiggled her eyebrows at you suggestively, and you knew exactly what she was implying. Lee, there's nobody I like. There's nobody I like that right now. I can't answer that. I have a crush. Yeah. Ooh. Just be straight up with her. It's like, yeah, I have a crush. What about it? Let's see. You know what? I consult the number picker. 1 through 3. Generate. It's 1. Okay. We're gonna deny it. Deny our feelings. Lee huffed in disappointment, pressing her lips together. Darn, but you promised to tell me if that changes, right? I'll do it for you. Maybe. We'll see. Boo you. You knew her whining wasn't serious. That's just how she was. Speaking of crushes, there is one boy I think is pretty cute. You leaned back on your elbows and listened as Lee talked about her crush, all in great detail. Oh my gosh, spill the tea, girl. It was nice to have her telling you a little gossip for once, rather than always trying to get it out of you. Yeah, I don't make the tea, I just like to drink it, you know? Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Okay, skip. Hello. Good evening. Hi, Dae. Hello, Lee. Welcome back. Alright. Oh. The room felt quiet again, but with no one quite knowing what to say, you felt incredibly awkward, but the silence didn't last long. Skip. Okay, we told them to tell us about our birth parents last time. Yeah, I want to know. We'll just keep going that route. We'll tell her to leave privately. She smiled honestly before heading down the hall, going to wait in another room until it was over. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Mom was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. Your parents are dead. I'm sorry about it, but they are. What? How could this be? I had no idea. You mean I'm Adopted? Okay, but no. Thank you for telling me. Okay, you said nothing. It's not your fault. You didn't kill him, right? Right? You didn't kill my parents, right? My villain origin story starts. Okay, thank you for telling me. I did want to know, and now I do.
Are you okay?
Okay, I feel fine. I feel fine, but you didn't mean that. You started to cry. You held back tears, but you weren't fine at all. Anger rose inside you. You definitely were okay. I feel fine, but I'm not fine. You spoke in the most convincing tone you could. Your moms gave you a sad smile, and you weren't so sure they believed you. No one seemed to have any words after that. Let's get out of the house. I'm gonna go out just for a little while. I'll be back before it's really late. Your mom's not understanding, trusting you to make the best call for yourself. Can you tell Lee I'm going to go out on my own for a little while?
Sure thing.
Take all the time you need. We'll keep her company. Without knowing where you really wanted to go, you began to walk down the street quietly, dragging your feet. You turned and kept walking, unsure of what else to do. Everyone else had been so upset. You didn't have the first idea on how you could help. Eventually, you found yourself at the beach, your feet sinking into the soft sand while you looked out over the ocean. You took off your shoes and placed the sand over to the water's edge, letting the cool ocean swirl around your bare feet. This is different from the last time we played this moment, so I'm just going to keep going. No skip. It wouldn't even let me skip anyway. It was comforting being there, with the ocean breeze rustling your black hair and the smell of salty water filling your nostrils. Eventually you took a seat down on the ground, watching the sun as it dipped down further and further towards the horizon, before it disappeared completely. The sky shifted from blue and pink to orange, and then the deep blue of night. A sudden shout drew your attention away from the sea. Someone was calling your name. Your head snapped to the source of the yells. At the edge of the beach, where grass met the sand, was a silhouette in the darkness. But the person was still unmistakable to you. It was Ko. Oh my gosh, our homie. What was he doing here? His eyes settled on you ahead. Realizing you were in fact there, he rushed down the shore to where you sat. You could tell he was out of breath when he approached. You rose to meet him. Ko? Did something happen? No, not to me anyway. I want to know what happened to you. I went to your house to say hi, but your parents said you were gone, that you needed to get away. I mean, I had to think something was going on after something like that, so I came to find you. Man. Ah! Good job, Panic Ninja. Everybody else was slacking. You get that first. Aha, yeah. Hell yeah. You are the true first tier. Ah, just blur out. My parents are dead. Thank you for coming. I'm glad you're here. Ko's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. My mom and dad, who gave birth to me, they're dead. Not having to say anything else, Ko reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry, Dae. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. I'm okay. I'm glad you are. Still, he didn't let go. Can you explain everything to me? I explained it very fast.
I'm so sorry.
I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I feel bad that I don't feel worse about it. I'm just so mad. You shrugged your shoulders, not knowing how to feel. It's a very confusing situation. Everything was so overwhelming, it was difficult to get a good grasp. Dae, you're not doing anything wrong. You know that, right? I think you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. But I want to be quirky. Thank you, Cove. His words had made you feel better, and you knew that was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Alright, skip.
So,
Okay, Elizabeth has arrived. A new challenger approaches. Yes, let's talk about our feelings. Oh, then we're on the same page. She made a little move-along gesture with her hands, and it was settled. You waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Oh, that was it. Her birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
sorry.
That was pretty crappy of you to just bail. I'm amazed you noticed I wasn't kind. Thank you for thinking of me. I'm not mad at you. You were quite surprised by your admission. Thanks for thinking of me. She stuck her nose up a little bit at that, but her smile was soft. I feel like that too. I can't stop wondering what my life would have been like if I wasn't adopted. There are so many things that could have been different. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make the sense of this to you and herself. Here, skip. I kept listening.
You'll always be my little sibling.
Hug. You always be my family too.
Come on.
Okay, we're just pretty much just like skipping away. Go, go, go. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Why not? Okay, keep going. The two of you have practically grown up together with the oh, wait. Go back. Go back. We missed something. Go back. Okay. Now how you wanted him to oh this. You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. The two of you have practically grown up together over the past 5 years. Who's got a suggestion? I do. Let's do our show.
Wonderful.
You pumped for the show. No refunds.
It's nice.
I was pretty good, huh? And you're humble too. I am the most humble of bears, thank you very much. You laughed together, feeling as light as a feather. Were you one who... Oof. Hey, were you one that... Ah, oh my god. Hey, were you the one who painted the backdrop? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct.
Not bad.
I thought so. It was good. Thanks. When the homie recognizes your talent. Alright, skip. Oh, and that was it. Alright, save. Okay, yeah. These I've mentioned this, but these moments are going to be a bit of a speed run through. Just seeing the new content with Cove. So it's probably just going to be like a simple dialogue change. I mean, Cove's always been a good homie. He's always been there. So it's not like it's going to be that much different. I mean, I have always been curious of what would happen if we play like an indifferent route towards Cove, but honestly that kind of pains me a lot. It's like I can't bring myself to do it. Listen, I love Cove. I don't want to be indifferent towards him. I think like the only time I've ever played like a no indifferent, I know. Like they're so mean. I don't want to be indifferent. We always gotta be homies no matter what. The only time I played indifferent is like in step 1 once, and that was it. And shit sucks. I've only ever heard of it, never done it. I saw one scene, not one scene, like one like what would you call it? Like one part of like a step, like just like one picture of it. And even that I was like, "Oh, but he looks so sad in it." I don't want to do it. I don't want sad Cove. I want happy Cove. It's too much. I can't do that to him. We've got to be homies with him forever. In some way or form. Okay, let's do like one more from this one, and then we'll do another Derek one. Let me get the number out. Yeah, I never want to do it. It's just too sad. And mean too. Okay, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, Derek's in this one, so this will be good. Okay, yeah, I was about to say, did I count right? Alright, skip. I guess. You don't sound so sure there, Dae.
Sounds good. Maybe. Oh.
Alright.
Alright. I'm excited to see Derek, even though we're doing summer homework. Cove nodded a little, but he didn't say anything in response. You're not excited to see the next homie? Come on, Cove. Don't be indifferent towards Derek. Oh my gosh, we just talked about that. Your study buddy was standing at the front of the library by a long rack of magazines. Okay, he's just flipping through.
Okay.
Apologetic.
Oops.
Alright. What part of the summer homework are we working on? I think I talked about this the last time we played this moment, but I have never had to do summer homework except once. And I hated it. So I never took classes that made me do summer homework ever again. It was rough. Let's see. Okay, if it's summer, you had to start a single assignment because you didn't feel like it. Yeah, that's me. You had a few assignments to work on, but you hadn't sat down and decided which to focus on this afternoon or anything. It's summer. Why? It's summer. We have to have summer fun, not summer work. At least what we can. You just grabbed all of them and chucked them into your backpack. You figured what you could pick when the time came. I think I'll work on my history assignment. I got some math problems at New York. Okay, I think we picked history last time, so let's do math. The atmosphere was good for studying, and you felt motivated to tackle them. There's some summer reading too. I have to go through an assigned book, but I'm going to do that later since it doesn't need extra references or anything. I've already finished the reading. Oh? It's not that long, and it was way more interesting than last year's book. Good to know. What about you two? I've got a few worksheets. They look pretty easy. My school gave us 3 books to read. Can't they just stick with just one? I'm doing a timeline for history. Okay, let's go ahead and... Oh, okay. Doodled.
It's nice.
Okay, feeling cooped up? Yeah, I'm gonna go get up for a little while. Okay, I'm gonna stay here. I'm making good progress. Okay, now this last time we went with Ko, but this time we're gonna stay with Derek. You don't want to break your concentration and have to get back into it. You guys are working your homework. How's your assignment coming along, Derek? Derek flashed you a grin. It's whizzing by. No problems. How about yours? It's closer to being done than it was this morning. It's going okay. At this rate, I'm never going to finish it. It's going really great. It's closer than it was. Hey, at least you're moving forward. But weird to think that we'll be back at school soon, huh? Don't talk about it. I don't want to go to school. Yeah, new school year. Are you looking forward to it? Wouldn't say I was looking forward to it, but this year's going to be the year. The year of what?
Right.
The year I'm on the team. He pumped his fist in the air and momentarily became too loud for a library again. The team? Which one? Football? Or soccer? That's the same thing, depending on who you ask. Why not both? You don't know which? Good luck. You didn't comment seeing if he would elaborate. Yeah, why not both? That'd be pretty sweet, but I need to give it my all. Whatever it is. Can't split my focus forever. Thing is, I haven't figured out how I'm gonna pick. I'd have more time to practice and get a real good if I stuck with just one. I don't know. Do what makes you happy. Choose sports means double the number of teams you can try for. You simply listen to him. Pick the one you do best in already. I vote for soccer. I vote for football. And pick the one that makes you happy. Which one do you actually like playing? I'm happy playing both, but I'd be happier being better. But hey, how about you? What's the new school year got in store for you? I want to learn a new skill. I want to get into a sports team too. Lots of fun naps if I'm lucky. Yeah,
I get
just don't get caught. I never got caught. Well, that's not true. I got caught once. That was kind of embarrassing. Literally, it was in an art class, and I can't even remember what exactly it was, but the teacher was showing us like a PowerPoint of images and like explaining like the art history. And listen, I like drawing. I like doing art. I hate art history though. And he had such a monotone voice. The lights were dim. It was a bad mix. It was a bad mix. And I remember I like had my head in my hand, just like watching it go by, and then all of a sudden I hear Dae, wake up. And I was like, oh. And he, like, oh my, and he looked at the other classmates and said, I thank you guys for being so patient during this. Like, just kind of like side-eyeing me as he said it. And it's like, well, damn, maybe if you put a little bit more energy into your lecture, I wouldn't be so tired. But no, it was pretty rude of me. Also, he didn't have to sass me in front of everybody. I don't know. I just had to learn not to get caught after that. And I didn't ever again. Okay, you continue swapping visions of the year ahead until Cove returned. With a start, you realize that a solid 15 minutes had slipped by, that it only felt like a few moments. With fresh minds, you all turn back to your work. The sound of shuffling dragged you. Okay, he's getting up. Skip. What are you going to do now? I wonder how Derek was going to spend his newfound freedom. I could look over what you're doing. Maybe I got some tips that'll help. Alright. No, great, thanks.
I got you.
Yeah, you got me back. I chose one class to sleep in every semester of high school. So it's just like, every semester you like look through your class list and you're like, ah yes, this one. This is my nap class. That's valid. I remember I took a brief nap in like another computer science class, and I feel like I kind of got caught, but he also kind of played it off like I didn't too. Yep, whichever one I was okay to get a 50 in. I kind of passed out in a computer science class, and I wasn't passed out. I was like half asleep, I guess. And the professor was asking us what kind of phones we had. He was asking if you had an iPhone or an Android, and we had to raise our hands. And I guess he noticed I didn't raise my hand, period. And he said, Dae. He's like, yeah? Which one do you have, Android or iPhone? I was like, Android. And he's like, okay. And then he just continued on. And like, that was it. But I was like, I felt like was that me getting caught, or is that just him being that curious? My friend was kind of like, oh, maybe he just kind of saw you were tired. And I was like, oh, okay, get some sleep then. Like, that'd be nice of him. But really, I just kind of like risked it whenever I got tired. It's like, it's the perfect time to take a quick nap. With a smile, Derek leaned over your part of the table. He took some time to get the gist and point you in the right direction before turning it back over to you. Derek leaned on the back of his feet. Okay, skip. We'll say we finished most of it.
Okay.
Yeah, I can get that book for you. Skip. You considered the question mostly in case your mom said something penciled in for the evening that you'd forgotten. Nothing planned. Me neither. Oh, that's my dad's car. Okay,
Talk to
go
you
on.
later.
Did you get everything done? Yeah, I've only got some thicker paper to draw the final draft on. That's all you're basically done. He smiled, impressed. I feel pretty good about that. Okay,
Not
skip. You were missing your math assignment. Dae? By this point, Coke could tell something was wrong. That was part of your summer work that you had gotten done. Now it's gone. It hadn't been that noteworthy before, but the bag wasn't really zipped when you had first begun to look through. Okay, this is pretty much like the same route. We're upset, but we'll make ourselves stay calm. You caught the problem early. There was still time to make it right. You couldn't lose your head. My math work is in my backpack. George Cove jumped out of his seat.
Wait,
Oh crap! Is there anywhere we can look?
how are you?
Just anywhere. Tell her what is going on.
I'm so sorry.
Thanks.
Well,
Thanks for trying. Good idea. It's starting to get to us now.
All right.
Wait, go back. Wait, go back. Does he actually have the assignment? I thought he had something different.
All right.
Your heart sank and it was obvious there wasn't much of a chance Cove somehow had it this whole time. Still, you wanted home. Finally, Cove lowered his backpack to the floor while slipping his arm out, and he wasn't empty-handed. Cove extended a few papers your way.
All right.
Here. Your eyes looked down at the assignment and then went right back up to his face. That's your copy. In the almost silent room, you could hear the slight crinkling of paper as his fingers gripped to get tighter. His expression was just as firm. No, it's yours. I appreciate you want to help, but that's not okay. Why not? You did the work. It isn't fair that you might not get credit for it. That assignment and grades, they're important to you. And you know, you're important to me, so... He finally dropped the papers at your feet, refusing to meet your eyes. I got confused because he said, I guess we do have the same assignments. He was just focusing on the history. Oh, we focus on the math. I was a little confused for a second there. I think I did pretty good with it. The marks shouldn't be bad. A hug. His consideration makes us feel good. You couldn't believe it. You had resigned yourself to his loss and Label's back. Were they serious? They've got it.
Don't worry
Alright.
about it.
Alright, that was it. A nice speed run. Okay, now we have time for another one. Alright. Which one should we play next for Derek's route? Going to get the generator up just in case. I'll let you guys decide. Should we do responsible, lemonade, soiree, boardwalk? And of course, if you guys don't want to decide, I can do the number picker too. Although I do have to take a quick little break. Soiree? Okay, we'll do soiree. So let me go. I'm going to take a quick potty break and then I'll be right back. And we'll do the soiree moment. Alright, I'm BRB and y'all behave because as you know, BB is watching. Okay, I'm back. Yeah. Get back in my chair. I just realized I didn't introduce BB at all to you guys. He did speak a little bit ago, but this is Bear here. This is BB. He's my little bud. He sits down here. Y'all can make BB speak if you'd like. BB say something to the crowd.
RXD.
Beautiful, thank you. But yeah, I forgot to introduce my little bud here. Everybody loves BB here. A very sweet boy. A very murderous boy. But alright, enough about BB. It's DEREKS time. I said we... Okay, yeah, we're good. Alright. Soiree. I wonder how this is going to be different from the soiree moment with Cove. You'd whiled away the morning, doing whatever struck your fancy, and now you're recharging with lunch. With nothing on the horizon, you were free to spend as much or as little time on your plate as you wanted. It was while you were thinking on all the possibilities for your afternoon that your mom's approached you.
Hi.
Hi, Dae. You okay? Mouthful, you nodded in reply. To your surprise, they both sat with you at the table. Based on the time, you had wondered if they were joining you for the meal, but neither of them brought anything.
Alright.
Great. We want to have a little chat with you. The qualifier little did nothing to downplay the situation. You're chewing slowly as your eyes widen, looking from one parent to the other. Anything that required both of them to talk to you must be something big. Your mind perked. You perked up, your mind full of exciting possibilities. A vacation, maybe? Or a pet? A revelation that they were actually undercover agents? He leaned in, eager to learn more. There's a soiree at the Cypress tomorrow night. Your mom and I are going. Cypress was the country club your moms were part of and where Elizabeth played golf. It seemed like every other month they had some event or another, all with the fancy names like soiree. You nodded eagerly, anxious for Mom to get the good stuff. Mom chuckled at your poorly considered reaction. Leaning in, Mom took your hand and squeezed it. You decided to make it the night a bit special. Elizabeth's going to be allowed to stay home fully alone for the first time.
Sorry.
You'll still be coming to the party with us. It's Elizabeth's night to party with you. No family around. Not yours. Sorry, you gotta wait a couple more years. That's not fair. You're disappointed by the news? Alright, I can go. What's the story going? Yeah, what's it going to be like? Tell me about it. The usual. Well, mostly. We wanted to make it a special night for you too, so we've got something a little extra planned. That was unexpected. Interested. You listened. Your parents shared a look across the table. You cleared your throat, reminding them that you were waiting. They couldn't keep dropping such hints and then turn coy when the conversation was about to get good.
Well,
Since it's a pretty fancy party that's still chaperoned, and attendees are allowed to bring a guest, we thought it might be a nice opportunity for you to invite in someone yourself. As a date, if you want. Your eyes widened as the words sunk in. Your mom's continued, and it was a struggle to keep up. Even though we'll be at the party too, you don't need to worry about us getting in your way. You'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. Am I muted? Am I actually muted? Hello? It doesn't say I'm muted. Hello, hello? Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Let me see. Where's my mic? There's my mic. Oh shit, there's so much here. Hello? Okay, I can hear myself. What does it sound like on Twitch? Let me mute the desktop so it doesn't, like, fuck up you guys' end. Alright, let's see. Let me go over to... So it's gonna be muted for a little bit. Oh shit, where am I? Alright, let's go here. It was me somehow? Oh, okay. Never mind then. I was a little panicked for a second there. I was like, everything seems fine. Well, I don't see the problem. No, you're good. You're good. It happens sometimes. I mean, more often than not, it could be me. So it's good to, like, point that out so we can easier figure out what the solution would be. That's all good. My cats must have done it. Hi, the little kitties. The sneaky, rambunctious, mischievous bunches. I luckily do not have cats. I do have a dog though. And back in the day I would actually, I'm in a office now, but back in the day I would stream in my living room, and my dog, she does not like it when people exist outside of the house, so whenever she sees someone she would just start barking aggressively. So I'd always have to mute and hurry up and fix her with that. She's like, I have to go calm her down. It's like, please stop, it's okay. Everything is fine. I used to have a cat, but that was a long time ago. But I heard many stories about cats and their ways, you know. But okay. Even though we'll be at the party, so you don't need to worry about us getting in your way, you'll be free to eat, dance, and enjoy the music as you see fit. But no leaving the property. Ma nodded at Mom's interjection.
Isn't that great?
Yes. Yeah, my cats will yell in the background. Sometimes our pets just gotta scream, you know? Sometimes we gotta scream sometimes. It just be like that sometimes. Yes, as long as you don't leave the party. And if you'd rather just bring just a friend, that's a-okay too. Amazing! You must have lit up because your parents shared an amused look again.
About it.
The story isn't until tomorrow, so you've got time. Just let us know your plans before we're heading out. And that's all. We'll leave you to your lunch now. Your moms rose from their chairs in unison, disappearing to another part of the house. You barely noticed their departure. All you could think of was what had just happened. The remnants of your lunch stared up at you from your plate. I'm glad to go back to eating. I'm hungies. You wolfed down the rest of your food, clearing your plate as you thought about how you'd like to spend tomorrow evening. Even though you'd relocated to your bedroom, your head was stuck in the conversation that had unfolded at the dining table downstairs. You knew that having someone call as a friend would be best. You wanted it to be a date. You didn't want to bring anyone. It was too soon. No, it's too soon right now. We're not quite sure what we want it to be yet. You felt caught between the options ahead of you. Every time one idea seemed more appealing, your mind would counter with either a plus or the other, or a downside to the one you were leaning towards. It was exhausting and frustrating in equal measure. You felt like you were working hard to find an answer, and yet you never seemed to get any closer. But you did decide the person you wanted to invite was Derek. You did decide against bringing Derek. No, we're bringing Derek. It's Derek's time to shine, as we've been saying. Come with us. You were relieved to find the phone sitting in its cradle in the living room. Picking up the address book your mom's kept close to the phone, you flipped through until you found Derek's number under Suarez. You tapped the numbers into the phone and waited for someone to pick up. Ring ring, hello?
Hello.
The Suarez residence. Hello, Mrs. Suarez. Good afternoon, Mrs. Suarez. This is Dae Ursa. Can I talk to Derek?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's out with his brothers right now. I can get him to call you back. Yeah, that's fine. You could wait for Derek to return the call. You had a little time. You changed your mind about trying it. No, we can wait. Thank you. It would be really great if you could do it today. I'll see what I can do. You traded goodbyes, hung up, and found a place to relax in the living room. That was as far as you got in decision-making. You let yourself sink down into the corner of the couch and remained stuck against the plush cushions. Your plan A was on hold. More than it was hung up on. But you'd committed to waiting to hear from Derek, so waiting is what you had to do. The remote had been carelessly left on the green stool, almost certainly by your big sister. You lurched over the armrest to reach the TV device. You stretched out your finger and succeeded in pressing down the on button. When flopping back down into your seat, you caught a glimpse of what had appeared on the screen. The show playing was How It's Made mini-documentary type of show. The subject of that episode was pre-packaged crackers. Ooh! You didn't have the motivation to actually pick up the remote to change the channel. You simply let it play. After discovering how ice is added to the flour when mixing the wet and dry ingredients, a jingly ring echoed across the room. Someone was calling. It's time to panic. Oh no. It's becoming reality now. You threw yourself at the ringer in a panicked mess of nerves. You went to answer it. Looking forward, you snatched at the ringer, excited. What a panicked mess of nerves. Hello! This is Dae. The initial answer you got was a series of lighthearted chuckles. Hey Dae, this is Derek. I'm really sorry I missed your calling me before. I was watching the little bros at the park. Mom came to find me. And she did? Yeah, so I could call you back. Oh, Mrs. Suarez did you a big favor. Could she tell it was important? She just knows. She just has that sixth sense. But thanks for calling. Was there something you wanted to talk about? Basically tomorrow my moms are taking me to a soiree at a country club they're a part of. Cool. You gotta tell me what happens when you get back. Well, you see about that. You'd officially gotten to talk to him about the party. The time had come to do something with the opportunity. You resolved to make it a date. You asked him to join as a friend only. You decided not to ask him. Oh, so we have to... Oh my god. Listen, go big or go home. Derek, I want you to be on my date for the party. Do you want to go on a date with me? My parents said it would be alright if I brought a day, and I thought maybe, would you want to go to the party with me as a practice day? Ah, oh my gosh, there's so many good options we could pick from. Maybe not the middle one. we gotta be cool. We gotta be chill. It's like we have to act like we're not a bundle of nerves about to panic, you know? Let's see. My parents said it would be alright if I brought a date, and I thought maybe. Let's do this one. You danced around the unspoken question, hoping that Derek would catch your drift. I think he does. I don't know how. Obviously, we can't see him in the game, but in this viewer's point of view, I think he gets what you're trying to say here. The pitch of his voice shut up so strikingly it crackled through the phone. Really? The possibility took a second for Derek to process, and then another second, and then another. Derek? Finally, he gave a rushed reply. Oh, no, yeah, I want to go. You're supposed to take a date to a party like that, right? It makes sense. Yay! Alright. You exhaled deeply. Thank you. You're welcome. Yay! Prior stalling aside, your invitation had Derek positively giddy. He giggled and babbled away from the receiver, but it wasn't nearly quiet enough for the phone to not pick it up. Can't believe it. This is the best. Oh my. Oh, he's so excited. That's so cute. Then I guess it's a date?
It's a date.
Oh my god. You smiled wildly. It was going to be a special night. A muffled feedback masked Derek's voice as he talked on. He was moving around. You could easily picture him bouncing about his apartment, phone still in hand.
Man.
What do you think they're going to have at the soiree? Dancing? Music? Sparkly drinks, maybe? Probably. The Cypress usually has pretty fancy parties. So cool. The anticipation between the both of you continued to rise. Just imagine what tomorrow night might bring. Oh, oh my, that's kind of... She just manifests in front of us. Good evening, Dae. But the party you were already starting was interrupted when Mom ambled back into the living room. She almost gave a shout to greet you, but caught herself when she noticed you were on the phone. Mimicking your current position, Mom stuck out her thumb and pinky finger and pressed the hand against her ear. At the same time, her lips stretched forward to slowly mouth the word who. Who? Sorry, Derek, there's an owl in the room. I've gotta go, my mom's here, you whispered into the phone. Can you hang on for a second? I've gotta answer my mom. You spoke into the phone. Oh, bye, I have to hang up now. You bowed into the phone. You stared at your mom with the phone in your hand and your mouth open.
No worries.
No worries. Say I said hello. Leaving things with him there, you lowered the phone to the counter. So, what's happening? I'm talking to Derek. He says hello. Derek Suarez? Her eyebrows arched in curiosity, but she still wore a grin. I mean, how many Dereks do we know? I don't even know one Derek in real life. Did he happen to call out of the blue, or was it you who gave him a ring? Maybe to ask a certain question? Oh, whatever could it be, I wonder? You nodded your head vigorously, beaming at your mom. She understood what you meant. Okay. What kind of outing will it be? Her voice was hesitant but serious. Well, you know what it is. Mom nodded in understanding. She wore a wispy smile. Would you mind putting him on speaker for a second? I need to ask him something about tomorrow. Oh. The request caught you off guard, and you fumbled the receiver for a second, but you got it under control and then hit the speaker button. Derek, you can talk to my mom. I put you on speaker. Hello, Mrs. Ursa. Hey there, I have a quick question. What are you intending going out with Dae for their... Oh, just hang up. Mom, you're gonna make him uncomfortable. Stop embarrassing me. You don't have to worry about that, Mom. To be super good to me, that's what. Isn't that right, Derek? Yeah, Derek. What are your intentions? You're the one who invited me to the date. It's like, hey, do you want to go on a date with me? Yeah, sure. Okay. What are your intentions? What are your intentions? This is so back and forth. You don't have to worry about that, Mom. It was so obvious that they were good, but you didn't get why Mom had bothered to ask. To prove it, Derek didn't buckle whatsoever from the pressing your mom put on him.
I've got a plan.
I have the extra best of intentions. Dae's gonna have such a fun time, they won't even know what hit them. Okay, good. That's enough from me. The big day isn't even here yet. You wondered if that meant she intended to give a repeat of this performance tomorrow. You were afraid to find out. Alright. Bye then? Bye.
See you later.
Take care and see you soon. He didn't even ask his mom. There were some happy giggles that snuck through before all the sound on the other side cut off, marking the end of the conversation. Well, would you mind if I borrow the phone now? I'll give Derek's parents a call back and get everything squared away. You held the receiver out, and Mom strolled over to pluck it out of your hand. Thank you very much, kiddo. Your part of the prep work was finished, and the rest of the afternoon passed by just like that. Back in your room, your mind was alight with the visions of tomorrow night. The soiree was something, but not nearly as exciting as going on your first date. You were thrilled that Derek had actually said yes, that he was your genuine date to a party. You hugged your knees to your chest, overawed by the thought. The night couldn't come soon enough. And here it is. The evening of the soiree had arrived, the daylight hours having slipped away in a blur. Up in your bedroom, you were getting ready for the big event. That was your intention, at least, but you hadn't settled on an outfit. Stationed in front of your wardrobe, you scanned over the clothing you had at your disposal. Though Ma had mentioned this event was a bit dressier than a normal get-together, you didn't necessarily have to comply. Ooh, you wonder how Derek might feel about your outfit. You couldn't help but consider how he would respond to the way you were dressed. Would he like seeing you dressed all fancy, or would it reinforce the weirdness of the situation? Your mind drifted to the city next city over. Was Derek going through these same steps right now? Staring at his wardrobe and trying to decide what to wear? You had no idea if he would dress up for the occasion himself or if he'd wear his usual attire. It would be so much easier if you knew what he was going to do. I see, you didn't want to look stupid in front of Derek. You wanted to impress Derek. You didn't want to come across as too excited. You didn't want to look like you were taking this too seriously. You wanted him to see you in a new light. Ooh. Now let's impress him. Let's be formal. You attempted to decide between the nicer pieces in your wardrobe, the ones that rarely had a chance to come out. You decided to dress formally because you felt like you had to. You honestly like dressing up. You were dressing to impress. I mean, that's what we just said. You ought to put the things you owned to use. You wanted to make Ma happy. Well, I already said it. I'm so sad right now. Why are you sad, Noah? Fashion was a competitive sport, just like the golf tournaments the club hosted. You might not walk out with the trophy at the end, but you still had every intention of winning. To start, you decided to wear a button-down shirt. Crisp shirts were a classic formal look for a reason. They were essentially foolproof. You paired your top with dress pants. You picked a pair that complemented the color of your top and nodded with satisfaction. It was a slick look. My BF is on a work trip. Oh, I'm sorry. You're feeling a little lonely without him. He'll be back soon. It'll be all good. Just gotta be patient. But I can understand your feelings. You began to get dressed, your fingers working stiff zips and awkward fastenings. It felt like different against your skin, reminding you with every movement that you were dressed up. Whatever happened tonight, you were pleased that you'd gotten the opportunity to wear this. Now dressed, you gave yourself a final glance over before heading downstairs, ready to head out. You found your mom's already waiting in the living room. They were putting the finishing touches on their outfits. Ma strapping her heel into a stiletto shoe, and Mom trying to fasten a bracelet single-handedly. And I'm so lonely I was about to have a panic attack because he didn't tell me until 1 hour later. Oh, he didn't tell you till, like, just now? That's not very good. You should have, said a little bit of a warning. Yeah. Okay, now that wasn't a very nice move. He should have warned ahead of time. That's unfortunate. Damn. I'm sorry that happened. They looked up as you entered. Aw, Dae, you look so nice. Don't you think, Pam?
Thanks.
Thanks for dressing up, Dae. Hope the party will be prepared for your arrival. You look sharp. Shh, I didn't have to slice them dice. Mom was still struggling with the bracelet. You lent a hand, literally by taking one side and holding it as she secured the clasp. Thanks, kiddo. Elizabeth flittered down the stairs. Her eyes narrowed.
What?
You're still here? Yes, but not for much longer, hopefully. Wait, I know you're excited, but we haven't even said goodbye, and I want to go over how things are going to play out. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listing the rules, taking them off on her fingers. Yeah, I was just finished being Jack's therapist and doctor. Just making the rounds. The therapist and doctor is in session right now. Yeah. But this is different. We didn't actually see Elizabeth in the Cove specific story moment. So this is interesting. We actually get to see them given the rundown. It's like, alright, you're gonna be here alone, but this is how it's gonna go. Thanks for the look, Noah. There's no crazy parties, no drugs, no alcohol, no people. I don't want the house set on fire. Elizabeth sighed as Mom began listening to the rules, taking them off on her fingers. No ordering takeout or other— oh, no takeout, but it's supposed to be a night on her own. You can have anyone else come over.
Huh.
She nodded, resigned to her fate, listening to a set of rules she could predict without so much as a glance at a crystal ball. If anything happens, you can call us or go across the street to the Holdens. Keep the noise down. This house might be empty, but there are people all around the neighborhood. Usual house rules still apply. Don't do anything you wouldn't do if we were here. And we'll be back no later than 11:30 p.m., but we'll call if there are any issues, so don't tie up the phone line all night. Alright, all done? Can you go now? Ma strode over and swept Elizabeth up in a hug. Your sister let out a small noise, her eyes widening, and suddenly looked much less like the smug teenager she acted like. You're such a big girl now. I still can't believe it. She's all grown up now. They grow up so fast. Elizabeth rolled her eyes. This wasn't the quick departures that she'd been hoping for. Any chance of it ending soon vanished as Mom joined in the hug. Neither can I. It feels like it was only yesterday that... Elizabeth groaned, trying to cut the reminiscing off without success. You laughed and stayed well clear of the love pile. You felt sorry for yourself. You were glad you weren't the one getting that that group family hug. Mom and I held out their arms to you as you approached, welcoming you into the hug. Elizabeth whined, eager for this to come to an end already.
Jeez.
Can you all just go? Jeez. Your family disentangled from the hug in time to catch the doorbell ringing. Ooh, the guest of honor is here. Oh, he's coming to us. I thought we were gonna go pick him up. She raced over to the door. As Mom predicted, Derek had arrived right on time, and he was ushered inside. What's he gonna wear?
Nice.
You look very nice, Derek. What's he wearing?
Same.
Oh, his little bow tie is so cute. Thanks, Mrs. Ursa. So do you. Derek pulled at the ends of his little polka dot bow in satisfaction. His gaze, though, not so subtly, sought you out. And that's going to you too, Dae. Classy. On the final words, his voice faded away softly like the rays of dimming light. His words took you by surprise, but after the earlier worries about your appearance, they were a welcome balm for your nerves. You attempted to control the grin spreading across your face. The small statement had made a big impact. You inspected his outfit in turn. You're looking good too. I love your bow tie, you praised. Love the bow tie, Derek, you teased. Wish I could say the same to you. Damn, you look awful. I love your bow tie. His crisp, formal clothes could barely contain the elation Derek was vibrating.
Thank you.
It's kind of goofy, but also kind of popular. Listen, it suits you. Goofy and popular. Now that Mom had finished reiterating the rules to Elizabeth, who then scurried off to the sanctuary of her room, she came over to greet Derek. Hi, Derek. Nice to have you along for the ride. Thank you for taking me.
Welcome.
It's no trouble. You're always welcome. Mom's eyebrows rose in twin lines of concern. Let's all remember that this is only a very, very first date. There's no pressure on either of you, alright?
Yeah.
No pressure. Yeah. It's easier said than done, Mom. His absolute enthusiasm began to dim at the statement. Luckily, Ma came over and cheered him on. Mom's the cautious sort, sweetie. You don't need to look so worried. Mom smiled reassuringly. She didn't intend to scare him. Ma laid a hand on her shoulder. We should get to the car. There's nothing fashionable about being late. Oh, and before I forget, thank you so much for getting here on the dot, Derek. That's appreciated.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Ursa. I want to thank you too. The angels was really perfect. Can you teleport or something? You joked. Always polite, huh, Derek? You lightly teased. Teleports behind you. You still managed to be the ideal guest even with the long trip here. Yeah, I wasn't going to be late for this. Carefree laughter and the conversation flowed from Derek.
Man.
Man, I told my mom it was 30 minutes before it actually was. I was definitely going to be here when it was time to go. Damn. Oh my gosh. He knows, huh? When you have been here way ahead of time? Clever. You've got everything figured out. Your mom got you here 30 minutes late. I told her 30 minutes ahead of time. So you're late then. Wait, that's what happened. Did you really just get here? You're great, but your mom is so unreliable. Did you really just get here? And then the stream hit a block. Derek broke eye contact with you. He poked at his pant hemline. Tucking his shirt down made more to keep busy. Not really. Mom got me here on time. So like 30 minutes before. Were you standing outside the whole time?
Oh.
I didn't want to interrupt you and your mom's because you were probably getting ready then. I just hung out at the park. Derek! Derek, no! With the wing, Derek tried to smooth over the awkwardness of that confession. Jeremy never popped out of the bushes to insult me, so it was all good. Oh my god, Derek. What's wrong with you? There's something wrong with you. It made you feel special that he cared so much? What? He went way overboard. Derek was a great guy. He shouldn't feel bad about those things. If they ever worried you, that was too cute. No idea how to feel about that. I feel special. That means a lot to me. You can come inside my house whenever you want, Derek. He kicked up a leg bashfully, giggling the whole time. I wanted to make a good impression, but I know you would have been cool about it. And if I did have to be bored for a while, at least it was here in your neighborhood. You never know. There could have been traffic. Or what if George fell off a gate and broke his collarbone? Again? George fell off a gate and broke his collarbone before? Yeah, when he was 8, but... You invited me to a soiree. My life would be over if just one of those things came up and, oh well, guess we're not going after what happened. Oh my god, he's treating this like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Derek was drowning in the conversation of his own making. He chose to put a stop to that, building a dam between him and it. Sorry, I don't want to be all complaining when we're going to a party. Besides, coming early isn't gonna matter if we're late, because we kept talking about being early. Let's catch up with your moms. Right, we better hurry. You pulled up at the country club. The sun had sunk deep into the horizon, the last of its light sleepily warming the oncoming night. Your moms led the way to the space around the back where the event was being held. The place had been transformed through decoration with smart tablecloths and elegant ribbons contributing to a festive atmosphere. Musicians dressed in matching black and white were setting up their instruments and flicking through pages of sheet music. And as promised, there was a table covered in plates of carefully prepared food. Destination reached, your parents rounded on you and Derek. Things haven't kicked off yet, but don't let that stop you from enjoying yourselves.
Fine.
We'll be around if you need
See
us.
you later.
See you. Bye. Derek enthusiastically waved your moms off, stretching his arm as high as they could go. Bye, Mrs. and Mrs. Ursa. Once they'd retreated a distance away, you found him watching you. His eyes sparkled at the dainty, dangling lights all around as your date together officially began. Is there anybody you want to socialize with? That's what parties are for, sometimes. Or we could get refreshments? Oh. Let's see. I'll introduce you to people. I know a lot of these people, since my moms have brought me here a lot since I was little.
Cool.
I want to meet them. Man, this is already like a drastic difference between him and Cove. Cove was so nervous when he went here, but Derek's thriving. He's like, yes, I'm ready for this. I guess it's like the extrovertedness in him. You beckoned for him to follow you. He strolled up to your side and matched your pace. Most of the attendees skewed significantly older or considerably younger than the two of you, with only a few people around your age. Derek easily found his place among in that audience. He dipped his head politely and made his introduction. Hey, I'm Derek. It's really nice to meet you. His well-mannered disposition won over the longtime Cypress members right off the bat. Great to meet you too, son. As you'd expected, there was an interest in who you brought to the party, and what your relationship with him was. And Dae, good to see you. This your date? Well, yeah. Derek clasped his hands behind his back while scooting extra step closer to you. Oh, he's confident. He was poised as if you were about to take a proper couple's portrait photo. His rosy cheeks would have looked perfect if a picture had been taken. Yeah, Dae needed a day for the party, and they picked me for it. His phrasing had caught your attention. Did he really think you had to have a date, and that's why you asked? Or were you just thinking too hard about that? Oh, he thinks we needed somebody. He didn't think that we didn't have to bring anybody, but we wanted to bring him. Oh my gosh. That revelation. I'm ready to see it. There was no way to tell by his tone. Derek had used his best behavior voice with the adults. And the circle of guests all visibly reacted to the explanation, touching a hand to their cheek or chest. It was clearly too much for their hearts. Best of luck to you on your date. Derek definitely made an impression on them. Still, some people focus on the important things. How you were dressed. Don't you look snappy in that outfit? You scrubbed up well. With the basic niceties taking care of you, let's move on to something else. Hey, Derek. We can go look at the snacks now. It's okay to eat them, even if the music hasn't started yet.
Let's go.
Let's go! Oh, thank you for the sippy, Noah. Let me run down and get another one. I also need to turn some lights. It's getting dark over here. Oh my god, my house is pitch black. Where's the dog at? Oh, is that a puppy I see in the darkness there? I can't see chat right now, so y'all be good. Hey, she's playing with a toy. What are you playing with, actually? Is that your ball? Okay, that is your ball. I was making sure she wasn't chewing on something else, you know? You never know with her. Like, listen, she isn't really one to get into things that doesn't belong to her. But once in a while, she gets... I don't know, she has a little act of rebellion. There was one time I was in the bathroom and I had the door open to the bedroom. And she just casually walked into... Wait, did I say I was in the bathroom? I was in the bathroom. And the bathroom has two doors. One that leads out into the hall and one that leads into the bedroom. The bedroom door was open, and she was in there. And then she came walking. Okay, sorry, my thing cut out. Let me start over. So, there was this time I was in the bathroom. There's two doors in the bathroom. One to the hallway and one to the bedroom. Sam was in the bedroom, and then she walked into the bathroom because I think she wanted me to let her out because I was in that room. She came over there. And I was about to open the door, and I saw she had a pencil in her mouth. I don't know where she got this pencil, but she was certainly not supposed to have it. And so I tried to take it away from her. And you know how dogs are. If you try to take something from them, it's suddenly a game. So she just like whipped her head around. She started drawing on the door too. It's like, Stam, stop it. You're graffitiing the house. And so I had to hurry up and like wrestle it out of her. But those incidents are pretty rare. I just remember, I was like, where the fuck did you get that pencil from? And she's been in that room plenty of times, and we don't do any writing, really. She must have, like, found it, like, in a lost corner or something. She was like, you know what? This is mine now. Thank you once again for the sippy. I really needed that. I don't know why I got so much out of breath from telling that story. So the hydration is necessary. Alright, let's see what they've got. The two of you wandered over to the refreshment table. With it being early in the night, it had barely been touched, and the plates were nearly as pristine as when they left the kitchens. The offerings were all tiny and bite-sized, ready to be picked up and sampled. It was immediately apparent that there was plenty to choose from. Just from the level of care with which it was presented, it was clear that this was the fancy stuff. Derek perused the options with a scrutinizing eye. From one end to the other, his gaze swept across the scene. He took a few sniffs for good measure. They put these together themselves, or they hired a catering company to come here and make them. But it's really fresh. That's great. Oh, a connoisseur of the food arts, are you? I couldn't tell at all. It looks too bad to be fresh. More like it's gross, but only some of it is any good. Oh yeah, this is good stuff. You nodded happily, agreeing with Derek's assessment. It was quality food. I mean, it's gotta be. Sorry, I'm doing something. That's got to do with it now. You picked one of the nearby morsels up and presented it in front of Derek. It looked like a tiny slice of bread. There was a pile of minced veggies and maybe some olives on top.
Alright.
I'll try that one. Without much thought and without taking much time, Derek scooped up only a couple appetizers onto his plate. The rest were left for other guests. Want me to get anything for you? Oh, a gentleman. Okay, thanks. Why would you do that? I can get it myself. Oh, how kind, sir. Yes, indeed. You teasingly played along. Hey. Okay, I guess maybe they meant to have text there, but I guess they, I don't know. I guess they meant to have like a source of dialogue there, but then they thought, let's just go into the next option. Surprise me.
I'm on it.
Derek put his own plate down to get an empty one. His side stepped across the length of the table, filling your dish with what he considered to be the prime offerings. Then the plate was offered to you. Thank you. His cheery reply was said. At the same moment, he lifted his own food back up.
Welcome.
So do you like it? Did you know they add ice to crack? Oh, what the? Did you know they add ice to cracker mix? We're calling it back to that documentary we watched. Derek paused mid-bite. What? Crackers, the packaged kind. They add ice to the flour and stuff when mixing the ingredients to keep it from fermenting too soon. Cool. Cool is the goal. You made Derek laugh, and that made you happy. The company was even better than the food. After going through a round of sampling, you could move on to something else. Derek? Let's find a place to sit.
Obviously.
Oh, duh, yeah. You've got to have a place to sit. Let me just... He checked out the area, swiveling his head around. When Derek couldn't get a good enough view, he hopped up into the air. That one looks open over there. I think so, too. Shouldn't we be the ones, like, leading that? We are the one asked him on this date. He doesn't know the area. You walked to sit at the edge of the party area, where it was quieter with fewer people cluttered around. Derek hustled to reach the table first. Oh my god. Is he gonna pull the chair out for us? Don't worry, I'll get that for you. He pulled out a chair and waited. Derek, oh my god. He's a gentleman. Thank you. You paused Derek without a word and sat in it. Oh, that's so mean. You're a real gentleman. You took a seat on the woven patio chair. It was still a little warm from what was left of the sunlight. Derek gladly pushed it back into place with you in it. Oh, he's so strong, too. Then Derek swung around the table and got into his own chair, the one right across from you. Where did you learn all your manners? I don't know. My family? Teachers? TV shows? I just try to be polite, and usually I am. That's nice. Thanks. Derek leaned all the way back, giving a grin. The conversation continued until you felt refreshed and ready to go again. Alright. Is there anything you'd want to do? Letting the next move be up to him, Derek restlessly looked around the party. He squinted his eyes and really considered the possibilities. Then he gave an unassertive answer. Well, if it wouldn't be a big deal, would it be alright if you showed me around? I've never seen any of this place, so like, we could go on a walk. Derek's pointer fingers tapped in a rhythm across the edge of the table, like he was spelling out his answer in text on a typewriter. That'd be nice. Let's go. Thanks. Derek enthusiastically bounced from his seat. You got to your feet too. Just making sure everything's still working. There we go. Checking my OBS. Alright, we're good. You led him down a familiar stone walking path you knew would get far. Your lovely stroll around the country club grounds began in earnest. The bustling sounds of the party soon faded away, replaced by whispers of cricket songs and the serene summer. Sorry, breeze. That one kind of like ripped its way out of me. Along the way, you gestured onward to point out what buildings were what, from simple storage sheds to special club rooms for VIP members. And you were able to tell Derek all about the golf holes in the distance that you passed by, including how good or bad your big sister was at completing them. You had a chance to tell the funny story when, one time, she got a penalty for a strike that landed in a water hazard. She had jumped right in the little pond to retrieve the ball and tried to pretend it never happened while dripping wet. Derek was as amused as he was amazed. I'm so hungry. Get something to eat. Get you a little snack. A nice little snack. We just had snacks in this game. He engaged with you by making silly guesses about what you would tell him about next. Derek jokingly suggested that a normal garage was a research facility studying how to add extra green to the grass. Spray canned paint. You were so absorbed in your companion for the outing and having the space to yourselves that you didn't realize the growing humdrum around until it was right around the corner. Derek paused. He noticed it too. Oh! His eyebrow quirked as he tried to reason out the disturbance. Is that people? Did we make a loop and I just missed that? No, we're on the opposite end. It's about as far away from the event area as we could be. Curiously, Derek took big strides while mentally puzzling over what you'd said. Oh, this is a new area. Together you passed by a large wall to reveal another seating area. It too was filled with formally dressed people. A second party? Did we just infiltrate another party? Are we party crashers? None of the faces scattered about were regular members. Each one was as unrecognizable as any stranger off the street. You had your points of focus, and Derek had his own totally separate ones. He spoke aloud to share what he noticed. The tables have cloths here, and I think the chairs didn't look like that back where we were. Actually, this kind of feels like we got stuck in some alternate reality version of our soiree, where everything is still really fancy, but also still different in weird ways. That's funny, but really, you're right. That has to be the answer. That'd be horrible. You showed over Derek's exaggerating, you giggled over Derek's misunderstanding of things. You're right, it has to be. Hey, you're the one who's supposed to know the real answer. Okay. Actually, this is their outdoor dining seating for other types of events, ones that aren't the normal stories. I never have a reason to go here when I visit with my moms. I kind of thought it'd be empty with a soiree happening. Derek's gaze wandered across the area, taking another shrewd look. Is it a wedding? I don't know, whenever I see like tables, like yeah, look how like many chairs are around and like the white cloth. I feel like it's a wedding. We crashed a wedding. Derek's gaze wandered across the area, taking another shrewd look. Yeah, why be in this place when there's food and pretty lights over in the patio? And there's way more teens than at our party. Tons of them look like they're our age. This is mysterious. The long list of questions didn't bother Derek. Quite the opposite. Playing detective was something he was having fun with. It's time to get to the bottom of this. I'm gonna ask somebody what's up. Good idea. What, Derek? Are we really gonna do that? You whispered nervously. Tally-ho, Watson. Does Sherlock really say tally-ho? I don't know. Sound alright.
I gotcha.
You've got a point. I mean, he's from England, isn't he? That's as if that really matters. The two of you boldly headed into the thick of the family reunion. Oh, is it a family reunion? Business meeting, wedding? Oh, never mind. Secret society meeting or whatever it was. Soon you would know. The subject Derek zeroed in on was a tall kid, maybe a little older than you and him, who stood on the edges of the crowd by themselves. I didn't think we'd see this in Derek's route. Most everyone else was part of a group or in one-on-one conversation, but not that person. Their hair was short, swooping black strands that framed a pointedly petite face. Their dark brown eyes were heavily lidded. On a second glance, you also noticed there was a small mole on their neck. You wouldn't have been surprised if people often told them they were pretty. The rest of their skin was a pale white, the kind that had somehow escaped any tanning, freckling, or even sunburning in California's summer rays. Derek offered a friendly wave once he was close enough for it to be clear he wasn't just passing by.
So,
Hey, so this might sound weird, but what are you guys all doing here? A quick smile came across the stranger's face. We're visitors who are in this town for a dance circuit. This dining area is reserved for our group only tonight. What is going on with you? How'd you get here? The tables were immediately turned. You and Derek had questions to answer for. He rubbed his cheek and chuckled uncomfortably. We didn't know that. There's a story happening on the other side of the club for members and their guests. That's where we came from. Please don't tell on us. That got them to open their eyes completely. They even leaned forward just a bit, much more engaged in the conversation. I thought I noticed something that way. It's been bothering me the entire evening. I was planning to check when it got darker. Yeah, well, that's what it is. Sorry for crashing your party. Don't apologize. The self-described dancer's eyes sunk back into their half-open state as their lips curved even further. The smile had become a true smirk. I'm still going to yours when I get the chance. The mutual exchange of secrets brought a lighthearted sense of camaraderie between your tiny group. But it didn't last. They inclined their head in a slight nod before breezing away. Bye. Good luck with your dance circuit and everything else. Okay, you know what? I'm not going to comment on that. I'm not going to comment. We're going to erase that from our mind right now. We're going to put a pin in that. And we'll come back to that at another point in time. Goodbye. Have a nice life. Thanks for talking to us. Watch them leave. Yeah, good luck not getting caught. You lifted your arm and wave. Thanks for talking to us. As soon as your vague acquaintance mixed back into the crowd of a fellow student performers, Derek wrapped his arms around his chest. Okay, you know, I feel way more out of place now that we're not even talking to anybody. Let's go back to the path before one of the adults realizes we're not supposed to be here. It's going to be like that movie with the aliens who take over people where they point and yell at real humans. That's so freaky. Right, we've got to go. Wait, they probably can't tell. Let's join this. Let's join this party. One of the adults come up to us and is like, wait a minute. Are you part of this dance circuit? Bust a move right now. If you want to leave, I don't mind. Could we stay? That's scary. I want to leave. Let's go to have it, Derek. We can't hang out here. I mean, it's kind of weird. Let's go. Derek's expression tense with a grim seriousness. He took an extra step towards you, never taking his eyes off your surroundings. Some of the guys had already begun directing lingering glances at the two of you, unsure of your presence. Yeah, we gotta get out of here. The closest allowed you to hear conspiratorial words said under his breath. How are we gonna handle this? What if we just walk out? We just need to pretend we belong and walk out. We're gonna say fast when we get out on the grass. Just pretend to walk out. Trying to ignore the stairs, you made your break for it. You hooked an arm around Derek and began to walk. You took a breath and began to walk. Yeah, we're hooking him.
oh,
After a bit of a stumble, Derek evened his poise and properly took your arm. He kept his head high, chest out, chin pointed, and pumped his other hand back and forth in time with his footsteps. The act was more a priority of a fancy pants rich person than a normal human at a get together, but Derek always had to give things his all. Foot by foot, the way to freedom grew ever closer. After passing a group of people, an unfamiliar voice hit your ear from behind. Excuse me, do you know where your parents are? Yeah. The voice cracked. Yeah. On the other side of the property. The server may have honestly been wondering, or it might have been a veiled method to call you out as not belonging in the politest way possible. That it didn't change the fact that you were spotted waltzing around a private party you weren't invited to. The next sound that made its way through your pounding heartbeat was a far more familiar whisper.
shoot.
Run! Scatter! You didn't need to hear anything else. The two of you were in sync. Like a switch was hit, you burst up to your full height and used the momentum to launch yourself forward past the failed hiding spot. You lost hold of each other's arm in the sprint, but you kept to each other's side. Your dramatic escape caused a minor ruffling of feathers throughout the crowd. Shouts of hey and stop running could be heard over the confusion of what was going on. It was just as Derek had feared. But no one was actually chasing after you, as far as you could tell. However, neither you nor Derek were taking chances, and you kept up the frantic pace. You were escaping the metaphorical aliens. Your throbbing heart was caught up in your throat as your pounding feet propelled you down the same track you'd come from. Being dressed in your Sunday best didn't help matters. It may have been fitting for a summer soiree, but it didn't fit all for situations like that you somehow ended up in. It seemed you and Derek had a knack for winding up in positions that required a hasty retreat. At least that time you could get away for good. You wouldn't have to go home and face the music like when you ditched Elizabeth on the first day of vacation. Once you made it halfway back across the country club, you finally slowed into a full stop, breathing a sigh of relief. Your face was flushed with heat, but a chill began to seep in as the evening wind brushed over beads of sweat on your skin. You got goosebumps along your arms. It was invigorating. Meanwhile, Derek wiped his forehead with the palm of his hand, likely missing those plush wristbands he almost always had on, and glanced up at the sky.
Good job, team.
Looks like we shall live to see another day. Yeah, fuck those aliens. Let's do this again. Another victory in the bag. We're practical criminal masterminds now. This better be the last time we do this, Derek, you tease. You be. We have the mind of a mastermind. What is that? Fucking meme. Yeah, basically. And if I had to have a partner in crime, it's cool that it's you. The rest of the walk back was indeed a walk. You could relax with the slow pace, enjoying the quiet reassurance of being alone with Derek. The rest of the world was unable to reach you for a little while. Nightfall had long passed by the time you and Derek found your way back under the dazzling lights of the summer soiree. Mom would say it's not fashionable to be late, but maybe it was when it's your second time arriving to a party. It might have been to Derek. He took in the scene with new eyes, amazed once again by the elegance surrounding him. With a tilt of his head, he shot a chummy grin at you.
Definitely.
Yeah, I definitely did have to be here for this. It's living a real-life movie instead of watching one. What do you mean instead of? Were you gonna do something else tonight? For a second, he didn't speak, frozen in place. Derek deflated like a free balloon from the shopping street. His shoulders sunk low and forward, and he bent on his knees. Well, actually, we were gonna all go to the movie theater. Mom, Dad, the bros. It was something we knew would be today for a couple weeks. But then you called and you asked me to go to the party, and I said yeah. I didn't even think about how there was already a plan for that day. Oh no, we ruined his plans. He snickered at himself, eyebrows pinching together tightly. It was kind of awkward when I had to tell my parents I couldn't call you back and say I wasn't going to go after all, and beg them to let me miss the movie. Luckily they could tell this was a matter of life or death and still wanted their son around, so they managed to bring me over. Derek and you were somehow equally shocked by this explanation.
Man.
I always used to remember those things. They were big deals. Now this happened. He sighed, baffled and frustrated. The green-eyed boy had lost some metaphorical keys of his own thoughts. Gotta do better next time. It was a big deal. You are 13! It's not that big a deal. You already do more than anyone I know. My mom says this night is me growing up more. I think you're growing up too. You're kind of impulsive, huh? If it helps, I'm happy you wanted to see me so much. You didn't have an answer you could give. If it helps. He physically perked right up, standing straight again. A flush rushed over his cheeks as he tried to play off with a joke. It would have been extra embarrassing if you didn't even care if I decided not to come. And Dae? I want to say, I'm the one who forgot I was doing something and had to skip out on the family movie. You didn't make me abandon them or anything, so I hope you don't feel bad about it. Thanks, Derek. I don't feel bad. That's not my problem. I don't feel bad. No worries, just checking. Derek scuffed the base of his black slip-on loafers against the ground as the words faded away. Then he lifted his head to look somewhere past you. Oh hey, the music's playing. He spoke softly, like he was afraid that he'd bring the melodies to an end if he interrupted them. But Derek was right. Once he brought it to the front of your mind, the rest of the world came back in, the sounds of delicate plucks on strings included. There was no crowd gathered to dance, only a few couples spread out across the space. You must have missed the initial stream of sorority attendees. It had grown late. Well, since we're here already and everything, would you want to dance with me? The question ended on a hopeful upward inflection. He bounced up on his heels once to punctuate it. Derek stopped breathing entirely when the sentence was complete. Oh, Derek, I loved you. I was just gonna ask the same thing. Would you like to dance with me? I don't really want to dance. You quietly offered him your hand. Ooh. Dramatic.
Nice.
Yeah. Derek's cheer was pure, carefree even. The worries from right before vanished as quickly as he'd forgotten the movie. There was a trend with him, with you. Sweetly, Derek took your hand in his. It was still a bit sweaty from earlier, though so was yours. Sweaty hand, kids. You took to the wide open floor and turned to face each other directly. Raising the one arm with Derek's, you positioned your other hand onto Derek at the same time. He followed your move with sharp focus. Your bodies were close enough together, and there was enough of a size difference that you had to tilt your head down to look at your partner for the dance. When your eyes met, you felt your hand being squeezed much more tightly than Derek probably realized. Derek's face had gone a deep shade of red. You tentatively moved as one. Derek stepped lightly, never so much as pinching the tips of your toes. Each sway transitioned better than the last. Though there wasn't much of a flow, Derek danced more like a machine, clinking exactly into place at the right intervals. There was tension in Derek that, for the second time in a few minutes, he tried to laugh away.
Hey.
Check it out. We totally are dancers. They should have let us join that other party. His stiffness on the delivery only made the line funnier. You had to crack a last smile. Derek let the conversation drift away. Focus returned completely to a proper performance. Leaned over and rested your cheek on his head. You just... Aw, that's cute. Derek gulped but pressed deeper into the touch. His warmth spread through you more wonderfully than the melody swirling around. You were happy. Eventually, the last other guests returned to their tables to rest. It was only you and him left there. Oh, we're putting on a show now. In a small voice, Derek let you in on what was on his mind. Hey, sorry we kind of missed the party. I shouldn't have made you take me around everywhere. Don't worry about that. I just hope you had fun. I've been to tons of these parties. That doesn't matter to me. What? That was way more fun. He shrugged it off. You gave him a reassuring smile. I was waiting for this. We could have done anything and it'd be great. Aw. Really? Thanks. I liked hanging out tonight too. I'm still having fun right this exact second. I'm really glad I had my first date with you. Thanks for trying to make things a good time. I'm glad it was you. The tips of his eyebrows dug lower into his face. He was serious.
Really?
You mean it? Yeah, I really mean it. Cross your heart? Pinky swear? You brought him to a loss for words, or actually it was to a point where any words he wanted to say only got stuck at the end of his tongue. His mouth opened with a question. He closed it again without asking. Derek? He instantly shook his head, not letting you speak anything you might have wanted to either.
Forget it.
It's nothing. Well, would it be too much to say thanks for bringing me again? It's okay. Blissfully and with a ditzy tilt, Derek grinned that charming smile of his. Your heart clenched as if you were in the free fall of a skydive rather than standing in the middle of a pleasant party. The feeling of connection was mutual. Derek was buzzing with the kind of energy you only got when it was bouncing off the best of company. It made Derek break out of his self-imposed mold. He chucked his left hand around your back and spun the both of you around. Whoa!
Let's go.
Let's dance! Definitely, I can try. We already were, but okay. Let's do it. Cool. The two of you toured like ballerinas. You pushed and pulled your bodies apart and back together. As your mom would have said, you cut a rug across the sorry floor. Somehow you felt like a kid again, where it didn't matter what you did or who you might be watching. The world was yours to enjoy. Derek had clearly embraced that mindset with a little impromptu tap dancing to the beat, bringing you along the whole way. You cheered and laughed together until you lost your breath, and even so, you still kept going. Then all too soon, the song reached its conclusion. You could have continued quite contentedly for some time more. You and Derek let your arms drop down in front of you, though one handstand linked with his, and your feet remained rooted where they were. Suddenly, you weren't holding hands to dance. You were just hand-holding with Derek. You took the initiative to finish your performance with a flair by giving a properly formal curtsy, while still never letting go of you. Derek crossed his legs and swept his back down. Legs bent, he lifted his head to face you and winked. Somehow, you found some giggles left inside. You heard your name called out, and Derek gasped. You both spun to find Mom yelling for you and Derek. Beside her, Ma was shaking her head. It's time to go home, Lonnie. I had to get a hold of them somehow. What'd you want me to do, sneak up on them? Her chosen method was admittedly better than that, but the timing was still terrible. Derek breathed a sigh of relief after the shock wore off. The shout had thrown him right back to earlier in the evening when unknown adults were also yelling after you. He lifted up one cheek with a lopsided smile.
Phew.
Looks like we're getting away with it. The getaway rat is here. The two of you shared a private laugh while your parents watched the reaction in confusion. You were so glad you got a chance to dance with Derek after all of your misadventures at the party. Despite the minor spook thanks to your mom, it had been a perfect ending to the evening, and it had to end sometime. You didn't need to say anything to them. The two of you strolled together again over to your parents, who were still bickering playfully. Hello, Mrs. Ursa. Let me try that again. Hello, Mrs. Ursa and Mrs. Ursa. Standing shoulder to shoulder, the two surveyed you and Derek. You wondered if they were checking that they were returning to Sora's son in the same state that he'd left the house. That was quite a night, huh, gang? Wasn't it just? I think it was pretty unforgettable. Derek's face had a full grin, and while the words were in response to your parents, he looked directly at you when he said them. Thanks for bringing us. I was smiling too, with an expression so soft it could have cradled a newborn chick. And how was your very first date? So good. Amazing. Really? We couldn't catch a glimpse of you the whole night, so what? Please don't start on them already. It technically hasn't even ended yet. Fine, fine. Good. Well, we better hustle. First stop is bringing Derek home, and it's already getting late. Elizabeth will have the place to herself for a while longer. If we're lucky, your house might still be standing when we get back. Oh, shush. She swatted your mom playfully, laughing at the comment. You cast one last look at the party. You saw people exchanging farewells and suppressing yawns. Most of the faces were happy ones, despite the weariness that was starting to creep in. Derek lingered near you, waiting. The pair of you were going to be left behind at the rate things were going. Turning away from the final moments of this summer soiree, you were left to feeling grateful that you had such a good guest to keep you company the whole way through. You both easily caught up with your moms. They hadn't gone far. Together, the four of you navigated the crowd into a parking lot filled to the brim with cars from the other visitors. Ma unfortunately couldn't remember exactly where the car was. They took a short game of extra elegant or extra ridiculous depending on your view, hide and seek with the car to locate the familiar vehicle in a back corner of the lot. You clambered inside and Mom hit the road. Oh, this is going farther than Cove's route did. Well, I guess it makes sense because Cove literally lived across the street from us. So it was just easy to drop him off. It will be a while before you'd arrive at Derek's home, so you let yourself settle in against the seat. You sunk lower and rested your head against the car door. Little blurs of light flashed by one after the other as the car sped past street lamps lining the almost empty road. After more than 10 minutes of silence, Derek extended his arms and legs all the way out while lifting them in the air and pairing it with a wide yawn. He looked like a sleepy starfish. Derek glanced at you through squinted eyes as a soft smile replaced the large gap in his mouth before. In the darkness of the back of the car, as you rocked gently from the vibration, he whispered to you, "You're great." Oh. Whoa. Oh. Damn. So suddenly, so unprompted. You're great. Well, you're even better. You're really cute. Are you doing okay? Are you alright? You're even better. No, I'm not. His eyes filled closed. The ends of his lips still pulled up. Do you think that brown-eyed dancer ever made it to the soiree? I bet he did, Derek. It's a new mystery. I hope so. Don't know. Don't care. Could only offer a silent shrug. It's a new mystery. Yeah. Finally, you arrived at the condo complex. Your mom insisted on escorting Derek into his actual house. He didn't protest. You, of course, tagged along too. With a chance to stay with Derek for longer, it would be too creepy to wait in the car. It would be too boring. Stay with him longer. It was a short walk to the building. The modernly decorated lobby, up one floor, and across the hall to Derek's front door. He paused the journey for a second to give a warning. We're gonna have to be really quiet. It's past my brother's bedtime. You and your moms nodded as a group. Mom even went the extra mile by making a mock zipping gesture across her lips. And then Bob started like tiptoeing to be quieter. That was enough for him, and Derek shoved a hand deep into his gray dress pants. He retrieved a loop of shiny silver keys. He cycled through the first couple on the ring, before carefully gripping the one he needed. It was slotted into the keyhole. Twisted, and then the door was tugged slowly open. Derek went straight in. Sorry, I got distracted minorly for a second. Derek went straight in. You followed on his heels, with Mom behind you, and Mom got inside last. She shut the door. Lights were on in the main room, but it was an empty space. None of the four people here could be seen. The only sound was the clinking rumbling of an active dishwasher. Derek bobbed his stretched out hands down low and back up, gesturing like a team captain for you to hold the line. Your mom gave a thumbs up. He tiptoed down the hall, hunching his shoulders up high. When he reached the last door at the end, he shifted from almost crouching to extending out to his tallest height. Then Derek gave the door a few light knocks. Mr. Suarez answered. His features lit up seeing who was there. Mrs. Suarez joined her son and husband right after. Mouths opened and closed as they had an inaudible conversation on the other side of the condo. The lift shut when Derek pointed to the entryway. Both Suarez parents took a step out of the room, one in front of the other. They easily spotted your family there, huddled together in your formal attire. The three of you stayed put while they crowded through the hall. The room came alive with pleasant greetings between the two pairs of grown-ups, though all in hushed tones. They offered a hello to you next. Welcome to our house, Ursa family.
So good to see you.
Hello. Hi, returned your kid in one piece. It's good to see you too. We returned him in one piece. Oh, thank you. I see that. Hey, Mom. Hey, Dad.
Hello.
Hello, Derek. I'm sorry for keeping him out so late. Right, for a mostly elderly crowd, those country club goers sure can party into the wee hours of the night. On the side, Mr. Suarez snickered. Apologized to Nicholas. Derek picked up on the little comment loud and clear. It made his teeth clench.
Aww.
He threw a fit, huh? The echoes grew into full, unobscured laughter.
Yes.
He was trying to drown us all in tears when the time to sleep came, and his most beloved person still wasn't home. Junior wasn't pleased either, in his way. In contrast to the father's tickled amusement, Derek's mom frowned. She rode the opposite sides of her forearms with her hands crossed over her chest.
Don't worry about
Derek and Dae can't be blamed for that. This was an important night. Yes, it is. Shh. Shut up. Derek and his mom brought a finger to their lips to hush Mr. Suarez in a united chorus of disapproval. Derek's dad chuckled softly under his breath, bristling his beard. You got the impression he knew exactly what a reaction he was going to get, and it was done on purpose. He played innocent and simply continued with what he wanted to say. How was your date? Fun? He tucked his fingers into the edges of his vest, puffing up his chest. I know you of all our children were prepared to accompany someone to a proper social gathering. One day, when you are older, you could come with me to business dinners. Mr. Suarez's genuine pride over the date felt like a foreign language in comparison to your mom's love of teasing. But for Derek, that nod of approval made him just as bashful as your parents could do to you. You had a nice time. Thanks, Dad. Mrs. Suarez beamed and gave her child an encouraging pat on the cheeks, squashing his face between both hands.
Great.
That's what we hope to hear. Thanks for getting Derek yesterday so we could talk. Thanks for letting Derek come with me to the party. Thanks for inviting Derek somewhere when you had plans. Thanks for getting him.
You're welcome.
You're welcome, Dae. I wouldn't have wanted him to miss it. Yeah, that was really nice of her. That she apparently, like, since Derek was, like, watching his brothers at the park, she, like, went out to go actually get him instead of waiting for him to come back. I thought that was nice. His parents were so nice, but that wasn't a surprise. Derek had to get it from somewhere. And have no fear, Junior and Nicholas will recount the movie so well it will be as if you saw it yourself. I already feel as though I have watched it myself 3 or 4 times. It was meant to be further encouragement, but the weight of self-imposed shame brought Derek's head down. His mother watched over him. Her mouth opened slightly before she had the words to say. Were you stressed about that tonight? Not coming to the movies with us?
Maybe.
Maybe a little.
No more.
Derek, you have nothing to be guilty over. End of discussion. No more feeling sorry. Derek should have followed that up with wholehearted agreement. When will there be another day to attend a summer soiree? A movie can be rented after it leaves the theaters. It will wait for you as long as you want. And so will we. We're not going anywhere. Derek finally let himself embrace the fact that he'd done something just for himself and that it was alright. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. He stood a little taller and seemed a little more grown up. Exhaling a long and slow from his nose, Mr. Soares spoke peacefully.
Love is a beautiful thing.
Oh, damn. You questioned it if you actually heard that right until you heard Derek.
What?
What? You might not have heard himself, though. Derek was in such a shock he shouted out with full volume higher than you'd ever experienced from him, and at the worst possible time for it. A bushy brow raised on Mr. Soares' head, he frowned earnestly bemused. What? Is that wrong? Derek snapped back with a painted frustration. There was an audible whine in his tone. How would you say that? And then, and then tiny rabbit footsteps stumped out across the hardwood. The echoes moved with purpose, and they were coming closer. Everybody, get out of the way! An accepting sigh of defeat brought your attention away from the incoming commotion. Mrs. Soares had folded her arms across her chest. Well, he's up. Derek clapped a hand to his face. He winced partially from the impact of that, but mainly from the consequences of his earlier action. I hate to chase you off, but we're going to have to get Nicholas back into bed where he belongs. Time to call it a night, everyone. Oh no, I understand completely. Little ones can be such a handful, You could feel a pointed look being set your way. What? You talk about me? Lots of little ones can be too in different ways. Excuse me. I am the most well-mannered child there is. Oh, besides Derek, of course. A prim smile remained in place on Ma's face, but there was a smirk twinkling in her eyes. Derek's mom rested her hands back on her hips as she laughed musically. I say that Nicholas having the energy of 3 is a price I must pay with what angels Derek and George are. We'll survive it together. The two sets of parents exchanged the briefest goodbyes with each other, but they weren't any less friendly. There wasn't a time to waste. Night, Dae. Sorry about this. The party was great. Good night, see you later. You're still a perfect gentleman, huh? It was amazing. Have a good night. Bye. Good luck with all that. You're still a perfect gentleman. Still trying. Maybe. He waved with a sleepy softness while you were ushered out by Mom and Ma. Before your Ma could pull the Soares' front door completely shut, a final squeal escaped through the crack. Derek's back! Goodbye. And that was followed by the click of a lock in place. Derek had officially been returned to his family. He was no longer your guest. Mom's heels clicked down the complex's hallway with her head high and a grin playing out on her face. Now that's one way to end the night. I agree, Pam. I hope Elizabeth will welcome us home with the same level of enthusiasm. They both laughed, covering their mouths and trading glances like schoolgirls. You joined in with the giggle. It was easy to imagine the sour face she'd show the second you arrived back home. You simply followed behind your parents, still in a daze after what Mr. Soares said. You went along with the skip in your step, fully content. You dragged your feet behind you, exhausted from the long outing. You tiptoed after them on cloud 9, reminiscing over your night with Derek. Yeah, it was magical. You were so glad you'd been able to stay with him for as long as you could. As your mom had said, your first independent formal party ended on a very memorable note. I know I said that one about the previous one, but that was really cute. That was so fun, and we even got to see a little sequet that we'll put a pin in until the next route we do. Maybe. We'll see. But okay, let's see. I'm going pretty late here. I think maybe we'll get some of these out of the way, and then maybe we'll end it there for tonight. But let me go. I'm gonna go tend to my puppy real quick. I'm gonna go see if she needs to go outside and give her some food and water, and then we'll finish up with just like breezing through. We'll get these out of the way. I'll probably do the Cove specific one, so we'll probably save Mall for next time, since that has Derek in it. Is there anybody else in any of these? No. Okay, yeah. It's all Cove. Right. Okay. So I'll be right back. Y'all behave. Woo! Okay, so I literally walked out the door and she was like literally just laying right there, resting. She still has food and water, so I think she's good. She didn't really budge when I asked if she wanted to go outside either. So we can continue. Let's just go down the line, I guess. Ride the wave. Skip.
It's no trouble.
Okay, is the package too heavy? Oh, if you hear a squeaking, that is her playing with her toy. I'm not going to take it away from her. I'm going to let her have some for her fun. No, I've got it. Oh, I'll go back. Apparently we didn't pick that one before. Even if it was large, it wasn't really any problem for you. Mom gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your back hair. Yep.
That's a shame.
Days like today are my favorite.
Hmm.
Oh, Clove flinched at being called to so suddenly. He didn't realize there were people out here already, but he quickly recovered. He stayed on his side of the driveway, giving a small wave in greeting. After a moment or two of deliberation, he jogged over to properly say hello to you and your moms. Hello, honey. Hi, Cove. He adjusted the surfboard under his arm a little, getting a better grip on it. Hey, if you want to go to the beach, we could hang out there later. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done.
Cool.
Can I help you out with anything? No, this is... No. This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Go to the beach, each. Let's go get away. They say what they're gonna say. Yeah. You watch as Cove headed off towards the beach, unable to hide your grin, knowing that you'd be joining him soon. Skip. I think last time we didn't know how to surf, so we're gonna be pro surfers this time. You've been practicing with your surfing more and more lately. As always, you're ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach. Have fun, honey. Stay safe. Skip. I was gonna go in on my own soon. It kind of seemed like you weren't coming. I'm here. And stay inside all day? I don't think so. You're able to make him laugh at that. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Want to have a competition? What does the winner get? You wrinkled your nose and thought about it for a moment. If you win, I'll let you have my dessert the next time you come over for dinner. And if you win, I'll give you mine. That sounds pretty good. You shook hands to settle the terms and ran out into the water together. You paddled... Okay, skip.
Sorry.
Did I hit you? Sorry. You could tell he really did feel bad that you had gotten caught in the crossfire. Flashing back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. This isn't what we're supposed to compete over, Dae. It sounds to me like you're afraid. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. You tried to splash him once more, but he was ready for it and got to you first. He looked at you with a cheeky smile. Didn't you want to do some surfing before the afternoon is over? Yeah. One battle was over, but the war was just beginning. By the time you said the standards for the little... Alright. Oh my god. Squeaky. She has a little lamb that she likes to play with. The dog. By the time you set the standards for the little competition, you felt relaxed in the sea. I want to show off. While Cove took on an impressive-looking wave, you waited for an even bigger one. You spent the rest of the competition trying to one-up each other. Cove as a surfer was similar to his own personality, a bit awkward. His brow furrowed in concentration, and yet his smile never wavered. However, you tried to keep your focus on the feel of the waves and your balance on the board. He complimented you mildly after you tackled a big wave. You were awesome at surfing. You were pretty good at competing. You only fell off your board once, which wasn't bad. You didn't do well, honestly. You kind of sucked. We fell off the board once, which wasn't bad. You have been surfing fine one moment and plunging into the ocean the next. You rushed back to the surface, reaching for your board. Cove shouted something, but you didn't make it out. The shock of the fall left you breathless.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'll live. Cove was suddenly right beside you, and you had no idea how he got over there so quickly. You nodded your head. You were fine. It was just a bit of a surprise. Cove snickered and pointed to the top of your head. You noticed during the dunk you had picked up some seaweed. It clung to you like the world's worst wig. You hurriedly brushed it off, and it landed in the sea with a strange glunk noise. That seemed to end the competition. You gave it as good as you had, despite your fall. You both agreed to call it a tie. Neither of you had done perfectly, and when you tallied up your different successes, you had equal scores. What an afternoon. Alright, do we skip? Yes. Wait, go back. The waves are good today, I think. Yeah. Perfect for surfing. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. We both did pretty good, in the end. You agreed and felt that a tiebreaker would be needed at some point. Who'd win then? It was impossible to say. Alright, go. Yeah, the day shouldn't be over yet. You'll be real cute in that swimsuit wherever you go. Cove's face and ears flushed red as he looked down and inspected himself. He crossed his hands over his chest self-consciously. He had been so used to wearing it that Cove hadn't given his current choice of dress any thought. At least that was before you pointed it out to him. Stop it. Stop it! Then he looked at the shore with wide, shining eyes. We're gonna go to the park. Let's go. Pack the bags. Join on the monkey bars.
No way.
Parents don't know anything. I know you don't think it's dumb. Cove kicked his legs carelessly as he dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here. I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Cove beamed at you. I always gotta pick that. I always think that's such a cute moment. Like a core memory there. You're the best thing in this neighborhood, Cove. Because Derek's in a different neighborhood? Imagine. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. The sun was gone and it was dark. Skip. I wish days were longer. I wish this day was longer. His feet kicked out. He looked like a pouty child. Let's see. That was the awesome day. And then skip. Alright. That was easy. Alright, save. Let's see. Let's get growing out of the way. Skip. I am lying spread eagle on the carpet.
Oh.
Parents aren't so embarrassing. She warmed her shoulders with yours, a reassuring smile in place. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Yeah, whatever. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
Good. That's all we ask for. Little does she know, I don't think at all. Okay. Okay, now. What came to your body? Okay, we're talking about our physical appearance now. Yeah, we look at a little bit of chub still. Oh, we're getting into the gender part. Okay. Just gonna breeze on right through. It's you were self-conscious. It took you a moment to realize that you were frowning at yourself. You glanced away from the mirror. You shook your head roughly, pointing at thoughts of what you were turning into out of your mind. This wasn't the time to focus on such things. You had to find something to do in this heat. Alright, skip on. I call her out
Let's go.
for her comment. Low five. You held out your hand and Cove stopped waving to hit it. You grinned at the satisfying smack the contact produced. Just imagine it like the first sight of the hand. He's like, BAM! Oh, sorry, did I disturb you with my... What are you looking at? What are you looking at, dog? You just playing by yourself? She's laying on the blankie with her little lamb. Alright, skip. You know, that makes sense to you. You might have done the same thing. You might have done the same thing.
Not really.
Okay, lunchtime. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with your suggestion. Okay, cool. Skip.
Hey.
I want... We're making a sandwich now. I want a lettuce wrap. Went to the fridge to get a lettuce wrap too, setting both items onto the counter. Now I have to... I want to make a truly savory style sandwich. I can't make a sweet sandwich with lettuce? That doesn't seem right. more lettuce. No. We gotta make turkey, tomato, mozzarella. And that's it. And then mayonnaise, the best. Skip. We didn't get much of that.
Cool.
The sandwich good. Like what? Oh, tic-tac-toe. Oh yeah, that's where we play tic-tac-toe. I was trying to remember what like the, because usually if you're doing a crush route with Cove or like a romantic route with Cove, you play Hangman. But I was trying to remember what like the phrase was for the friendship route, and it's nothing. It's tic-tac-toe, which makes sense. Sure, why not? You put your plate to the side and pull out some markers and scrap of paper. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand, keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left. I want to be X's, so you can go first. I think that's fair. Okay, that works for me. Prepared to note down your first move, your marker hovering over the paper. Oh, I remember, I read somewhere, or like I saw like a little YouTube short about like how to always win a tic-tac-toe, but I don't remember what it was. Alright, let's go this one. After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. Oh, yeah, the TV bit.
I don't know.
Boom. Oh, he's sticky. I'll have to charge you rent then. Yeah, how much? 50 bucks.
What?
I can't afford that. Well, you gotta pay if you want to stick around, son. Ko shook his head at your terrible pun and went back to the game instead of answering further. Then you returned to the game. Nope. Ko spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was peering down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, tic-tac-toe is such a weird name for a game. What does it even mean? Maybe they named it that because people played with ticks and tacks? I've always wondered that about that. Look it up later. It's a really cool game. That's what ticks and tacks, of course. Cove raised a skeptical brow. You bit back a laugh and feigned seriousness. It makes sense, because they probably didn't have paper and markers back then. But what about the toes? You couldn't say anything to that. He had you there. With no answer to be found, you returned to the game. The toes come in because you grip your toes with the other player's toes, and you play with the paper in the middle. That's how it goes. No one wins. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you were getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, staring your eyes with false suspicion. I know I could skip over this, but I do like this part. Hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. Oh wait, I did win! Oop, you won. Were you even trying? Not really. Cove. Our competition. He smiled at you in an amused way. You somehow weren't surprised by that, despite Cove being the one who suggested the game in the first place. He started to yawn, his hand covering up to cover his mouth and quickly transitioned to a small laugh. You understood why. Yawning just as he said he was feeling disinterested was kind of a funny coincidence. You laughed along with Cove. Well, you shouldn't have taken the challenge where you're the one who wanted to play in the first place. I'm still the winner and you're the loser. You're the one who still wanted to win. Cove just grinned and flopped onto his back, leaving his marker on the floor beside him. You stayed seated, looking your friend over as he stretched himself out. You really are so tall now. Cove snickered a bit at the random topic. He propped himself up onto his elbows to meet your gaze. Why are you even bringing that up? You shrugged. It made perfect sense to you to bring it up. I'm also talking about me and Elizabeth growing up, getting bigger and stuff.
Oh?
What kind of stuff? Well, Mama likes women, and Mama likes women too, but not just women. Yeah? Since the two of you were engaged in conversation, Cove got back into a sitting position. He brought a knee up and rested his arm on top of it. A wistful expression overtook his face. I wonder when I'll know how I feel about that kind of thing. You don't know? Cove shook his head. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people. Guys or girls or whoever.
I don't know.
But I haven't. Nothing's changed. Maybe I have to grow up more. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. Cove seemed to appreciate that thought. The smile that appeared on his lips was any indication. Okay, what about you? Who do you like? He turned his attention to you, looking encouraging. You didn't think you'd tell if any just people? You didn't have a real physical interest over you? Yeah, we have physical attraction in a general way. And romantic attraction. But specifically when it came to how you felt towards boys. Hope you're happy with a guy. Be happy with a girl. Both non-binary. Everybody. Everybody's fair game. You returned your attention to Cove. He was waiting patiently for your response. You explained it. He nodded understandingly at your attempt to describe how you felt. It was nice to have people who supported you when it came to who you liked. And you knew he accepted you for who you were too, but you still wondered what he felt about who you were. Ooh. Tell me. Hey. What do you think about how I am? I'm not the gender people thought I was when I was first born. Oh. You held your breath as Cove processed what you asked.
It's nice.
I think everyone is different when it comes to how they are, and they are different in different ways. It's nice. It was a very simple statement, but you felt good hearing it all the same time.
You okay?
What are you thinking about? I mean, are you okay? You leaned a bit closer and peered into your face. It seemed that your question might have made Cove start to worry about you. I don't think I feel that different from how other people feel. I feel good, I'm not sure. I feel kind of bad, like something doesn't fit right. You couldn't bring yourself to answer. I think last time we had a bit of like an easy transition route. So maybe this time we get a bit more negative feelings maybe. I feel kind of bad, like something doesn't fit right. Cove frowned hard at your confession. You look apologetic. I'm sorry, Dae. I don't... He glanced down at his feet before meeting your eyes once more. I don't know what that's like, but I can listen to you if you ever want to talk. You shouldn't have to feel bad. Not about anything, and especially not about that. You swallowed the lump in your throat and nodded quietly. A hug for the homie. When you wrapped your arms around his neck, he reciprocated easily by hugging you tightly around the back. Soon the heat made it unbearable to continue, but it comforted you all the same. And he scratched the back of his head, sheepish. I'm not really sure how we ended up talking about all that when we just started out just playing tic-tac-toe. But it was good, I think. And the conversation had a mind of its own. Cove chuckled a little bashfully. He glanced around, clearly scrambling for something else to say. So have you found any new songs recently? Yeah, actually, I'm really glad you brought it up. There's just one song. It's the second season Jujutsu Kaisen opening. It's pretty good. I'd recommend it. Alright, skip. I really love it out here. You do? That's a surprise. You're pretty sure us changed to see you first on this hill. Cove chuckled, not even attempting to deny your words. I'd be past, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you, Dae. You're really important to me, you know? My best homie right there. You're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he heard you. And Cove rested an arm on one of your shoulders, leaning against you. Gee, thanks. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. I mean, that was nice. Homie Cove is also best Cove. Cove in general is just the best boy. Whether he's a homie or a romantic homie. We love him all the same. Maybe we should do one more while we're doing this. Because I do want Derek to have a good focus on him, so if I eliminate one more, maybe... Number picker. Oh, number picker. 1 through 5. I click it a couple times. It's 2. Oh, that's literally road trip. I was like, I don't know about road trip. Alright, we'll do road trip. Alright, skip. I'm in the middle ground between waking up early and sleeping in late. We're fine with the arrangements. As long as you had a place to rest your head for some description, you didn't bother you. Alright, skip. I have it all. I bought a gaming console. My favorite stuffed animal once again. I have to bring it with me. An MP3 player. With so much time going to be spent driving in a car, you wanted to make sure you'd be able to have some music to put on. And a camera, of course. And I think that's everything. I would bring things to read, but if I try to read while a vehicle is moving, I feel like I get sick more easily. I don't usually get car sick, but if I'm reading something or focusing on something, then I do. And if it's like on my phone. And that was everything. Skip. But yeah, last time we didn't pick the MP3 player, but I don't know. I've been listening to a lot of music recently. Especially anime openings. I mean, why especially anime openings? It's always anime openings. That's how it is. Later before stream was on, I had my Spotify opening, just breezing on through. Okay. You excited for the trip to?
Nah.
Skip. Dad, everybody has to sleep. Cove groaned as the tough guy act, so Cliff simply chuckled and ruffled his son's hair.
So,
You skip.
don't worry about that.
Just enough time to write up my will, last will and testament. How's you too? Took some chips.
That's fantastic.
Had an okay sleep.
Come on.
You were in awe of the redwood trees. Surrounding you on either side, the enormous trees shot up into the sky, the sunlight peeking through their canopy, inspecting the path in front of you. Excuse me? The sheer size of the redwoods made you feel like a tiny ant bustling along through the forest. You'd also decided on some casual nature walks rather than any serious hiking, and you strolled along at your own pace, taking in the scenery. Maybe, I guess you and me could get— oh, whoa! Go back. Maybe one day we will be related. Legally, anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady. Maybe. I guess you and me could get married, Elizabeth. What? Me? Yeah, that way Dae would be my sibling-in-law. That would be fun. Elizabeth stuck her tongue out of Cove, as if the very idea were ridiculous. You told her to cut out already. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. I'll marry you, Cove. You ignored Elizabeth, you were embarrassed. Cove has a point. It wasn't a great comment. He could just as easily marry you. Well, actually, you need two people's consent for a marriage, and there is no way I'd ever agree to that. Really? Never? That's breaking my heart. Elizabeth poked out her tongue at the both of you, giving you a sour look. Bye. Oh my god, he told her. That's right, Cove is much more confident, I guess you could say, when it comes to like comments like that from Elizabeth, because he has no feelings towards us, so he's not flustered at all. Well, I shouldn't say he has no feelings toward us. We're important to him, just not romantically. She walked ahead, obviously not getting the responses she was looking for, and you and Cove swapped amused looks. Yeah? I don't even know if you guys can hear that. Glad we got to do this in the end. It was definitely a special experience, and one you'd remember for a long time to come. You smiled to yourself, committing the sights and sounds to memory. Your group made it back to the camp just as the sun was setting in the sky. Alright. Hung out with Cove. We might as well get comfortable. Who knows how long we'll be out for.
Yeah.
I'm the same way. Let's see how this like conversation goes. The friendship, because I don't remember. I rarely play the friendship route. What do you like to see others wear? Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Cove's eyes widened at the question. His defensive reply seemed to slip out before he'd had the chance to have a proper think about it. Nothing! That was funny. You laughed out loud, and Cove gave you a dry look. That's not what I meant. Close yourself and sat up straighter, all traces of laughter disappearing from your face. Answer with what you do mean, then. Isn't there anything at all you think looks good when you see it on someone? Anklet. I swear I won't make fun of you. That's not really it. It's still an anklet. So you think they're sexy? I can't believe you'd even use that word to describe it. You don't think anklets are sexy? Cove had been absolutely scandalized by your statement. You could only laugh. When he said nothing else, you took a moment to gather your own thoughts. You knew how to get an anklet ASAP. Maybe you'd wear your anklets more often now. Maybe you wouldn't wear your anklets so often. You thought about buying an anklet of your own. You were happy to hear more about Cove, but it didn't really change anything. Get an anklet ASAP. Gonna mess with him. Give him an understanding look, and soon enough he was smiling like normal again. Well, now you have to answer. What do you like for another person? I like muscles. Cove chuckled as though you had said something highly amusing. Good luck. I hope you find someone. I'm sure I will someday. And with that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. Skip. You had enjoyed this mini adventure. You made a silly face. Come over. The classic loft scene. But this time it's different. You can sleep here instead of the floor. Cove raised an eyebrow, not having expected you to bring that up now. It isn't a big deal for us to both be in the loft, right? Yeah, we always share. I like that. Usually they're also happy about it. Cove gestured in the direction of the parents, and you nodded in agreement. They had always tried to put you and Cove together ever since you were little. I wonder how much trouble we'll be in if we get caught. It wouldn't be nearly as much as we would have been if my mom's found out you snuck into my room for the night at the start of summer. He was just imagining it. I still can't believe I did that and didn't get caught. I'm surprised you didn't eat shit while trying to climb off the roof. It was a very dramatic morning. You could easily picture his frantic escape in your mind's eye. You're kind of a troublemaker, aren't you, Cove? No, I don't think so. Cove trailed off, and he seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. Hey, do you remember the very first time I slept over at your house? He laughed quietly and nodded, the memory coming back to mind so vividly. A smile grew on his face. I hated being in a different place back then and wanted to leave. You had to sleep on the floor next to me so I'd feel better. He huffed a small laugh at the memory. We were such kids. Why didn't we share your bed if the plan was to sleep at the same spot anyway? I was trying to do the best I could. The sleeping bag was your sleeping place. I just thought I needed to go sleep where you were. You didn't give me a lot of time to think. You were trying to run out the door alone. Cove laughed quietly again, stifling the noise with his hand. His shoulders shook as he tried hard not to let it through. I'm sorry I was like that. I just couldn't take any more changes when I was little. Comfort. You don't have to apologize. That wasn't your fault. You smiled at Cove, showing that it wasn't a problem, and he gratefully returned with one of his own. You spent the rest of the night smushed up in the little loft together, whispering about your past memories and trying not to giggle too loud at the silly things you had gone up to together over the years. Eventually the chatting trailed off, and even when you noticed Cove had drifted off to sleep, you followed soon after. When you woke up the next morning, it was to the rumble of the RV as it traveled the long journey home. You noticed quickly that you weren't as warm as you had been during the night, and when you checked next to you, Cove was gone. Blinking sleepily, you peeked over the edge of the loft to find out where he had gone. Maybe he had snuck back to his spot on the floor during the night? However, you soon noticed him sitting on the couch talking quietly with his mom. His head hung in embarrassment. He got caught, but at least it wasn't as dramatic as the last time in the route before that had happened. Your movement gave you away, and Kira suddenly looked up and caught your eye. No, which is... Oh my gosh, I tried to like find that image that it reminds me. Hold on, 1 second. Let me see if I can find it again. I can spell. No, not that window image. Oh, here it is. Okay, open image in new tab. Save image, I swear. Okay, good, it's a JPEG. Desktop. SpongeBob. Okay, hold on. It's gonna be funny. I swear. Image. Browse. Desktop. This is how I imagine me looking from the loft, just looking down like, ooh. And then like when she notices us looking, it's like, hi. This is me also when I'm like in other people's streams watching them lurking. This is how I imagine lurkers are. I mean, that's how I imagine me as a lurker. Just do not wish me. Oh yeah. Let me get rid of that. Alright, remove. Now I have that on my desktop. We'd love to see it. Alright, next. She simply smiled amusedly at you, and it was obvious what happened. Cove hadn't gotten away with it. They found him there in the loft, then you woke up while he was trying to explain. You knew it was going to be a long, long time before you lived this one down, if you ever did. Skip. You wish you were still on the trip. That was it. Alright, that's good. So now we just have the 4 left of these. We'll probably rush through them at the beginning of stream next time we stream our life, and then we can like truly focus on the rest of DEREKS routes. And yeah, that's gonna be it for our life today. I'm really liking DEREKS route so far. I mean, I really shouldn't be so surprised. I mean, our life is like as amazing as Cove's route was. I should expect the same quality with DEREKS route. It was really nice. It's definitely a different vibe. Like throughout the whole time that with our relationship with Cove, he was always so like nervous, a little bit insecure, but he was like very dedicated and loyal to us. And DEREKS the same way, but he's more confident. He still has like some anxiety, but he's processes it in a different way than Cove does. They both kind of have like a self-deprecating issue at times, which also we gotta work on with them, but it was really cute and nice. A solid route. It's too bad that Derek can't have like his own main routes, like his own like routes with like 10 moments in each step too. But you know, that's okay. I mean, you can only shove so much into a game. But honestly, his moments do feel a lot longer than Ko's does, since there's less. Because the one with the story, it had like a lot of extra like content to it. But that also makes sense since he only has 5, so maybe the GB patch wanted to try to put some like extra flair and spice into them, since they weren't going to be as long as Cove's, which makes sense. But it was really nice. I'm really enjoying it so far. I can't wait to see how it proceeds. I'm figuring for step 3, step 3 might not really have that much difference to it. It might just be like a speed run where we try to get through it and then get to the epilogue when we get to it, which should probably not next time we stream this, but like the time after that. But that's okay, we can speed run it. I'll need to get into like a better groove with the speed running part. I think I started to get the hang of it just like a little bit at the end there. I think like we speed run, but we still had to read some of the context with it and then get into the new dialogue. I think Road Trip was like the first one that actually had like a good chunk that was different to it. And also we picked like different options too, so that definitely helped with it. So that, I think I need to like focus more on picking different options than the same ones that I'm comfortable with. So I will work on that the next time that we stream this, which should be like a week from now. Let me check my calendar. Oh, it would be helpful if I could spell calendar correctly. Yeah, okay, yeah. Looks like every Friday we are doing Our Life. I should know this, but, you know, sometimes I like to switch it up a bit. Like, usually, like this, for example, mostly I stream Monday through Friday, but this week was a little bit different that we're switching it up because I didn't stream yesterday, but I'm going to stream tomorrow on Saturday. Because for those of you that don't know, tomorrow is my 6-month anniversary for streaming. So I wanted to stream on that day. It's not going to be nothing too special. We'll probably just play Fall Guys, which I'm down for. I like playing Fall Guys. It's been so long since I've actually played it. But I just want it to be special in that we're streaming on the day that the anniversary is. I'll probably maybe have something bigger planned for the year anniversary, but we'll see. We'll see what happens when we get there. I have like 6 months to plan something, if anything. 6 months happens. Like, so what's your plan? It's like, oh, nothing. No plan. No thoughts. Head empty, as per usual. But yeah, so thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. I hope y'all enjoyed, because I certainly did. Thank you once again to Panic Ninja for the raid, and I hope all of you have a wonderful time. I'm obviously having a wonderful time. I can play this game all day, every day, but I have to pace myself for the immersion, you know? Alright, let's go ahead and get a raid started. Let's see. Who do we have to raid today? I mean, I gotta raid Jack, one of my best buds on here. Jack, we're gonna raid Pumpkin Ruler Jack. They are playing Splatoon, because Splatfest is going on. I don't know much about Splatoon, but it's always looked like a fun game to me. So let's go raid them. Start that up. And yeah, thank you guys once again for joining me. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night. I hope to see you guys tomorrow again. We're going to be streaming at 6 p.m. EST, so like the same start time we had today, we're going to have that tomorrow as well. And like I said, it's probably just going to be Fall Guys. If something else happens from here before then, like, I'll obviously let you guys know. But it's going to be a fun time. No matter what we do, it's always a fun time here. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? It'll be great. But yeah, so I hope you guys... Did I already say I hope you guys have a good rest of your day or night wherever you are? I probably already did. Oh my gosh, I'm so bad at doing outros. It's always so hard to say goodbye to you guys. I love you, bud. I love you, bud. Never gonna stop loving you, buzz. But yeah, alright, I'm gonna send you over to Jack's Way. And hang out with them while they have their fun. And we'll have fun with them too. But alright, I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye. Wow, wow.